used to have a purpose, then again that might have been a dream. I think I used to have a voice, now I never make a sound. I just do what I've been told, I really don't want them to come around. Oh no, every day is exactly the same. Every day is exactly the same. There is no love here and there is no pain. Every day is exactly the same. I can feel their eyes are watching, in case I lose myself again. Sometimes I think I'm happy here, sometimes, yeah, I still pretend. I can't remember how this got started, oh, but I can tell you exactly how it will end. Every day is exactly the same. Every day is exactly the same. There is no love here and there is no pain. Every day is exactly the same. I'm writing on a little piece of paper. I'm hoping someday you might find. Well, I'll hide it behind something they won't look behind. I am still inside. A little bit comes bleeding through. I wish this could have been any other way, but I just don't know. I don't know what else I can do. Every day is exactly the same. Every day is exactly the same. There is no love here and there is no pain. Every day is exactly the same. Exactly the same. Every day is exactly the same. Every day is exactly the same. There is no pain. There is no love here and there is no pain. Every day is exactly the same.
Like the eyes of a cat in the black and blue. Something is coming for you. Look out! Race for the morning. You can hide in the sun till you see the light. Oh, we will pray it's alright. Gotta get away, get away. Between the velvet lights, there's a truth that's hard to steal, yeah. The vision never dies. Life's a never-ending, we'll say. Holy diver, you're the star of the masquerade. No need to look so afraid. Jump, jump, jump on the tiger. You can feel his heart, but you know he's mean. Sunlight can never be seen. Yeah.
off your face. Let's not stop till we bleed. The more you spit out your mouth, the less I believe. Denial seems it had to come. Relied on me to say it all. Denial has left you all alone. How can all that shit that you said ever make any sense? Where did you run to, bitch? While I was holding my breath, what sacred faded into nothing. Never put that on me, never put that on me. Denial seems it had to come. Relied on me to say it all. Denial has left you all alone, alone. How can all that shit that you said ever make any sense? Where did you run to, bitch? While I was holding my breath, what sacred faded into nothing. Never put that on me, never put that on me. Denial seems it had to come. Relied on me to say it all. Denial has left you all alone, alone. Denial seems it had to come. Relied on me to say it all. Denial has left you all alone, alone. Denial seems it had to come. Relied on me to say it all. Denial has left you all alone, alone. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? For I must be traveling on now, 'cause there's too many places I've got to see. But if I stay here with you, girl, things just couldn't be the same. 'Cause I'm as free as a bird now, and this bird you cannot change. Oh, 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 oh. And the bird you cannot change. And this bird you cannot change. Lord knows I can't change. Oh, bye, baby, it's been a sweet love. Yeah, yeah. Though this feeling I can't change. But please don't take it so badly, 'cause Lord knows I'm to blame. But if I stay here with you, girl, things just couldn't be the same. 'Cause I'm as free as a bird now, and this bird you cannot change. Oh, 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 oh. And the bird you cannot change. And this bird you cannot change. Lord knows I can't change.
neon lit insecure delusions. I wanna feel the change consume me, feel the outside turning in. I wanna feel the metamorphosis and cleansing I've endured in. My shadow, change is coming through. Now it's my time, listen to my muscle memory. Contemplate what I've been clinging to, 46 and 2 ahead of me. I choose to live and to grow, take and give and to move, learning, loving in my own chaotic, insecure delusions for a peace to move through. I wanna feel the change just come in me. I wanna know what I've been, I wanna know what I've been, I wanna know what I've been hiding. In my shadow, changing, stretching up and over me. Soften this old armor, hoping I can clear the way. By stepping through my shadow, coming out the other side. Step into the shadow, 46 and 2 are just ahead of me. Going in my shadow, changing, stretching up and over me. Soften the soul armor, hoping I can clear the way by. Stepping through my shadow, coming out the other side. Step into the shadow, 46 and 2 are just ahead of me. See my shadow changing, stretching up and over me. Soften this old armor, hoping I can clear the way. By stepping through my shadow, coming out the other side. Step into the shadow, 46 and 2 are just ahead of me.
Hello, 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 hello. Is there anybody in there? Just nod if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Come on, come on, come on now. I hear you feeling down. Well, I can ease your pain and get you on your feet again. Relax, 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 relax. I'll need some information first, just the basic facts. Can you show me where it hurts? There is no pain, you are receding. A distant ship, smoke on the horizon. You are only coming through in waves. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying. When I was a child, I had a fever. My hands felt just like two balloons. Now I've got that feeling once again. I can't explain, you would not understand. This is not how I am. I have become comfortably numb. Okay, 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 okay. Just a little pinprick. There'll be no more, but you may feel a little sick. Can you stand up, stand up, stand up? I do believe it's working good. That'll keep you going through the show. Come on, it's time to go. There is no pain, you are receding. A distant ship, smoke on the horizon. You are only coming through in waves. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying. When I was a child, I caught a fleeting glimpse. Out of the corner of my eye, I turned to look, but it was gone. I cannot put my finger on it now. The child has grown, the dream is gone. just a little pinprick. There'll be no more, but you may feel a little sick. Can you stand up, stand up, stand up? I do believe it's working good. That'll keep you going through the show. Come on, it's time to go. Thought it's time to go. Out of the corner of my eye, I turned to look, but it was gone. I cannot put my finger on it now. The child is grown, the dream is gone.
Shadow waves and deepest fears. No one tells me why I'm here. Leather straps on stapled eyes. Gotta scream to cut your ties. Can't subtract from Adderall. Pull you in before you fall. Not as sweet as it appears. Someone tell me why I'm here. Ooh, you know I'm gone. Ooh, go, I'm on to you now. All they want is your control. For the Bible scares me so. Smell the ones who came here last. Must have lost the game too fast. We don't read between the lines. Cut too deep to see the signs. Watch me as my blood runs cold. Now your Bible can take hold. Ooh, you know I'm gone. Ooh, go, I'm on to you now. Ooh, you know I'm gone. Ooh, go, I'm on to you now. I'm on to you. Which side do I wanna be? This side's got a hold on me. Don't try this hard for me now. The easy way, the easy way, easy way. I'm on to you now. Ooh, go, I'm on to you now. Ooh, you know I'm gone. Ooh, go, I'm on to you now. Come out here by midnight. Come around here by midnight. Make me feel so good. Every night about midnight, she comes to my house, make me feel alright. Walking down the street, she knock on the door. Walking down the street, she knock on the door. Oh, she come in my room, make me feel so good. You know what I wanna do? Well, she make me feel alright. She's a natural born, natural soul sender, natural woman, natural soul sender. She come here about midnight, yeah, yeah. I'll tell you about my baby, yeah. Well, you know she comes around, oh, she's 5'4", midnight, from her head to the ground. Well, she comes around here all about midnight, just about midnight, midnight. Lord, she makes me feel so good.
and her name is G-L-L-O-O-O-R-I-A. G-L-O-R-I-A. Yeah. G-L-O-R-I-A. G-L-I-A-R-A. G-L-O-R-I-A. G-O-R-I-A. G-L-O-R-I-A. Gonna shout it every night, yeah. Gonna shout it every day. Glory. Okay then. Oh, oh, midnight, midnight, midnight. She come around here. She make me feel alright. About midnight, walking down the street. She come knock on my door. Knock on my door. Come in my room. Make me feel alright. Feel alright, alright. She's a sinner, she's a lover, she's a sinner, she's a killer. What's her name? Her name is Gloria. G-L-O-R-I-A. Yeah. G-L-O-R-I-A. G-L-I-A-R-A. Wanna shout it every night. G-O-R-I-A. Wanna shout it every day. G-O-R-I-A. G-L-O-R-I-A. Her name is Gloria. I wanna shout it every night. I wanna shout it every day. And every day. And every day. And every day, John Lee. And every day, John Lee. And every day. She make me feel good. Yeah. Feel. Mama make me feel good. She's a sender. Yeah. A sender. Play guitar, John Lee. Play guitar, yeah.
Welcome, my friends, to XboxEra. If you're new here, let me fill you in. XboxEra is a platform for the Xbox community with best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and of course, XboxEra.com, your destination for the best news, reviews, and features, all focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. It's every Xbox fan's gateway to the best of XboxEra. Our incredible podcasts listened to in over 50 countries worldwide, our in-depth reviews, our own merch store for the coolest in gaming threads, and of course Day One, where you can track, rate and discuss your favourite games on Xbox Game Pass. We're a small, agile and independent publication, and importantly, we're completely funded by you. If you value having a publication truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can become one of the cool kids by supporting us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us grow even larger. Thank you for your support. XboxEra is only made possible by the support of an amazing community, and in particular our legendary and growing army of Patreon supporters. Our executive producers, Top, the Scarecrow 121, Peter B, Not Jack, Mohammed Sherez, Kevin S, Korkenstein, Jordan White, Jordan Andow, Frankie C, Terran H, and Britt. Our amazingly generous grand benefactors who take their support and dedication to XboxEra to another level. Krat56, an assassin. And then there's our boss, our leader, our shining light in times of darkness, the one and only XboxEra's CEO, Torn Raptor. You guys are all fucking awesome. If you enjoy the content XboxEra produce and want more of it, and you're not a patron, consider heading over to patreon.com/XboxEra, pledge your support, and get cool swag in return. Hello, friends, and welcome to episode 237 of the XboxEra podcast. We're here to discuss gaming and everything else across the industry. But overall, we're focused on your favorite platform, Xbox. We're a fiercely independent and community-driven publication, and it's all made possible by our wonderful community, particularly our patrons, everybody in the chat. Big shout outs to all our executive producers, but especially our grand benefactors, Croat56 and Assassin, and of course, our wonderful CEO, Torn Raptor. As always, I am joined by the lovely Special Nick.
What's going on?
Feeble attempt, but okay. And Xbox
So
Era
tired.
Reviews editor, Jesse's here as well.
Hello. I have no idea how my mic sounds. Hopefully it's okay. I've got to fine tune it a bit. I
Yes,
literally
you got some
have
gear.
not touched this or used it at all since I installed it. So unlike the Yeti, which Nick is demanding I go back to, I hadn't done anything to this one yet. So
It's all
Yeah,
redacted
look,
and black
it's a
ops
much
stuff.
nicer setup. Got a whole arm.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then Scuffed, Instinct Pro, and Stream Deck they also sent, even though
Fancy.
I have a Stream Deck.
Very fancy.
Should do if you've got a Stream Deck. Doesn't that mean you can do like sound bites and stuff?
Those are so those could play in OBS, but to get it so you guys can hear it, I would probably need to get an like a Go XLR type of thing. Where
What is it you
takes-
can't face?
Yeah, so you could actually hear it like that. So it takes all the noise I play and sends it out to you.
Sounds fun. You're right there, Nick. You're just relishing in that, yeah.
Best. I think I
it's
might.
not-
I think I might re-edit it and remove the "what is it."
Just so it can't face.
You can't.
No, after that
face.
loses some of its charm. That loses some of its charm.
You reckon?
Yeah, like it's funny, everything. I can see the chat. Good old Collingwood. Look how bubbly Six sounds. We'll see how Six sounds in the chat.
And I'm
I
all
should be-
tired at the start. We flip.
Yeah, we
flip by the
do.
end of the show.
I should be all right because we went out today. We went to see Gladiator 2. We grabbed a nice meal, came back, and then I fell asleep like with
You
the kittens.
fell asleep.
I fell asleep.
You fell asleep.
18 pages, front and back.
Front and back.
Anyway, sorry,
I have
it's a
no idea
friends
what
in
that's
junk,
from.
people.
Oh,
It's friends. It's friends. Come on. I fell asleep for like 2 hours. So I'm feeling somewhat energized. Got a nice cup of tea. But yes, the earlier start does help me. Still going for 5 hours, not so much. Really screws this very old,
It would
unhealthy.
be a
40-year-old
lot
guy.
harder to do that on a week like this where there's no guest who is as equally loquacious as Nick,
Yes.
and there's not nearly as much breadth to the news. Now, we might have a couple topics that go very long.
There's a
but-
big topic.
Yeah,
to
there's a
talk
big,
about.
and it's a big topic, but it's also like 15 subtopics. So I guess, actually there's a lot to talk
Yeah,
about.
we'll find a way. I wouldn't worry.
And that was the
about
thing. I went back and I went through some old WAV files when we were doing local recordings in StreamYard to then put a higher quality MP3 together, but it was a nightmare for sync, like keeping everyone in sync.
Do you know what I used to do to sync those audio files?
Mm.
I used to manually
I know.
go
it's-
through.
That's why I said it's a
and-
nightmare. It's so bad. It sounds amazing, but oh
I used
my
to work
God.
so hard.
Yeah. So they are uncompressed WAV files, which means the more you talk, the more space it takes up. Mine was 188 megabytes. John's was 830 megabytes. And
Wow,
Nick's
I
was
talk a lot.
2.4 gigabytes. And
Say-
when he
say it
tries
ain't
to
so.
say that he doesn't
'Cause
talk for 85% of the
I
show.
don't. It's
You
because
do.
my audio is so high quality that it takes
we
more
have
space.
the same
There's
microphone.
there's no difference in quality settings when it's how StreamYard records it at the same for everybody.
Anyways, before we dive into obviously the very large topics to go over today, there's a few little odds and sods. We'll get to everything. Don't worry. We obviously like to start the show actually talking about actual video games, not the industry, not who's doing what, but just actual video games that we've been playing. Nick, what have you been playing this week, my friend?
I've been playing this game that you're trying to force me to review that I really don't want to review anymore, and it's called the Smurfs Dreams.
How's it going?
I really don't want to review this game anymore.
Do you not like it?
Like it's funny. When I saw the trailer on Twitter, it looked really surprisingly high quality and surprisingly good. And I thought, oh, cool. This looks like an okay little game. But as I'm playing it, I'm discovering that it's like this game is in this weird limbo where it's not a full-on baby game like the Paw Patrol games are,
Yeah.
but it's also not, say, as advanced is not the right word, but in my current state, I can't think of a better word. It's not as advanced of a platformer as, say, Super Lucky's Tale is.
Oh.
In terms of challenge and in terms of what it's getting you to try and do. So it sits in this weird limbo in between both. So it's not a full baby game, but it's not enough for us either.
It does look nice. I'll say that.
It does. It looks
genuinely does
surprisingly
look
good.
Pretty great.
Yeah, visually it does look surprisingly good. But in terms of challenge, in terms of keeping you engaged, in terms of... It's just... yeah. It's... I really don't feel like reviewing it. Like, yeah. Again, it's not a bad game. Don't take that as it's a bad game. Take that as it's not overly engaging. It's not overly...
Has it got those easy achievements? Easy achievements, at least?
Not really.
Oh,
I
that's a
don't
shame.
even really think I've looked at the achievement list. But it's just not overly engaging. It's not fun per se. It's not... Yeah. And I'm like, man, I don't know if I can bring myself to even finish it. Like the Paw Patrol games, I played through a couple of them just to get the achievements. Took like a couple of hours. It was done. They were super, super basic baby games.
Yeah.
This isn't that as basic as that, but I'm trying to play it like it's as basic as that, which is making it frustrating.
You know what? My mic sound any different now? I turned one thing
It
off.
sounds fine to me.
Yeah.
Let us know, chat, how you feel like the audio levels are, by the way.
I'll be going through it a bunch. That is a very similar thing I've seen a lot of people saying about Lego Horizon Adventures, where it's like it's just too complicated for the youngest audience, but it's also a little too easy for the older, whereas the best Lego games find that balance, which is really hard to maintain interest while not being too hard.
Yeah, so visually it's surprisingly good.
A full playthrough on this video is 3.5 hours. You should be
A
done
full
by now.
playthrough is 3.5 hours.
He might
Really?
cut stuff out, but this is a full gameplay,
Nick, you can do it, bro.
gameplay walkthrough, full game, 4K, 60. PS5 is 3 hours and 36 minutes.
I'd be very surprised if it can be beaten that fast.
He might edit out stuff and just show level gameplay. You never know.
Maybe, because, I don't see myself beating it in 3 hours. It feels a bit longer than that.
He might also
Probably
just
a
be
bit
good at
challenging for you.
games.
Some of the levels are, like, surprisingly long. But, so I'm playing that. I only just started because I only bought it because you know how the Xbox Black Friday sale's on?
Yeah.
So it was $16, down from $109. So I bought Marvel's Midnight Suns.
Oh, nice. Heard lots
I
of good
keep
things
seeing.
about
You can,
and that's
in
the
that
thing.
game, I advise that you skip all the cutscenes.
I have been.
The writing's it's very bad. The writing and the voice actors try, but I cannot stand that game's writings. But its gameplay is fantastic.
Yeah, the very helpful Twitter account Cutscene Skipper. I saw that you can skip the cutscenes in Marvel's Midnight Suns. So I was like, oh, cool. So I bought it for $16. Because I know that, like, Lord Cognito goes on about it a lot, and the Iron Lords go on about that game a lot. And I thought, oh, you know what, $16 from 110.
Yeah.
I'll just grab it. It's interesting so far. I don't know how I feel about the card stuff. Like, I don't know why the card stuff is there in a turn-based strategy game when they don't have to be there. Characters can just have their moves. You don't need the cards.
It's a
Do you know what I
difficulty
mean?
mechanic.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, it's like because it lets you make things just extremely powerful, but So like the cards end up being, and they all require energy. You get a certain amount of energy, you get a certain amount of moves, but as you level up and gain different things, you can have extra energy, you can get refunded energy, you can have extra moves. Like it's one of those slow starts. It's a very long game.
Because how do you gain the cards?
If you haven't even got to that part yet, it's an entire thing at your home base with finding new cards.
I
and-
only just started it. I
Yeah.
just started it. Like,
It will slowly walk you through everything, and within, I don't know, about 5 to 10 hours, depending on how fast you get through fights, you'll pretty much see most of the main mechanics, but they will keep introducing stuff and making it better and better throughout time. It's not like a slow burn, because you are just in and playing right away. It's not like it's not Death Stranding where you're just watching half of the first 15 hours you play. You are playing, but you're not seeing the depth of the mechanics until you're like 15 or 20 hours in, and then you really, really get a feel for how crazy shit can get.
I mean, if you check my profile, I've only done like the tutorial. I
Yeah.
completed the tutorial with Iron Man and Doctor Strange, and then Ms. Marvel comes in, or Captain Marvel. So I've only done that part. There's a lot. It threw a lot at me quite quickly.
Yeah, also,
Like,
it can get really hard.
yeah, I can see that. I can totally see that. And like, all of a sudden, some characters can interact with the environment. So Doctor Strange could pick up a rock and throw it at people, and you can move to a random spot in the map and like kick a couch into them. And so it's
The
like,
UI
oh
does
my
a
God,
good job
this-
of letting you see where you can do what. So like when you're on someone, you get to move one time. So you choose to move them, and it'll give you like a reticle showing you where you could kick that thing
Yeah,
at.
yeah.
Or some people have psychic powers and they can throw stuff from far away. Other people have to run to it and then huck it. And there's always that type of stuff where it's like a free attack where you don't use a card.
Yeah.
So it becomes this balancing act of when do I use the environment? When do I use my heroism, which is using up like the points you build up each move? And
Yeah,
that
is
gets pretty
heroism like your
complicated.
energy?
So energy, heroism is the energy. It's the thing that fills up that meter. Every time you do a basic energy builder, it gives you heroism, and then your super moves use that heroism to just do metric shit ton of damage or heals and a lot of
Yeah.
that stuff. So
I liked Iron Man's card where he just attacks everything on the
Mm-hmm.
screen, just flies straight up in the air. The rockets just go vroom, and just like,
as you
that was
level
good,
up,
but I love
and
Iron Man.
get people's full decks and build up, and you can just look up things where people are like, oh, this one's broken. And like bring Storm on everything. She's ridiculous type of stuff. Yeah, it's super fun. The story's whatever. The writing kills me, but everything else about that game is great.
Well, it's only $16,
Yeah.
so I'm like, I keep hearing about it. I'll grab it.
I made a similar like snap purchase. I saw Assassin's Creed Mirage was down to like 17 quid. And I was like, oh, isn't this meant to be like a
$30, yeah.
short and sweet Assassin's Creed game that doesn't take a billion years? Is it a lie?
None of them
I've been
have
I don't know.
taken
I have no
billion
idea.
years except for Assassin's Creed Valhalla was the billion years one. You could beat every other one in 20 to 40 hours, pretty much.
Including Mirage?
No, Mirage is like 50. I think I beat it in 12. I
Okay,
forget.
great.
I did the review on it.
Yeah. I remember you said it was shorter and it was great.
Well, it was
good.
originally it was God of War Ragnarok style. It was originally DLC expanded upon, or at least the idea of that. It was so the main character in Mirage is a character straight out of Valhalla. God, I think the statute of limitations are up on this. He's essentially Loki, because Valhalla was obviously everyone in there was a Norse god. And this god, it turns out, was Loki. And you're going back in time, I don't know, 20 years, and playing as him when he was in the area the original game was in. Super fun, plays great, obviously. It's got all the new stuff. The story was a little predictable, but it's just like pretty much every Assassin's Creed game, it is good. They haven't had a bad one. They've had some boring ones, like 3 took way too long to get going. It was great when it did. But yeah, I quite like AC Mirage.
Yeah, I thought I'd check it out, right? And the Black Friday sale period thing is on the Xbox Marketplace, and I can see looking at
Big
the chat,
sale.
there's some people picking stuff up. I've seen Abdul picking up What Remains of Edith Finch. That is a 10 out of 10 game. I gave that a 10. Not to Nick, because Nick doesn't play good things with, story. And it's an incredible experience. The whole game can be completed in 2 hours, but it is
Totally okay with you
sublime.
making fun of me like that. It's fine.
Hey, exactly. Let's all be fun.
I'm not going to get upset. I'm not going to bite back. I'm not going to do anything.
That's good. But yeah, we've also got a lovely super chat from Cody Bishop, who has a question.
Cody Bishop with a $5 super chat.
He
Thanks,
must be
Cody.
new here.
I have a border collie named Maxwell.
Good
Super
name.
smart. And he seems to really like listening to you guys when you're on.
He's not
Do
that
you
smart,
have
though.
any pets yourself? Yep, we all have pets.
Oh yeah.
We do.
We do. John has a couple of cats.
3 now.
3 now. 3. 2
3
little baby
cats.
kittens.
Yep.
And an older one. You have a cat you hate.
I have a cat that I was hoping, like, my wife yesterday comes home, she's like,
I wish was dead. No, I can't say that on air.
my wife yesterday was like, the cat ran in front of the car yesterday when we were pulling into the driveway again, because she does it all the time. She pulls in, she just sprints across the car when we're coming into the driveway. She's like, I nearly hit her. I'm like, damn, nearly? You couldn't have just sped up a little bit? She's just... My cat's a lot of work. Like, I got a cat thinking it would be low maintenance. I am a dog person, right? I will say straight out, I am a dog person. I adore dogs. Dogs are the greatest. I love how unconditionally they love you. I love how excited they always are to see you. How smart they are. Love everything about dogs. They're great. But my house can't handle a dog. And at the time that we got the cat, which was now quite a long time ago, like 8 or 9 years ago it must have been, we weren't in a position to have a dog, because this was before COVID. If we had known COVID was going to happen and we'd be home for 2 years, I would have got a dog, because then we'd be home with the dog 24/7. It would have been perfect. So I got a cat, thinking cats are low maintenance. They do whatever they want. They don't care. Oh my God, I got the most high maintenance cat on earth. She's like celiacs, and she's like, she has this skin condition now, and we don't know what it is, and we're giving her these drugs every day, and she molts like crazy, like insane levels of molting. She'll wake us up at 3 a.m. Because her food's run out. Oh my gosh, you're muted.
I know. I'm going to use this as a salient opportunity to point out, that bit at the beginning where we were discussing who talks the longest?
Well, because we're talking about pets. We're talking about pets. So I'm talking about my pet. And the funny thing is, this cat loves me. Like, I'll sit down on the couch. She won't go to anyone else. She just comes up on me and she claws me, and all my clothes have holes in them because the cat claws me.
I love how independent my cats are. Like, obviously the kittens aren't independent. I am full of kitten joy, but Boots now, who has handled the transition to I'm a big fat old cat now compared to the baby kittens, she now has to be kind of shut out into my garage office area, because that's where the cat flap is, and we can't have the kittens going out at night. But she sleeps on my chair, but she's now started being way more affectionate to me than she was. She was very independent. So now she comes up on my desk and she sits here. It's very nice. I like it. So it's all gravy over here. But Cody, if you want to check out the kittens, they were revealed on a couple of episodes back. First thing I came in, and
wasn't it last week?
Week before, I think. And Jesse, as
Jesse
you may
also
have seen,
has cats and a dog.
Yeah, just
show the
seen
cats.
two cats. Where's
Dog.
that doggo?
Bork.
Bork.
There's a noise I make that makes dogs go really weird. I won't do it because it'll destroy everyone's ears. But there's a noise I can make, and every time dogs hear it, they just look at me. They're like, "Huh?
Why are you doing that, you fucking dickhead?"
Huh?
Anyway, back on the topic of what we've been playing. Thank you for the super chat, Cody. Appreciate it. And if you are new here, because lots of people know we have pets, so I'm presuming
Cody
you
Bishop.
are.
I know
I've
Cody
seen his
Bishop's name. Yeah, I know
Maybe he's
Cody
just
Bishop's
missed out
name.
on those episodes, or it's the first time.
Because
he's
I
caught
noticed the
this
chat, and I noticed the names in the chat. Joaquin Branch, who I haven't seen for ages. Are you there?
one.
Abandoner.
You don't see Mighty Guybrush in there anymore because he thinks we're too defensive of Xbox.
Corpo.
I don't think the chat realizes. Like, you know how we say, haha, Nick's a stalker. I am a stalker. I recognize you guys in the chat, and I see you in other people's podcasts. And when I don't see you in ours and see you in others, don't
He
worry.
takes that personal.
I stalk you guys too. I know all of you guys as well.
Oh man, Control
I'm not
America,
joking when I
Nick.
say I'm a stalker.
I'm gonna try and steer us back on
Real
back
quick,
on topic.
Control in America has the best flavors. I feel bad for everyone else.
Do you want caramel macchiato?
Yeah,
God,
and
that's
Paradise
not happening.
Potion.
It's not happening, guys, is it?
And
Okay.
Which one?
Paradise
No.
Potion. It's pineapple, coconut pineapple.
Just gonna ignore me. It's fine.
I'll tell him for those. Hold on.
Thank
I'm
you.
not going to take it personal. It's fine.
You're trying to cut
Other
me off.
things I've been
I haven't been
playing.
talking. I put the compressor
been-
back on. Does it sound better?
It's fine. I don't mind it. I've been playing Tiny Glade, which I did a little hangout stream for with the community on, I want to say Thursday, I think. Thursday or Friday.
2 days ago.
2 days ago. There you go.
Oh,
So
now it
Thursday.
says 3 days ago. I click in. It was the 13th.
Whoa.
3 days
Maybe it
ago.
was Wednesday.
Yeah.
I don't know. One of those days.
It was because
Um,
I was playing the other thing.
Well, yes, you were. Which is a lovely little build, a little diorama type medieval town thing. If you haven't watched it, it's worth checking out. It's super chill. And the patrons got some exclusive desktop backgrounds to have and keep from the things we built together whilst on that stream. But if anyone's looking for something to kind of just chill out and be creative with, I'd recommend it. It's super cheap. It was made by just 2 people, and it has full-on software-based ray tracing. So even on like a 1060, you can get a locked 60 FPS with ray tracing, and it's custom engine.
That
like these guys
software
built.
ray tracing seems good because that's what they use in Avatar and other stuff from and it was the Star Wars Outlaws, and it's way more performant without the massive penalty enforcing you to use frame gen.
It's like Digital Foundry did a rundown on like the tech behind it, but it's so neat. It's like, oh, I can just build this stuff. So I've been having a lot of time.
That was
making-
your forging heart right there. That was
Yeah,
you were-
absolutely. Like
that
I
was your
can do cool
bash.
stuff.
Yeah, you were having a lot of fun.
Yeah, just keep bashing that together. But it was nice because we got to chat and stuff. So it was it was good
You know
times.
what that
It
type
was
of
good
stream
times.
is? That is the type of thing I want to bring for the patrons, where one of us is playing something they love, something old, probably, and just sitting back and shooting the shit with one other, probably with me, like if you're playing, or if Nick's playing,
yeah.
or if we're all together at the same time,
And just
sitting
chatting.
there and shooting the shit, and then that becomes a VOD exclusively for patrons at patreon.com/XboxEra.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because next week, probably on Monday, I'm going to be doing another Patreon stream. If I can get hold of a copy through legitimate means of, in the spirit of the upcoming Indiana Jones release, the Chronicles of Riddick, Escape from Butcher Bay. I'm going to try and do a stream for that on Monday as a hangout stream. So feel free to come and chat and keep an eye out for that. I will schedule it soonish because I feel like diving back in. If you didn't know this, some of the team that originally developed that game on the original Xbox were part of Starbury Studios. They went on to become Machine Games, and there is a lot of the Chronicles of Riddick, Escape from Butcher Bay DNA in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. It's like the biggest comparison I can make when I was playing it. I was like, this really is like a spiritual kind of
You ever heard of
next one down the line.
My
So I'd
Abandonware?
recommend it. Yeah, it is abandonware. You can't
Yeah.
buy it digitally
It's
now.
it's on My Abandonware. You can just get it there.
Yeah, it's not on GOG or
There-
anything. It's such a
yeah.
shame
I know
because it's such a
sucks.
great game. So I'll be doing that. And the last thing I tried out after Jesse and I discussed it in preparation for the upcoming Patreon stream was getting the Quest 3 virtual desktop set up all ready to go to stream and play Half Life Alyx. which you'll be doing in the quieter period as we head up to Christmas. Because as I've been advised, there is a guy called Jeff in it. I have not looked up any spoilers, so please do not spoil whoever or I fear whatever Jeff might be in the chat. But yeah, I'm going to play through Half Life Alyx in VR with the community through the kind of run up to Christmas when things were a bit quieter and calmer.
I think outside of
Half-Life
Halo
2 is
Infinite-
free.
Oh yeah,
Right now
I was going
on
to mention
Steam.
that. Yes, Half-Life 2 20th anniversary is right now. If you have a Steam
I
account,
added it
you
to
can
my
grab,
account.
you can grab
DLC is
Half-Life 2.
super
Have
cheap.
you ever played it, Nick?
Yes, because I had it on Xbox, on OG Xbox.
Want a hot take?
Half-Life
Half-Life 2.
It's the 20th anniversary.
Half-Life 2 has some of the best levels ever in first-person shooters, and some terrible ones. It is a mostly amazing game with some areas that I can't
Didn't
stand
particularly
playing
enjoy
through.
it.
Like some of the things are at the time there was nothing close to it. It was crazy how good it was. Going back and all the physics stuff and all that. But there are some levels that I really do not enjoy playing.
The canal, fucking when you get the Jeep thing, that whole canal
Hoverboat.
section,
Yeah.
and the hoverboat.
The one on the roofs. The one when you're on the roofs.
Fan boat. Was that
Do you mean Ravenholm?
Ravenholm, yeah.
Is it Ravenholm?
Ravenholm
that
is like
was-
the horror. That's like regarded as like the best. Whereas loads of traps and you've got everything hunting for you and all the head crabs and monster zombie things. And
I don't
It's a
know. I
good
wasn't
game.
a big fan of Half-Life 2.
you've got to wonder, like, they're clear. Like, if you didn't know as well, and it's worth mentioning, and appreciate you bringing it up, Nick. It's 20th anniversary, which is why it's free. I think you can pick up like the majority of like the mainline Half-Life games for like £3.
great,
But Half-Life 2 specifically is free.
And then the DLC for it and Half-Life 1 and all of its stuff is all super cheap.
And
You
Half-Life
just
2
said
has
nothing.
had-
There was nothing else like it at the time. Halo 2 came out in 2004.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
nothing
know.
like it.
But Half-Life 2, the new version that they released as part of this 20th anniversary, features ultra-wide support natively. It includes episodes 1 and 2, developer commentary as well, about 3.5, 4
There's a
hours
ray
of
tracing
developer
mod as
commentary.
well.
There is a ray tracing mod. And if you haven't seen it, I'd recommend watching No Clips Half-Life 2 documentary. They feature some exclusive gameplay from the, mythical Half-Life 2 episode 3 that never came to be because they went off and did Left 4 Dead and just didn't come back. It shows off some cool stuff like an ice gun that they were playing around with, where you could just like form walls of ice as barriers and freeze people and use it to kind of scoot about like Frozone in Incredibles. But the general takeaway is that Half-Life 3 is going to be a thing at some point, which, like, it's one of those games where it's like, can they ever live up to the hype behind it? Ever really?
Impossible.
A lot of people consider Half-Life Alyx to be essentially Half-Life 3, and it's one of the best games ever made. So if they do a straight up Half-Life 3, they'll
Yeah,
find
but because
an
it's
angle.
VR, it gets just ignored.
Well,
No one
yes.
talks about Alex because it's VR.
The thing I struggling with as I was fooling around with trying to find what controls really work for me is I don't like teleporting.
Yeah, this
or
one's smooth
the
enough.
quick
You can
switching.
walk normal. I think it's fine.
But I do find that after doing full normal movement, normal FPS movement with like a slowish turn, I do start to get a little bit like sweaty, like whoa. Like it's not perfect.
I don't like the use the stick to turn your head. That has to be snap. But also, you're on a quest, so just move. Just move around.
Well,
just turn.
yeah. So I think for when we do it, I'll have to clear up a bigger space to fear that I won't tread on a kitten or smash into anything in my front room. But
probably don't have to be that close to your computer.
I don't. I practiced with it today, and I can stream it from my lounge. But the question is, how do I stream to the community and have my mic and everything transmit through appropriately?
It
So
comes with a
hopefully
mic.
we can figure all that.
Virtual Desktop does it.
Oh,
It will pick
brilliant.
up your mic from the headset, and it sounds surprisingly good. Also, I'll
Yeah,
show
I
you
heard your
how.
stream.
If you ever see me, this is footage of me streaming. If you ever see me look up, I'm looking up at chat. So within Steam VR, you can pull out your chat window from YouTube. You just like pop out chat. It's its own window. You then choose to add that. You click in the left stick, pause, add new window, place in game world, and you can just put it up on the ceiling above you, and it'll stay there forever. It is amazing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely play around with it. But yeah, that's pretty much everything, at least that I can talk about that I've been playing this week. And we'll come to you,
I
Jesse.
don't even know what you've been
can
playing
you
that you
talk
couldn't
about?
talk about.
Yeah.
What have
Has
you been
everything I
playing
can-
that you can't talk about? I don't even know.
I had a quick go of the thing that I can't talk about.
No. I can't talk about anything I've been playing this week. I can't even say that I've got it. But there was a thing I did stream recently, and then I went back and I played a bunch of. In preparation for S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2 hitting next week, I've been playing the original S.T.A.L.K.E.R trilogy on Xbox, and I'm going to type it out correctly. Don't yell at me on the review when it doesn't have S.T.A.L.K.E.R typed out like this. It's because Google won't.
SEO, baby.
People don't search for it this way because it's a pain in the ass to type out. So I think it's like Heroes of the Zone. I'm just going to put original trilogy. So the S.T.A.L.K.E.R original trilogy, S.T.A.L.K.E.R, Shadow of Chernobyl, Clear Sky, and Call of Pripyat. Been going through all of them, getting myself ready. S.T.A.L.K.E.R is open world survival horror shooting, but it's going for more of that like PUBG shooting feel where it's semi-realistic. It's not arcadey. From what they've shown of S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2, that looks to be ramped all the way up. Also, S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2 is supposed to literally have like almost every zone and every living character from the first 3 games that are left. Like it seems like it's just gonna be enormous. It's like a over 60-kilometer squared map, I think they said. Like just fucking huge. So I've been playing these. I went through quite a bit of them because none of them are super long if you mainline, but they are really big open world, not checklist games. They are kind of what Breath of the Wild was, where it was just more about that exploration and finding things naturally built into the world as you went through and experienced a story. The older ones, especially on PC, you really need to mod them up to get them to run and feel good. Thankfully, the trilogy on Xbox runs great. It has super low level of detail, though. So everything just appears about 10 feet in front of you. So you'll look at a field. Like you look at the fields in the background, there's no grass. But then the moment you get on them is just tons of grass. God, why is that I only streamed at 1080. The heck? No, I didn't. Liars. It's only 1080. It pissed me off. But yeah, so like really low level of detail. You get used to it on here. Eventually, it's more like 50 feet out. The grass starts to form. But they are a unique type of game. It's hard to. It didn't create a genre, but it created a feel in like survival horror shooters. Because if you play on the regular difficulty, it's incredibly difficult. On purpose. Like you are supposed to prepare, and it's more Witcher 2 than Witcher 3. Like you were supposed to get ready for going to specific areas, and if you go there without the right equipment, you're screwed. You better reload your save an hour ago and actually prepare this time, type of stuff. But if you play on Rookie, a lot more forgiving for people that are jumping into it the first time. With S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2 on Wednesday, just crazy. It's finally coming out.
Yeah.
If you're jumping into it late, never played the other ones, I would say start on Rookie, and once you feel you've got the ropes, go for the S.T.A.L.K.E.R, the normal difficulty, because it is a ramp up, and you've got durability on your gear, and you can fix it, but you're gonna have to go and earn a bunch of money to be able to pay for that type of stuff. It's a really good mix of like legitimately difficult and rewarding when you overcome that difficulty on its base mode. So I'm very much looking forward to S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2. Don't know, or can never say even if we do know the embargo, but definitely want to have that done in time because Tuesday is Flight Sim 2024. And that release is at 11 a.m. my time. I'm going to hop right in, get all this equipment ready to go. And then when you get the chance later in the day, you're going to join me. I'll swap it over to Hangouts, but that'll just be a stream all day Tuesday to get a review done day. So
fun times.
We're getting near the
Lots
end of the
going
year.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's busy.
After this,
busy,
I
busy,
literally
busy.
only have the Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver remakes, and that's it. You get
These
Indy.
exciting times. It's lovely to see so many people in the chat, by the way. So welcome everybody. If it's your first time here, if you're here all the time, we appreciate you. If you would be so kind as to hit the like button, it does help us out algorithmically. It's not a demand; it's just a request. But if you really love what we do,
And YouTube crashes.
yeah, if
I
you really
saw
love what we
someone-
do and YouTube hasn't
Yeah.
crashed, head to patreon.com/XboxEra because you can support us directly and it enables all of the extra cool stuff that we get to do, like these shows, like Hangouts, like movie commentaries, the movie podcast, which there are 2 episodes. We did 2 in like 2 weeks, aren't we? Great.
We caught up.
So we're like back on track. And we'll get another one done before Christmas, I've no doubt. But we appreciate all of the community for tuning in, hanging out, and participating. And obviously, you can head over to our forums, forum.xboxera.com. Patreon members have an ad-free experience, which I'm very pleased about. And obviously, we have our community Discord as well, which if you aren't in, I would recommend you join purely for the
Pretty
fact
good.
that Jesse just gives away games all the time, just like a merry game away
Happy
giver
Christmas.
person. Yeah. So that's discord.gg/XboxEra. Much love to everybody. That's what we've been playing.
That we can
That we can talk about. It's been a week, and there's pretty much, generally speaking, one big topic that everybody wants to talk about, right? So I'm going to open the floor up here, and tell you, Nick, did you know, my friend, that this is an Xbox?
Yep, I did. This is an Xbox. This is also an Xbox.
This is an Xbox. The
See
memes
this?
are strong.
See this? This is an Xbox. Look,
I think
That's
actually
cool.
you must have failed the quiz because that is not an Xbox, nor is the previous thing you showed.
It
It
would
is.
work if you
See
had what
this?
it came in, and then it would be a pen box.
see this? This is an Xbox.
I don't know if it is. I don't think you're understanding the marketing here.
It's got Rocket League installed on it, so
It's an Xbox. Boom.
it's an Xbox.
Yes, Microsoft came out with their let's take it back a step further. Phil Spencer went on interview tour as he often does. Spoke to Bloomberg, spoke to Stephen Tortillo over at GameFile, and spoke to Rolling Stone magazine, dropping a flurry of tidbits and odd bits and pieces, from acquisitions to no red lines to handhelds being confirmed. There's a whole smorgasbord. Are you going to say it? That's an Xbox.
That
That is an
actually is.
Xbox.
I've got the Game Pass streaming, the cloud streaming app on this. This is an Xbox.
And then following these interviews, Microsoft revealed their new marketing campaign, This is an Xbox, where they're talking about the ability to access Xbox's ecosystem via a variety of products.
The ad is new, but the meaning
messaging,
behind it, the messaging behind it is not
It is not new.
at all.
It's nice to
like-
see it cohesively presented, I think.
It's like 2 years old at this point, maybe more.
Yes.
Even Sony talks about going beyond the console. They're just not doing it as aggressively and as, cut the cord, rip the band-aid, whatever other euphemism saying
They're
you
not
want to
as
say.
far
Like,
deep in yet. Like they're just
Yeah.
starting to turn the Titanic.
Yeah.
that's right, because they have obviously Sony are far more invested in the more traditional video game industry model. So they're doing things at a far slower pace. Microsoft's like quite oddly being quite nimble, which is odd for Microsoft.
I mean,
And just
It's a culmination
Jumping
of what
in
they
both feet.
started with, like games for Windows Live, and so they've been trying to do this
Yeah.
forever. It's really ramped up recently, I think, as they fixed up the store quite a bit on PC side. And a lot of people are like, oh, they're just going to move everything to Battle.net. And it's like, no, the backbone of the entire Microsoft ecosystem is the Xbox store, and more getting the PC store to work, having cloud ready to go. And the big thing for cloud, as Jez talked about, was having the storage to capture everyone's game they buy that's allowed to be on cloud, like having the disk space, because it has to be fast disk space if it's a new game. like having all of those games ready to go. Because a lot of times if it says you're in queue, it's actually copying the files over from a different server to get the game available close to you. So like getting all those ducks in a row. I know Jez was also pretty bullish on they're not an Xbox because they can't play what my console does. But on Xbox's side, I think it's just more, are you in our ecosystem at all? It's an Xbox.
Yeah.
From
That's how
Xbox's
I
side is, can you play Fortnite on it and give
Can
us
you-
microtransaction money? Then it's an Xbox.
Yeah, I appreciate Jez's point of view in that the big question that Microsoft has to really answer and doesn't, I think, have an answer yet, at least not an answer they can fully talk about, is that transition to whatever that next hardware is, and we'll talk about hardware in a bit, is that lots of people feel, well, I can't play everything that my current actual real Xbox can play, ergo, it's not an Xbox. But I think it's missing the forest for the trees a
Do
little
you
bit.
want to know something? Yeah, Microsoft doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Like, Microsoft doesn't give a fuck, guys. Like, stop thinking Microsoft actually genuinely cares about the hardcore gamer, because they stopped caring about them a long time ago. I know you don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah, it's just the reality.
Super
If you can
chat.
play Fortnite, if you can play COD and give them microtransaction money, and you can play a couple of other games here and there via cloud, whatever, it's an Xbox to them.
Yeah, well, I think it's more that ad is not for us, right? And I wrote an opinion piece which I
Of
dropped
course,
yesterday.
it's not for us.
It's not for us. But this is the weird thing about it, right? Is that the people that are absolutely like everybody in the chat, and it's not a criticism, right? And also, this isn't a defense of Microsoft. I'm just stating my personal opinion. But the advert is to tell the next generation of gamers, hey, the phone you play on, you can play Xbox games. That's the whole point. That's the end of the message. It's not like you can play everything. They don't specify that. They're just saying you can access the stuff. You know, the games you play, COD, Fortnite, blah, blah, blah. You can play them on your
You can
phone
play them.
or on your laptop or on your handheld.
Understand something, guys.
That's it.
Understand something, guys and girls. Because we have girls like patrons.
Everyone.
Calm down. Calm down, Nick. Deep breaths.
Here's the thing that a lot of us struggle with, including myself. The next wave of kids coming through that are playing video games, they're not like us. I only know that because I've got two of them. They're not like
Agreed.
us. All their favorite streamers that they watch, because kids these days don't watch normal TV like we still do. These kids that watch all these streamers, all their favorite streamers are PC gamers. So guess what they all want? They all want PCs.
Yep.
These kids mostly want PCs. My son's like, oh, can I plug a keyboard and mouse into my PS5 and play
My son's always
Fortnite
like,
with
can I have the
keyboard
mods
and mouse?"
for Minecraft? And I'm like, no.
Yeah. Like they're
can
all.
buy some.
My son's now talking about potentially saving up for a gaming PC. And they play everything on their iPads, and they play. That's what Microsoft's looking at. They're not looking at us anymore. They're looking at those kids coming through, playing on iPads and wanting PCs. That's
There-
what.
there was,
I'm pleased. Don't.
God, where was it?
Don't take this as me defending. Don't take this as me saying I like it. Just telling you how it is.
And now you know how I feel when I try and just say, almost anything on here. It's not defense. It's just explaining how it actually works. But I think there was somewhere, I can't find it, but somebody said it was like 80% of the money spent in 2023 was just on the same 10 top tier live service games.
Yeah, the stalwart.
That's
big
everyone's chasing the live service game because it makes all the money. Like they make all the money. And if you can crack into the top 10, you coast for an incredibly long time. That's why, like, you said it before, they've talked about it before. You take a big risk on a single player game, you take a big risk on a live service game. The big risk on a single player game doesn't pay out, live service game doesn't pay out, same money lost. You hit big on a single player game, or you hit big on a live service game. Well, the single player game can get you here, and the live service game can just quadruple it.
Which is
easily.
exactly why you'll see these studios keep
'Cause of
taking
Nick.
those kinds of risks because of the whales out there. But yeah, there's been a lot of reaction, right? And look, we've seen it in our comment section. There were people that agreed with my take yesterday. There were people that vehemently disagreed, right? And I think the conversation revolves around particularly the is
That's
that an
an
Xbox?
Xbox.
There we go.
That's an Xbox.
It's never going to get old. This
No, it really won't. It really won't.
memeable forever. But there are people out there that take and I want to focus on that the first big
That's an Xbox.
the first big line that came out of the interview, which was the no red lines. There are no red lines. Now, and this is again my personal take, how have some in the community taken that? Whole slate. Everything's going. Now, you could be absolutely correct. But the way I phrased it in my opinion piece, and I'll reiterate it for those that perhaps have not read or watched that video, is that when they say no red lines, it does not exquisitely, just absolutely mean everything is going.
Implicitly.
It means, thank you, that's the word I was looking for. It means anything can go.
Yeah.
So yes, Halo could go. Forza could go. But, people were arguing, when I was talking about ecosystems, and that's what it's about now for Microsoft. It's about the ecosystem of playing in our world, our business model. That's what they're going for. People are like, well, you can't win if you don't have exclusive content. Look at Netflix, look at yada yada yada. And that's why I kind of look at that no red lines, and I'm like, yeah, anything can go, but not everything will go. Right? There's the difference, and I think Microsoft, if rightly or wrongly, they're not all complete idiots in some of this stuff. Like, none of us really love this from a coverage. You think us as a brand, XboxEra, you think this is an easy job now? Like, considering how tumultuous covering Xbox
Honestly,
is?
yes, because there's just always something to talk about with them.
I mean, I will say, and I think the rest of the industry really needs to own up to this, is if Xbox wasn't in the industry, you guys would be so
Nothing.
bored.
It would be nothing
There'd be nothing to talk about week on, week out. At
Because
least
people
they're
don't like actually
trying
talking
something
about
new.
games. Yeah,
Yeah.
And everything in your house wouldn't be an Xbox.
Yeah.
but like
Exactly.
at the FTC trial, Satya was like, "I don't like it because it's not what we do in other areas, but it is still a need in this industry to have exclusives to pull people in." And the no red lines is just another way of saying case by case.
Yeah.
It's
And
an
like,
Xbox.
I want to take the opportunity while we
Nick would have failed
pause for a
that quiz.
second. He would have absolutely failed that quiz. There's a bunch of super chats to catch up on, starting with Machine XP, who did this quite a while ago. So, just want to jump on that one. Then we've got one from Risk It and one from Cody.
So old, I
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
even.
yeah.
show
They're in the
buttons.
private chat, if that helps, Nick.
Are they?
Mhm.
Yes.
Where are they? Which ones?
Machine XP. Number
Machine
one.
XP, you said.
Yes.
First time catching the show live. Keep fighting
Welcome.
between Nick and Jesse, or don't. It's not my show. Well, actually, I had some thought. More fighting. I encourage it, or don't. Cheers.
It's funny, we've seen people very against the fighting, thinking it's serious and real. So we were trying to keep a lid on it. But hey, fuck you,
It's
Nick.
real. It's real in the sense, like, it is real. The fighting's not fake. We don't act. It's not an act. Like, we don't just pretend to fight. The fighting
There's
is
no
real
malice behind it.
Yes, there's no, like, if Jesse says you're a dummy, shut the fuck up. Like, I don't get upset or take it personal. That's the part that's not real. The
Yes.
fighting in and of itself is real. That's real.
Maybe trying to make it funny by
It goes on
going over the
in our
top.
private.
Yeah.
It goes on in our private messages in Discord. That same fighting. I crack
all-
it at him for giving
it's all
tens in
bants.
private DMs. I crack it at him for giving tens.
But then I
It's
don't
not just
care,
for the show.
and I don't feel bad because I know he didn't actually read or watch any of it. He just looked at the score. This is where you say
So
correct.
it's not fake. It's not fake.
It's played up.
It's real.
Yeah, like
but it's
We're
not.
just having a laugh.
it's taking the piss out of your buddy.
Yeah. But it's nice to see new people catching the show live, Machine. So thank you for always being a listener, but glad to have you here in the audience while we're doing it.
Risk it for the biscuit. The problem is, fellas, that they're wrong. Until you can play owned games anywhere, they're Game Pass machines. Again, Microsoft jumps the gun. TV. Yeah, well, we always say that Microsoft's always ahead by many, many years against their better judgment and like, yeah. Anyway,
But also a Game
No,
Pass.
it's-
I
it's-
understand.
For them, if they're getting that $20 a month out of you, it's an Xbox. Like that's all they care about.
And it's worth talking about that particular point, right? Because, I said the same thing. Like, Xbox have a tendency to look at the data, look at the analytics, and we've commented that we often feel Microsoft is too data driven, and that can lead to incorrect assumptions. But look at the assumption they made with where the Xbox One was going to go. We're going to put a speaker on it that you can communicate with in your home. Everyone freaked out. Now everyone I know has a Google Home or an Alexa in their house. Like everybody I know has one. No, it's no freaking out anymore.
Every one of these
They were
phones
ahead of
is
the curve.
always listening to you, no matter what you think.
Right? So, like,
I understand the
often-
argument though about wanting all our games. It's fair
Yes.
enough. Like it's a
That's their
completely-
problem to solve.
Yeah, that would be the best
a
version
completely
of
logical
this as
argument.
an Xbox. Hey, cool! I get to hide a super chat.
No, don't do that.
What do you mean? Don't do that.
Don't do that. It's a super chat.
I don't care.
It's a super chat.
It's
It's
$10
fine.
Australian. That's like no money. We're not going to read it, Nick.
Why?
Why would we?
It's just funny. It's funny.
No, it's not.
We have a general no politics kind of stance on this show.
He's just being a smart ass. He's just being a
Same.
smart ass.
I didn't kill. It was a couple minutes.
He's just being a smart ass.
Oh dear.
Okay,
Anyways.
I'll read the next one. Cody Bishop, any thoughts on potential tariffs on tech products?
Well, so Monte Carlo probably has some thoughts on that, right?
There was he
knows?
had a super chat. He had a super chat. I can't. Why isn't it letting me see it?
Because it's gone.
Yeah, but like as a mod, I should be able to still see it.
Super chats are weird.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's basically a super chat of being because they're technically the two super chats are related because the super chat was a smart ass super chat about yay.
What happened?
It's okay to say like fear. What's the phrase?
It's okay
Fear
to
of
say
the
his
name.
name. It's all
Fear
right
of
to
the
say his
name
name.
increases
It's not
fear of the
Candyman that's gonna.
itself.
It's not fucking Candyman. If you say his name three
Voldemort.
times, he's gonna kill you. It's okay. Oh fucking
The state
hell!
I
It's
live in,
so
you never know.
funny.
Oh man.
Mate, your state loves him. What are you talking
I
about?
know exactly.
In your state, he'll come out and be like,
But then he does this and just smashes your head off.
but
look,
yes, the tariffs.
folks, have a
Well,
laugh,
The tariffs.
all right?
The tariffs might drive up the console prices, eh?
Not might. I mean, they do by default. I think the only way, generally, the only way you get around it is if you heavily subsidize for the military. But everyone already does that. So the one that's going to hurt the most is going to be the Switch too. Like it's going to legitimately hurt them if that thing's like $500-600 instead of $400.
Not the American console. Woo! America.
They already heavily
produced in
subsidize.
I know it's made overseas.
So,
We'll
as
see.
a transactional politician, if those companies can maybe work something out, but as far as I know, without getting super political, the whole plan, the way that they want to do it, is they cut taxes on corporations and wealthy people and add tariffs to get that money back into the economy, which means everyone else has to pay for it. So it would just
Great.
mean more expensive consoles, and it would really hurt all of the main platform holders because they'd make a lot less money. So,
Yeah. Be interesting to see what
but
happens.
can they work a deal out? Also, I forgot I cannot unmute. So apologies, Sir Monte Carlo. You got like 5 minutes.
He'll be
YouTube's
fine.
moderation is so bad.
Yeah.
He'll be okay.
Yeah, it's so bad.
It's entertaining times. Right. So
Maybe he'll work out something for the American company, where he'll be like, don't worry about the tariffs on the Xbox. We'll just drive up the price on
that's
those fucking Japanese PlayStation and Switch. Fuck those guys.
As a transactionally focused businessman, take that however you want, whether they're legal or illegal. Probably something like that.
He's dodgy as. He'll find a way for the. Don't worry, Xbox. Trump's gonna save Xbox.
A
Fuck
super
yeah.
chat from
Woo.
executive producer. We must get to it immediately.
indeed.
Jordan Landau. Jesse is now the best. He follows me on Blue Sky, whereas Nick even liked my reply the other day and still didn't follow me back. Didn't I? Do I get my money back for a flight now? Didn't I? I had another friend of mine saying, "How do I get Nick to follow me on Blue Sky?" that I assumed I already did.
Well, so you were all in on Threads because everyone Xbox was following you, but Threads is really bad to use.
Yeah.
So
My mate Ryan's like, "How do I get you to follow me here?" I'm like, "Didn't I already follow? Do I not already follow you?"
that was a shitty thing about jumping around quite a bit. Was like started building up everything on Threads because everyone Xbox went there and it was popping off. But then everyone's like, I really don't like using Threads. It is such a bad UI and just a bad overall experience compared to Blue Sky.
Oh, look at
where
that.
people are
Croat
like, hey,
56. See?
he just joined.
Croat 56 follows me.
Yeah, he just joined.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And I normally follow him like on Twitter because I try to follow all the same people.
And I mean, he's a grand benefactor. You have to follow him. But for any MVPs, grand benefactors, executive producers, and of course our CEO is already there. There is an XboxEra starter pack on Blue Sky. Just ping me who you are, and I'll add you into it. You get that as a Patreon perk. It's our staff, friends, foes, and most supportive patrons pack.
Yeah.
Aaron Greenberg follows me on Blue Sky.
Mm-hmm. Nice guy.
Couldn't believe
You know
it.
who else follows you?
Stein.
Stein, yeah.
Stein follows me on Blue Sky. I was like, oh, wow.
it is-
I didn't
it
think
is
Stein
good
liked
to
me
see.
at all.
You just might want to keep an eye on you, mate, in case you're saying shit.
I did not think Stein liked me at all. Not even a little bit.
He probably doesn't. He just wants
Not
to see
even
what
a-
you're saying so he can get angrier.
Yeah.
Not a tiny
Build
little
up
bit.
that rage.
And one day you just got the
but-
Lorax standing over you.
To wrap up the no red lines discussion, what's your feeling, guys? Like, in fact, let's chuck a poll out to the chat. Let's ask. the
Surely
community.
everyone knows my feelings by now.
Give me a
Well,
second.
no,
YouTube
the
crash.
specific question for the poll and for you, while we're talking about it, is: do they mean whole slate, everything? I.e., is Microsoft's genuine plan, if you want to be on the Xbox platform, to have zero exclusivity on console hardware, whatever that future might be at all, or is it just some will go across? What's your take? What do you
So
feel in
zero
your gut?
exclusivity or case by case?
Yeah, because no red lines to me is just another version of case by case. It's just a little bit clearer, right?
I think zero exclusivity eventually.
You reckon? Eventually,
Yep.
like what? Next 2
Yeah.
years, 5 years, 10 years?
Oh, probably not that soon. Probably not that soon, but probably within the next 5. Like, remember, again, I had been told ages ago that they were even talking about putting Halo Infinite's multiplayer on PS5.
Oh, I wish I had.
They were having discussions like that like 4 years ago. So if they were even thinking about putting Halo on there back then, now that they're in full-blown multi-mode,
But okay, like I'm just talking this through. Is that hey, here's Halo MCC people that have never played a Halo game before out on PlayStation and Switch. Have fun. If you want to play the next new Halo from Halo Studios, it's exclusive to the new era of Xbox, whatever that's going to be. Like that to me makes business sense. You're broadening the popularity of the IP, but you're giving and incentivizing a reason for people to come to your platform and subscribe. But equally the other argument can be, is there exclusive in this instance Game Pass? Because you can't subscribe to Game Pass on PlayStation, you can't subscribe to Game Pass on Switch. So is that their way of whole slate, but having some form of you don't have to spend 70 quid a go? Like, is that enough?
is the combination I don't think the combination of timed exclusivity, because I don't know if they'll do day and date on the whole slate. I doubt it. Maybe whole slate is multiplayer games a day and date, like a future Sea of Thieves style game is day of date, but the next Halo is 6 months exclusive or a year exclusive, as well as launching into Game Pass. But I just don't know. In a world that looks like that, I don't know if Game Pass and timed exclusivity is enough to make people want to make the switch when so much has already been invested in their current ecosystems.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
that's
if
the,
you go
that's
back-
the other element of their bet, isn't it? Is they're thinking, this is where I can understand some community frustration, right? In that, I wrote about this this is where I think Microsoft messed up big time. Is and I'm going to use the word exploited. It's probably a little strong, but I'm going to use it anyway. They exploited that relationship with the fan base, right, across social media to such a degree that all the acquisitions, all of the we're going to build this first-party platform, that group of people, the evangelical Xbox fan, felt that everything that they were doing, every step that they were taking to become this massive publisher was for them, to give them the win, to bring them the games. And they are getting the games. But the business, the attitude, and the current economic climate, and the cost for developing AAA games has changed. It is unwieldy. It is detrimental to making them. So they've made a business decision, and now all of those people feel really, really betrayed.
Well, it's fine.
And that is a big problem.
There's a chat right now from Ice Cold, if you want to read it, John, that I think summarizes a lot of it.
Satya needs his 70 millions, huh?
No.
Is it
above
that one?
No. Higher.
Oh,
first one.
How the fuck is Xbox thinking? Who wants to buy the Xbox if the games go to PlayStation? Shake my head. I will buy the new Xbox day one. I've got 500 games.
That's what they're thinking. You'll stick around because you're in their ecosystem already, and that people won't leave because they're not in their ecosystem. And that
is that exploiting? Yeah, a little bit.
If
well,
you're
it's
not
the same
losing,
argument.
Are you losing?
It's the same argument that we're making now for why people won't switch from PlayStation. They've got too much invested. So that should, in a level playing field, that argument should go both ways.
Schrodinger's gamer. Do they exist or not?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I don't think it is exploiting. You could look at it as internally just assuming too much, but that's on them. That's not on us. The real question is, I still will get everything I was going to get. Like Call of Duty, all of it, still in Game Pass. Like everything that's still coming, is it still there? The main worry then becomes, and I think the most legitimate worry, which we always say every time and people pretend like we don't, is what is the future of their hardware? Like, is that still a thing the way we want it to be? Because we prefer using their platform and their ecosystem over using the other ones. It's still the only one. You get the games in a sub. The sub, if they ever brought anywhere else, would only be first party. It wouldn't be all this third party stuff. Like that wouldn't be a thing they'd get to do. Like the actual cloud saves being free. If they have PC on the next Xbox, they kind of got to get rid of the paywall in multiplayer, because otherwise people will just buy the PC version every time. Like their actual ecosystem and all the benefits of it, mixed with having good hardware. Like I was responding to Jordan Midler this week on Blue Sky, and he's like, "Why? This is like waving the white flag." I'm like, "Well, no, this is just the messaging they've been doing." I don't see how it's waving the white flag on existing. It's much more they want to keep what they have now and grow in other places, and it's up to them to see if they can do that or not.
Yeah.
My thing is like, and this is why I love being fairly consistent in everything I say. Execs will say what they need to say when they need to say it. So to all the people that I'm seeing on Twitter and the articles being written saying, see, Phil said they're going to keep making consoles. Of course he's going to say that right now. Of course he is. What did you expect Phil to say? Look, guys, I reckon the next console may be the last one, so just giving you the heads up.
His products,
just giving you the heads up. No, this is Satya we're talking about. If it starts to not make sense for them to continue making hardware, then they will not.
But here's the thing.
Not because Phil doesn't want to, but because Satya doesn't want to.
Game Pass in its current form, as Jesse just said, can't exist without hardware as its core Game Pass subscriber.
Correct.
It
100% correct.
Exist. So that's why, at least right now, hardware has to continue. And look,
okay, so what happens? What happens when eventually the console sales crater?
If
that's on them. Yeah, it's all a what if scenario, right? I don't know.
You have to understand. A lot of us are very fortunate that we can afford multiple consoles. But even me, as someone who can afford multiple consoles, I'm starting to get over it. How many times have you heard me over the years talking about, I wish I could just own one console that played it all? I'd love a one console future.
You got a Mac.
I've said it for years. I've said it for years and years. I'd love a one console future. And right now, going forward, the PlayStation and Switch are looking more like they could be that console that play everything, more than an Xbox ever could. So over time, it will hit a point where it makes less and less sense for a person to invest another $600 US, $700 US, $800 US, whatever the future consoles cost.
Isn't that working the other way around though? If PlayStation, which they are bringing their games to PC.
Yeah. Well, we
What's
said
the point
before,
in
the
owning
future will be...
PlayStation. You just buy a PC, right? And the Switch is the one thing that will remain exclusive because that's how Nintendo operate. So you PC and Switch all the way, right? Why is no one having that
PlayStation might get there too. PlayStation might get there too.
But why is no one having that crazy overreaction yet?
Well, because Sony's not jumping in with both feet, or at least they're not showing us they are. And as we just said before, Sony does things a lot slower. So this death future for Sony might be 30 years down the road, not 10.
Yeah. I still feel like
that's why.
If you buy, and like the chat are making some good points here as well. If you buy, like my advice to people, like what console should I get? It was like, what games do you want to play? But if you buy 3 first-party games a year, and from Xbox specifically, if you buy at least 3, get an Xbox and sub to Game Pass because you'll get everything and the 3 that you were going to buy day one.
We know that. We've talked about that before, but for a lot of people, that's not enough. For a lot of people, that's not enough. The funny thing is, the wedding I was at yesterday, my God, 34-degree heat in a suit all day.
Lovely.
They were all laughing at me. My cousins were laughing at me because I was selling my cousin Game Pass. Like, because they were all saying, "Oh, have you been playing Black Ops 6? Have you been playing Black Ops 6?" He's like, "Oh, I've been thinking about buying it." He's got a PlayStation 5. He's like, "I've been thinking about buying Black Ops 6." I go, "Mate, Game Pass. Get an Xbox, bud. You just sub to Game Pass." He's like, "Oh, I was sort of thinking about that." He's like, "How much is it a month?" I go, "It's $20. $20 a month, and you just get COD each year as part of it." And not only that, you'll get all these other games. You get like 400 games. He's like, "Oh, yeah, PlayStation Plus has something like that, but it's like 3 games a month." I go, "Yeah, that's right. The games come in and then they go back out and you've got to get them before they're gone." Game Pass, I said to him, is more like Netflix. They're just there. All those games are just there all the time and you download them and
People
play
are
them.
going to yell at us because PlayStation has their vault. Though their vault was...
Yes, but he's on Essential.
Yeah.
My cousin's on Essential. He's not on the higher tier. He's just on Essential. So
was 700 games when they relaunched, and it's already down to a little over 400. It's crazy how many things I've left in a year.
Yeah, he's just on Essential, so for him that doesn't count.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and I was just being a smart ass, and the new Indiana Jones that's coming out. He's like, yeah, straight into Game Pass. He's like, oh, maybe I'll think about it. I go, fuck yeah, you'll think about it.
It's funny, right? My partner's son's dad bought his son a new Xbox Series X and took his Series S because he wanted to play Indiana Jones, and he's a PlayStation gamer. And I was like, and he asked me a question. He was like, "Hey, can you," like, he pinged Kat. He's like, "Can you ask John if I pick up an American copy of FC25 physical disc, will it work in my Series X?" And I was like, yes, but don't do that.
Yes, it will.
And he was like, "Why not?" I was like, "Because if you make Roman's Xbox your home Xbox, and then you just buy it digitally, he will get everything, including the Game Pass sub, and you will get everything. So you get 2 copies for one. Do that." And he's like, "What?" It's like mind blown. Like people outside of this bubble do not know what they can and can't do to a degree that we do.
Yeah, but
there's so much
Microsoft's not going to advertise console sharing.
Course not.
Just like Sony wouldn't advertise console sharing.
Yeah, Sony do a similar
it's
thing.
Not meant
right,
to be console
exactly the
sharing.
same thing.
It's meant to be online and offline modes to give you access in your home only.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's fun.
But yeah, I was just shilling my ass off telling him to get an Xbox. Just don't worry about buying COD for $120 each year. $20 a month, man. You have 400 games. And COD included. Don't stress. It's like, oh, maybe. He probably won't. But I did my best to sell him.
We got a bunch of super chats.
We do a
here.
bunch of super chats. God, where do we start? Jordan Endell. Actually, Jordan Endell's doesn't quite fit right this second.
Yeah, like we'll talk about.
Oh,
Indy
we'll
in a
read it
bit.
out anyway. Prediction time. Indie Metacritic, Open Critic. No red lines. Just another way of saying case by case, in my opinion. It just means nothing is fully ruled out.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes. I still think it'll all make its way across, though.
Indie Metacritic.
Indie
Open
Metacritic.
Critic.
Well, it's on PS5 now, so it's got a better opportunity.
Yeah, but all of those media folks can't play the PS5 version until like spring.
The Metacritic will go up next year in
It
April.
helps being on PC.
Um,
That's where it will
doesn't-
mostly. We'll look at it in mid-December. It will have way more PC. reviews.
86.
83.
Being first person, it's not gonna be able to get that high.
Yeah, I reckon. I mean, Halo is an 87.
It's an exception because it was such a great game, especially at launch.
Halo Infinite, Craig and everything holding it back. Got an 87.
It was also a
reckon
disaster
Indy
that
can get
nearly
86.
destroyed the console, according to people now.
That's right. And that got 87. So I think Indy can get 86 easy.
Depends on the
Easy.
quality of the game. I trust reviewers.
I
I
don't.
don't.
I do not trust this.
I don't trust
system.
Jesse.
That's right.
I
I'm
don't
reviewing.
trust
I'm
Jesse to
reviewing Indy,
review
mate.
stuff.
You say trust.
Oh, are you?
mean agree.
Oh, I don't trust you. You gave Hellblade 2 a 10. I don't trust you either.
Pinnacle of the genre, mate. Pinnacle of its genre.
Whatever.
Anyways,
Yes,
next
I
up.
think nothing is fully ruled out as well, Jordan. Eventually, it'll all go across in some fashion. Risk it for the biscuit. Sony smartly makes a bag on the back end of Death Stranding. Think about it. PS allowed its exclusive to come to Xbox. To me, it's de facto publishing. Yeah, but 505...
Published it.
Yeah, but
Yeah, Sony had nothing to do with
PS
it.
allowed its exclusive. No, it's not that PS allowed its exclusive. Kojima bought the IP back, and I assume publishing rights.
yeah.
Now, you could say Sony was 4D chessing, maybe, but no, I don't know. I don't know if there's a 4D chess element to this one.
Yeah,
I reckon
it more felt like they had a thing in their contract that was up after 5 years, and rights reverted back to him, or he bought it out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this was PlayStation allowing an exclusive to come to Xbox. They just allowed Kojima to have his IPs.
Yeah, whatever the
My initial thought,
led to that in the end.
my initial thought was just this was Sony doing a long-time friend and partner a favor.
Maybe.
I feel like it was just the 5 years are up. He put it back, and he's like, I'm going to release the game wherever the hell I want, and that's it.
Yeah, I reckon this is more basic
combo
than
of-
it seems.
Yeah, I don't feel like there's any like 4D chess maneuver going on here.
YouTube crashed
I still
again.
expect Death Stranding 2 to be timed exclusive to PlayStation. It will come to Xbox eventually. Why wouldn't it?
Oh, I just want that. I want that stealth espionage
Fizzint.
Fizzint. I want that one.
I just want to yell at YouTube again because twice we've gotten to 298 people watching, and twice it has crashed, and 50 immediately were gone.
YouTube really sucks.
It's.
right
I
now.
watched somebody who had 35,000 people watching live, and it kept crashing so much that they went down to like 3,000. It's just been really bad.
They didn't risk it. You're saying to me in the chat they literally did. They don't own the
Yeah,
IP
they don't.
anymore.
They don't have anything
So
from
how
the
is
IP
that
anymore.
allowing it to go on? I know in a roundabout, indirect way they allowed it on Xbox, but they didn't directly allow it. They sold the IP back.
Yeah, to a long-time partner who said, "Hey, I'd like to buy the IP rights back to my game, please." And rather than
Yes.
piss off this renowned creator, they said, "Okay." And that's the end of the
And
story.
those are guesses
In
because
an
it also
indirect-
could have just been something that was in the original contract for 5 years, and he can either buy it
don't
out
know.
or they can
So-
renew. We have no idea.
Yeah. So yes, in an indirect way, you could say they allowed it, but not directly, they didn't. They
Yeah.
sold the IP back. Assassin. Why do I keep getting Discord pings? Assassin. Timed exclusives will not do anything. My friend Red Wolf is not getting a PlayStation, even though he really wants to play Final Fantasy 16 and Silent Hill 2. Bringing Halo in any capacity to PlayStation will not bring people into the ecosystem.
Halo is the ecosystem.
That's the different point. By being a player of their games, by buying their games, they've made money off of the biggest, and that's, we just need to talk the economics of it here, off of the biggest console marketplace that there is. And if they sell well, like Sea of Thieves has done, right, like Grounded has done, they'll make money, and that funds more stuff on their side of the camp. Now the question is, what do they do and how much? But that's case by case. Will they do everything? Will they do some things? To me, it makes sense that everything legacy IP, everything that is Bethesda or Activision owned, yeah, that's going to go everywhere. I feel like from a first party perspective, they should retain some exclusivity of their Xbox game studios. And maybe they can port older ports like Master Chief Collection and stuff like that. Why not collect that money? Like, it doesn't bother me, but I understand the trepidation from everybody else because it's a big sea change.
Yeah, but isn't Assassin saying that bringing Halo to PlayStation won't bring? Is he saying won't bring people into the Xbox ecosystem?
Yeah,
But the point from
console
Microsoft's perspective
ecosystem,
is,
yeah.
if you play our game, you are playing on our ecosystem. That's their. That's
Yeah,
what
The
their
moment they
process,
shifted
I
to MAUs as the main thing, which PlayStation has also done, like MAUs are everything, which is why you have to log into every single
But
game
can I
that
ask
they have
why?
on
I
Steam.
never understood why.
Because the more
the
people you
argument was
have
that the
playing, the more
sales were
people you
rubbish.
have spending. That they all care about MAUs because
theory.
it's about the more people you can get into your things, the more people play your things. So that's why MAUs and time played, like the main metric for every Game Pass game, the main thing they track, how much are people going to play it? That's what they care
Yeah,
about.
like I get that. I know that MAU isn't worthless per se, but MAU's importance is almost purely theoretical. Just because you have high MAU,
Well,
could
it's
be a
not
lot
just
of
the
people not
number.
spending any money.
It's number of people, how much they're playing, and how much they're spending per user. Those are the things. Those are the three metrics. It is directly tied to how much each user is spending. And they've said their spending per user has never been higher. So that's why they're happy. Like their
Like,
their
No,
metric
but I'm
for
just saying
success.
MAU in and of itself. MAU in and of
It's
itself.
never been just that. It's been how many people are
theoretical.
playing and how much are they spending. Those are what they care about. So how many people
Yes,
are
I
there?
know
How
that.
many
I'm
hours?
just-
What are they spending? That is their actual thing they focus on.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying that MAU by itself is theoretical. Just because, so yes, you potentially have this many millions of people who could spend some money. A lot of people play Fortnite with the default skins, man. They're not all me. Just saying.
It's like there was a person on our forums that was tracking like all of the statements of player numbers, and I did consider kind of squeezing in a bit about the talk about exclusives matter, right? And I think there's still some debate as to how much they matter. Like in this bubble, in the which game won the Keeleys this year bubble, exclusives matter, but they're not the most played games on any platform. Like that's
No.
true, right?
Being the best
But I
place
look
to
at-
play the biggest live service games matters more than exclusives, mostly. And,
Right,
And
so,
Sony hit that out of
like-
the park with Fortnite marketing
I've never
and COD.
understood
FIFA.
fully the championing of exclusive games in terms of sales numbers, because I'm like, doesn't it just show how little of your audience actually buy them? Like, what's like? I think Spider-Man 2 did what? Like, it's hit 11 million this year or something. Help
I
me
don't
out.
know. I have no idea.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but like, of a percentage of your user base, that's not the best. Like, why isn't every 65 million console owners buying Spider-Man 2? Right? So, how attractive is it really. And I think, like, I wonder if a lot of that plays into Microsoft's
Well,
mindset.
that was Call of Duty was 55% of anyone who played on any Xbox device played Call of Duty in its launch week, and it was like 30-something% on PlayStation. Like it's an
we
insane
heard
percentage.
Xbox is the main platform for Call of Duty. More players play Black Ops 6 on Xbox on their ecosystem than on any other platform. Who saw that coming?
That's because they had 30 to 35 million Game Pass subscribers that could just download it and play it.
Who saw that coming, huh?
Well, a lot of people probably could have seen it coming.
I don't know, man. Up until that was said, the conversation was about how much money and how like it was like 60% of the sales in the UK were for PlayStation and
That's right. The
yada,
sales,
yada, yada.
the
Yeah,
sales
because
on
that's all
Xbox
people
wouldn't be
focus
great.
on, right?
The sales wouldn't be great on Xbox because how many people would be buying it on Xbox when they could just download it with Game Pass?
And plus,
Yeah.
if you're going by SKUs, what are the upgrades, like the Vault Edition upgrades? How many people bought that, and where did they buy it, and all that type of stuff, which doesn't always go into retail and direct main SKU digital.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, I'm looking at some of the numbers, and I don't think this thread has been updated since 2023, right? But Forza Horizon 5 did 34 million players. 34 million players across PC and Xbox. That's a crazy number, right? Comparatively to some of the numbers we've seen.
But again, if they care about money and they care about revenue and all these things, that 34 million doesn't mean much. That 34 million is the same 34 million that are already subbed to Game Pass. So did they make... Like, I want to know, did they make any money out of those 34 million?
They said it was
But
the
that's a great
biggest
question.
edition they've ever had in one day. It broke Starfield's previous record. They don't get more specific than that. People,
What edition?
people joining Game Pass on the day of COD's launch, or the week of COD's launch.
And that's what I was about to say next. I want to know how many brand new Game Pass subscribers did they get because of Blob 6? That's what I'd like to know.
How many will stick around? You know, like how many are going to sub for a month, play the campaign, and book out? These are all questions that this is the thing about podcasts and general discussions like this is we don't really have any info on these things.
And also what
this is all supposition and conjecture.
what they care about, because you look at PlayStation's numbers, you look at Xbox's numbers, and you look at Nintendo's numbers, you're like, wow, PlayStation made the most by far. But then you look at how much everyone keeps, and they keep the least. So for them, their whole focus has been to ship to try to have better profit margins, because they had really good ones at the end of the PS4 era, and they've slowly cratered to like 5-6%. I think like 7 or 8 recently. Like, but Nintendo's at like 40% profit margin sometimes. It's crazy. So Nintendo keeps the most. And then no one talks about Tencent, who's the biggest one anyways. But
I think it's worth mentioning, like the math behind Game Pass even existing was based around the argument about exclusives versus your stalwart live service games like Fortnite and COD and blah, 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 right? Because if the average user only really buys 2 or 3 games a year, they're only ever going to max spend like, what, $150 or whatever, $180. Whereas if we can get them to subscribe to Game Pass and just they'll keep seeing, oh, this game's, I might as well keep and they just forget about the subscription, like so many of us do with things like Netflix and Disney Plus, is that money may as well have been every user buying those 3 games a year and then some. So, like, I get why they've done it, because the reality about exclusives is they're not being sold to like even 25% of the actual user base of the platform most of the time. Like that's a good result, 25%. And I don't think many games reach it apart from on Nintendo systems.
yeah,
So,
Nintendo's the unicorn that everyone really wishes they could
they
be.
wish they could sell games like Nintendo.
Astro's Playroom has 100% attach rate.
Yes, because they sold it as a demo, right?
It just came with it,
free
yeah.
Wii Sports and Astro's Playroom.
But
greatest
not Wii
selling
Sports
ever.
Deluxe, sadly.
No.
No,
But, like,
just the
Astrobot's a
original
great
Wii
one.
Sports.
1.5 million, I think was the last number for Astrobot.
It wasn't. I doubt it was that expensive
What's that
to make.
percentage of 65 million consoles sold?
My thing with Astro is the key to Astro will be how much it costs to make.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm guessing
That's
they are
the
happy with it.
side of the
Yeah.
equation.
I would imagine
To
they
me,
are
the
perfectly okay
1.5
with what it did.
To me, the 1.5 in isolation, just that number, forgetting anything else, just that number to me feels low. as someone who was very excited for Astro, I saw how much they marketed the shit out of that game. Anyone that says they didn't market it is a liar. They marketed the shit out of that game. It got all the hardcore gamer marketing hype all over socials and all over forums and all that. It got all the push it could have possibly got,
all the ads.
including a free demo included with all 65 million PlayStation 5s. That game could not have got more marketing than it could have possibly... It couldn't have got any more than it got. To me, 1.5 feels low. And it's cheaper than a full-priced PlayStation first-party game.
Yep.
It's actually cheaper. So that game could not have received a better opportunity to just sell like crazy. And it did 1.5 in a month and a half, a month and 3/4. To me, that feels low, just as a pure sales number. Again, may have made a shit ton of money, in which case, great. We might get another one, that means. But just that 1.5 number feels low to me, given the push that game got. Yeah. Massive push.
I'm curious if they come out with Lego Horizon anytime, because it peaked at like 6,400 on Steam. It might have gone higher today. I don't know. But that one, I didn't see that much advertising on that one. But I don't watch that many things would have.
I don't know. I don't even know. What topic are we even on anymore?
Don't worry, I'm going to
Superchats.
direct you back. Fuzzy Tomato, not a super chat, but a salient point, so I'm going to read it out. COD is one of the top selling games every month, right? So it's not just the first month, it consistently sells throughout the year. It will get new people into Game Pass all year, even if they don't keep everyone. That's a really good point.
The hardest thing is
will
getting
it get them in
someone
there
to
if they don't
sign up.
advertise it?
Well, yes, I feel like contractually they're not allowed to for some reason, be it
Like I said,
leftovers.
My cousin is in his late 20s. He didn't know COD was in Game Pass.
Yep.
Until I joked around with him and shilled it. He didn't know.
But didn't they recently do an advert for PC Game Pass?
Microsoft does
they
tons of adverts
explicitly showed
in the
COD?
US and the UK. They don't do nearly as much internationally as others.
Yeah.
But in the US, it's everywhere. Like they push everything super hard on their side. But this year,
they specifically called out Australia. I think they said there's an ad in Melbourne, didn't they? For this is an Xbox thing. We've said we've got ads running on their press release on Xbox Wire. But look, this is the beginning of that new era. So like I want to put a pin in the red lines discussion. I think we've talked through that. The other big thing we talked about COD being the Xbox being the lead platform for COD, which is a pretty cool thing to hear. The other big thing that everyone
What about the Superchats?
Focused on. Yeah, we could do the super chats, and then I'll move across to the next topic. Sure.
Yeah, shouldn't we get to
Jump
the
into
Superchats? Hold
those.
on. I'm waiting for YouTube to reload on me.
Yeah, no.
Because
It sucks.
it just shit itself.
Yeah,
So
that is the crashing it does.
I'm waiting.
Non-stop. But there was one from Creaky Legs, which got blown up on my thing because it crashed. But Creaky Legs said...
Creaky Legs.
You got it.
Happy Transgender Awareness Week. Follow your favorites and show support. Also working on a horror short of Nick's hatred of his cat. Stay tuned.
I look forward to that.
Yeah. I locked her out last night.
Me.
I couldn't be fucked having her wake me up in the middle of the night, so I locked her out. Because a lot of the time she just comes into our bed.
I feel guilty. Like that she heard me talking about it. Come here. What are you doing? Anyway, yeah. What was the other super chat?
One more
I forget
super
what you
from
looked at.
Jason. From Jason. I bought a PS5 Pro. He actually did. And the best feature so far is pisser upscaling when perusing web browser content. If only that were true, huh?
Yeah,
I
'cause
still can't believe they don't have a web browser.
they do. You're just not allowed to access it. But people do.
Yes, it's
And-
like a back end one.
Yeah, there are a lot of bootloader and hacks and stuff for PS5. People cracked that one open a while ago on various
Imagine
firmwares.
pisser upscaling on web browsing. Oh boy.
NVIDIA has
get
that.
PSVR 2 plugged in.
NVIDIA has AI upscaling to up-res videos as you watch them in a web browser.
Ooh, did they?
Yep.
Man.
You can't do it on
Imagine
a Mac.
web browsing.
But yeah.
Imagine web
Boots.
browsing on a PSVR 2.
Leave me alone, fucko.
Oh boy. That'd
This
be
is
good.
Boots.
You had the Quest. That was the thing you want for web browsing.
I did web browse on my Quest. It's awesome. I showed my wife. Told you the story.
There are mixed reality games that because you can record while you're playing a mixed reality game.
right there.
Yeah.
It's funny. I sent Jesse I was browsing the VR store on Steam, and I sent Jesse a screenshot of one.
yeah.
I was like, "Oh my god!"
If you have adult content turned on Steam, there's like
VR bukkake.
I think
I was like, "What?"
80%.
Really?
It's like there's some
Virtual
ungodly amount of
bukkake.
Steam that is prawn. That is just straight up. Most of Steam is that. They just don't show it to you by default.
Far out.
Yeah.
No, don't knock that cable. That cable's dodgy. Don't. No. Nope. But yeah, so okay, that's all the super chats. So yeah, the other topic I wanted to touch on was obviously hardware. We briefly touched on it during that discussion, but Phil has come out and said it. Yes, we want to do a handheld. We're prototyping. I'm paraphrasing, but we're prototyping.
Imagine if they prototyped
it's
the
a couple
bottom
of
of the
years
handheld to have a little memory card slot for the SSDs.
The expansion
Yeah.
card.
Yeah.
I reckon
they
they
just-
would.
Also, Western
recommendation.
Digital, I think they were the second ones. They now have the 2 terabyte. That's a lot cheaper
2
than
terabyte.
Seagate's. It's like $50 less.
Yeah. Now, the full quote from Phil with Bloomberg was longer term. I love us building devices. I think our team could do some really innovative work, but we want to be informed by learning and what's happening now. So, prototype building, looking at what the market's doing, what's the right vision for the future.
I reckon
hardware.
they're further along than prototyping. We've been hearing the prototyping rumor for a while now. They're
Like over a
further
year.
along than prototyping.
over a year.
I think a major issue is going to be how unbelievably expensive AMD's next chipset is, because that chipset's similar performance but way more efficient, but also like $100 more expensive. So if your $600 handheld is now $700 or $700 is now $800, trying to get that down and not heavily subsidize it and fight tariffs if they're in America, it's a lot to overcome pricing wise, and that's what killed the streaming box.
Yeah. Now it's worth asking this question as well. So I just want to check in on the poll we ran about what red lines means. I should have done that before we moved on to this topic. I apologize for my lack of organization. It's faded.
I just
disappeared while
ended
I was
it.
looking at
It's
the
now in
result.
the main thing.
Oh, okay. Don't step on the keyboard. No.
55% case by case.
55. So it's a pretty split thing. Lots of people thinking whole slate. Lots of people agreeing that it's case by case. Interesting. So for the next poll, I wonder,
A web browsing poll.
hardware,
Oh.
are people hoping for two types of console, a handheld and a super powerful box? Would they be happy with just a handheld or a
I just want a
hybrid?
handheld.
Because, and I'm going to throw this out there while we're having this discussion, if they went just the hybrid route, right? And I don't know what form that would take. Would the dock have like a dockable GPU that would suddenly bump everything up?
I don't know about that.
Right,
part, but I'd want
because-
a USB-C dock. Yeah.
So here's the thing: if they went full hybrid, the whole HD twins war between PlayStation and Xbox is over forever. They are completely and I'm talking about the broader effects of that, because right now when you're developing for Xbox and you're developing for PlayStation 5, you're kind of developing in the same environments, right? You've similar power across the board, apart from the Series S, which is obviously to blame for pretty much everything over the last 5 years. But if they go that hybrid route only, so no big box, just this hybrid console, and it's so lower powered comparatively to the next big box from PlayStation, that is going to have a detrimental effect on the whole industry about what kinds of games actually get developed. Do you see what I mean? You with me on this?
PC
Will
still
they
exists.
become a
Why will...
will they become a like, because right now a developer can say, okay, I'm going to develop this AAA game and it can release on system A, B, and C, no worries. But if the hybrid is so completely different that it's going to have to be so cut back, like comparisons are going to be forever worse, right? Are people going to be happy with that sudden complete shift up in how the industry has worked since the Xbox 360, really, the HD twin era? Do you see what I mean? Are you with me, or have I lost you completely?
No, because PCs still exist.
Yes, they do. But
It would just be a secondy
PC
switchy.
console development affects PC development, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, so PC and PlayStation will be having like these fantastically high end versions, but if they go
I
hybrid,
think if
I'm curious.
if a Microsoft makes their Switch, if Microsoft makes their version of the Switch and that's all they go with, they're like, fuck it, we can't be
Yep.
bothered with a normal home console anymore. Where the future is handhelds. Even Steam even made one, Asus made one,
yeah.
Lenovo made one. Bugger it, that's where we're going. And Nintendo just keeps on selling these things like they're bloody going out of business. I'd be interested to see the dynamic that then occurs with developers and how they now look at the PlayStation. Does it become a situation where devs go all in on the traditional console? Or does it become a situation where devs are like, let's stick with all the hype, let's stick to focusing on all the portables? Like, I'm just curious. I'm not saying one or the other is going to happen. I'm just curious to see how that dynamic shifts because, as we know, mobile is king. And when I say mobile, I don't mean mobile phone mobile. I mean portable gaming is king in Japan.
Yep.
So does Microsoft see... Maybe if Microsoft really does give a shit about Japan, they're like, you know what? Let's just go the hybrid and we'll do better there. Let's be Japan's option for a powerful handheld. I don't know.
Yeah, and here's a kicker to PlayStation, because PlayStation, as much as there's lots of secrets in the industry, the big boys all know what each other are kind of doing, right? What do PlayStation do? Do they ignore that handheld market? Do they come out swinging with the PS
I'd love all
Vita?
three
They're
of them
supposedly not.
to
They're
go hybrid.
the rumors on their next thing is they have 2 different socks they're working on, system on chips, like 2 actual different ones, and people are theorizing that means they try to do a handheld again.
So what does that mean? Like, it's all to play for. Like, it's complicated.
I don't know if Sony would want to do the Series S thing though.
Well,
Have a
apparently,
SKU that's holding everything back. That would be a bit
I'm
hypocritical, wouldn't it?
intrigued. Yeah, I'm intrigued at how it's all going to shake out. To be honest, and then we've still got the other option of if Microsoft choose to, I think Matt Piscatella was talking about this, box it up, sell the operating system to third parties. With all the security measures, etc. of it, but you can, these third parties can whack in whatever chipsets and specs that they want, and then you've opened the market up for them and for consumers to have any kind of fucking power Xbox you want, if Microsoft can solve the software side of things, right? So that anything running their Xbox operating system runs everything how
on anything.
Everybody here would expect. It runs my OG Xbox games, my 360 backwards compat games, my Xbox One games, and my Series games. But it can also, I can install this PC store and that PC store. Like, this is when we're talking about ecosystems, folks. When I wrote that opinion piece, this is the bigger picture I'm trying to get people to try and understand a little bit. Is there is so much more to play for than the limited market that the console segment actually brings. And I don't mean just in terms of sales. I mean in terms of innovation and the types of experiences we can play and enjoy.
The big thing for them of getting bigger, because Phil, of course, once again pointed out, it's not growing. So it's either you take others' customers, or that's it. You don't gain anything. And I do think the main thing for why would third parties keep supporting them is if they grow cloud big enough. And Phil again said, coming soon. Games you've bought, they're going to start testing it out. Like, if the cloud would be there on their hardware and be a version to make for that game to get people to keep doing your stuff, which is why I think more and more Japanese companies are going into the Play Anywhere space, where like Square Enix, Capcom on non-Sony deal games, and Sega and Atlas are like everything's Play Anywhere, whether it's in Game Pass or not, pretty much. Like Death Stranding is Play Anywhere. Like, the more Play Anywhere stuff they get, that means, and it can then be in the cloud once you own it, that would be as big an incentive to keep third-party support there as selling more consoles, because it's like, well, people can just on their TV buy my game and play it with a controller. Like if I can tap into that market, yeah, I'm going to do the port job. It'll pay for itself, no problem. Like that's the
We've
thought
touched
process.
on this topic before. We've sort of touched on this topic before, and I can't remember what the news piece was that led to it. But it could be maybe part of that prototyping talk that Phil is alluding to was something that we spoke about a while back. What if the future of their hardware is the stuff that goes in their cloud servers going forward? And then they have the cloud hardware, and then they have like a modified version of that hardware that can go into TVs, that can go into EVs, that can go into, I don't know, laptops,
so
that can
you're
go into
talking like
anywhere.
Definitely higher rung price ones, because it wouldn't be cheap. So
Yes. No, that's right. It wouldn't go in a low-end LG, but it would go in the
Yeah, you'd
future
be able to
OLEDs and the future
sell-
Samsung OLED.
That's one of the beauties of that approach, right? Is by involving those third parties, you'll make licensing deals from selling that operating system and allowing, hey, we've partnered with LG, we've partnered with Samsung on these high-end TVs. It's built in, motherfucker. Just play. You just
There's
Bluetooth
built-in
your pad
hardware.
and off we go.
You know,
Right.
BYD's newest Seal and Tesla's model whatever has the Xbox hardware built in now. You can just play your games stream assisted, cloud assisted, or something like that.
There's just so much that could happen. I find it intriguing. I remember, 4 years ago, or even 5 years ago, as we were ramping up to this generation of consoles, we were like, this is going to be the most interesting generation yet. And it really has been. Like, it's not been perfect, right? But from an industry like sea change perspective, we're seeing like it's kind of like a reckoning of sorts of, how old business models seem to be failing, and new ideas and ways of going forward to build this industry up are kind of being pushed to the forefront. Like from my perspective, when we were talking about earlier about VR and how Microsoft just haven't really, they've made some Microsoft VR headsets, but they've never leaned into it from an Xbox perspective and developed that themselves. But if I think about this bespoke box, especially from a third party perspective, and if you can load these other stores and it has USB support and you can just plug a device in or download an app, and like I've been doing with my Quest 3, just virtual desktop streaming, boom, on the way I go. There's so much more potential for creators to make unique experiences, it just opens everything up and blows it up in a way that I don't think we've ever seen
not
before.
there though. It's not there yet.
No,
there yet.
sorry, not streaming. I'm talking about me having my local hardware, like my whatever the next generation of Xbox is, running my VR game that I bought on my Steam marketplace or my Oculus marketplace or Meta, whatever it's called now, and using the virtual desktop app that you can buy to stream what my local hardware is doing to my Quest. That's how I've been playing VR, and it's perfect. Like, it's wireless VR with a full rig PC running it. It is literally perfect. I was blown away. I bought that virtual desktop app 4 or 5 years ago, or even longer, when the first Oculus Rift consumer version came out, and it ran like shit, and it didn't work, and you had to have a cable, and you had to be plugged in.
But that's why I'd rather they just go with a handheld.
Even if it meant
I'd rather just-
sacrificing fidelity and 4K and HDR and some of these things.
Mobile tech's getting better and better all the time.
Do you
man.
see the industry willingly doing that, though? They've spent all this time building that pipeline up.
Because here's the stupidity, and this is the...
You're
I've
talking
got
to a
I've got to
Nintendo
word
fan.
this so carefully. I've got to word this so carefully. Because I don't want to say the word harm, but this is the harm Digital Foundry has done. Right? And again, in general, I like what Digital Foundry does. But this is, and I can't think of a better phrase, so I apologize. The harm they've done is have people thinking they give a shit about something they don't actually give a shit about. Right? So, with Xbox One and PS4, apparently we all gave a shit about resolution. We actually didn't. We actually didn't. I didn't notice till I saw Digital Foundry's video. I didn't notice that Rise Son of Rome was 900p
Or
until I watched Digital Foundry's video.
multiplats
I didn't
like
know.
Destiny, I didn't notice it looked that different when I would be at my friend's house with my Xbox and he would be on his PlayStation and we'd see him. We could play together at that time, but
Like, we're in this current generation, we're still seeing games at sub 1080p. Yet all of a sudden, because Digital Foundry doesn't give a shit about resolution anymore, no one else gives a shit about. So that's the harm they're doing. People are only giving a shit about whatever Digital Foundry tells them to give a shit about. So all of a sudden, we care about performance. All of a sudden, we care. That's
I've
the part
always
I don't
cared
like.
about performance.
No, so have I. But what I'm saying is, previously everyone cared about resolution. Why didn't we care about
Well,
performance back then?
I would throw a caveat in that and say when you say everyone, I take you to mean that weird argumentative
Yes,
console
the
warrior,
the
type
hardcore
bubble
gamer
that
bubble.
exists.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Real people don't give a shit.
No, absolutely. Real people.
They
couldn't
play.
give
They
two
play.
fucks.
Kids these days just play Roblox, which looks and runs like shit anyway. But I'm talking about the hardcore gamer community now. Now that more wins are going to platform X, all of a sudden performance matters. Yeah, I always gave a shit about FPS. I personally always did, but I'm not just talking about me now. So resolution mattered last gen. Now, why doesn't resolution matter this gen? So if resolution doesn't matter, why is the handheld a problem? And the fact that it's going to sacrifice 4K? When upscaling is a thing and mobile chipsets are a thing. Like, they're improving all the time.
Grand benefactor Assassin Entertainment agrees with you with a super chat here.
Yes, hot take. Digital Foundry has made the industry worse. Sorry. And again, like, it's about choosing wording because the work they do is great.
So their
I
work,
like
their
looking at the
work
technical stuff.
is focused on fun, like technical stuff, and it gets weaponized by people who don't actually care about the
Yes.
fun technical stuff. They just want to have a list that they can say me better, and then fight
Yeah.
and get engagement.
And that's why I was struggling to choose my words. I wasn't trying to say that Digital Foundry are bad in and of themselves. But when I was talking about the harm they are doing, that's what I'm referring to. The stuff they do is they do very good work and it's all those sorts of things, but it is weaponized a lot. And that is what harms the industry. Because, like I said, in 2013, resolution was the be-all and end-all, yet we're now getting resolutions that were lower than last gen, and no one seems to suddenly care. So, handhelds being the future shouldn't be a problem for anyone because you don't actually care about resolution, do you? None of you actually give a shit about resolution. Because now you're all frothing over Pisser, which is technically old tech that's
I
just
dunno.
branded by PlayStation.
I've been reading the old online forums. There's a lot of complaints out there. You know,
Well, it's funny,
Oh,
like a
well.
lot of times
PS5.
with the comparisons, you'll see, all right, these are running the same resolution. This one's running 54 and this one's running 48, and I can't tell the difference. Like,
Yeah, but no, like there's I've seen like threads that I was just reading earlier this morning that were talking about numerous concerns. Let's phrase it that way about the PlayStation 5 Pro. Coil whine, fan noise. Like some versions have X fan, some versions have Y fan, and one version makes more noise than the other. Lots of people talk about shimmering caused by Pisser. And then
Yeah,
it's
like
actually really noticeable. It makes
Ratchet
the
and
games look
Clank
worse.
in the background, things look like they're moving because it's being
Yeah,
recreated
like-
incorrectly when they shouldn't be
And I think
moving.
Because it's AI. That's
Yeah.
right. It's AI.
Yeah, and people
It's
have
new.
been talking about, you know, comparative to its peers, DLSS and what's that indeed called?
It's-
FSR.
So, yeah, DLSS above, Pisser in the middle, FSR 3 below, but FSR 3 is not AI yet.
Yeah, so it's interesting, but all of that tech, all of that kind of AI tech, rendering tech to fill in the gaps and to provide better frame rate and better performance with lower powered devices is perfect for handhelds. It's good that this stuff's
That's right.
arriving now because
Yeah.
in a couple of years it will be really good, and we get to reap the benefits of whatever they
What
implement.
do you
in the
hear me
next-
say all the time? What do you hear me say all the time? As long as the Switch 2 or future Xbox handheld can run Rocket League and Fortnite at 1080 60, I'm golden, man.
1080
I'm golden.
Great, still.
I'm gold. And modern TVs upscale 1080 beautifully, especially Samsung's. Especially Samsung's TVs. They upscale 1080 to an incredible level. The Switch, which half the time can't even do 1080, Switch looks great on my 2020 Samsung Q70. Looks awesome. No one cares about resolution anymore, even if they tell you they do. And please, before the 3 people in the chat that do care say, I still care. I'm not talking about literally everyone, please. I'm speaking figuratively. Most people, and thanks to Digital Foundry, don't care.
And I'm seeing a discussion. I'm not going to use the word argument. I'm going to use the word discussion in the chat right now, talking about, Digital Foundry has been the cause of that kind of, there's no point to tech talk. And I don't agree with that. Because like Tiny Glade, perfect example. I only found that game because I stumbled on Alex, I can't remember his surname, Battaglia, his video on Tiny Glade, and what a revelation it was, because it could run full fat 60 FPS with ray tracing on a GTX 1060 or whatever it was. I was like, what? Really? And it was like, how did they do that? And that's that level of discussion. That's not about weaponizing. That's not. It was the comparison videos that are the worst kind of crime, if you want to use that phrase, Digital Foundry committed, because that does become weaponized. And I do agree, like all publications on the internet, there's a bit of weaponization to get those clicks, because that's how you make your money. And as I say with all of those types of things, in some ways, respect the hustle. They do great work in what they do, right? I'm not criticizing them. But it's absolutely true that the weaponization of those comparison videos in that 360 PS3 era onwards were bad. It got worse PS4, Xbox One, because
overall I think it's done more harm than good. As the good is, like some of those comparison videos, when Digital Foundry have made those comparison videos, the devs have come out and fixed things that were genuinely wrong. So there is good to it. Yes, there is good to it. And that's why I was struggling to find the words to accurately describe how I felt. It is when it's weaponized. And the thing is, it's weaponized a lot.
Yeah.
It's weaponized a lot. And it does nothing for the industry. It's not good. So if digital... Put it this way, right? If Digital Foundry never existed... would we overall be better off or worse off? I would argue better. Overall.
Yeah.
Like, what would we lose if they were gone? Maybe a couple of games that should be fixed, might not be. Okay.
You can probably stomach that,
That's overall. Again, not discrediting the work they do. They do great work. The stuff they do is super high quality. Their tech breakdowns are fantastic. All of that stuff.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't actually...
personal opinion I ask.
Yes. We wouldn't actually lose... Like... I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. I just look at the harm that's come. Yes. I just look at the harm that's come from what they do, and I'm like, man, we'd be a lot better off without that stuff.
Do you know what I realized we've failed at doing? Actually, we can kind of chuck these in a bit, and then we'll do some more at the end. Is the community questions? Mm-hmm. But hey, I'll segue into this, and then maybe we'll tackle some of them, and then we'll talk about some other news.
Assassin has a super chat.
Oh, jump on that.
Men of peace invent weapons of war. Is Digital Foundry to a T? Yeah, that is a pretty accurate saying.
Yeah.
What? The industry would be worse, Nick. Why risk it? Why would the industry be worse? I don't understand how that works.
He types it in caps, so
he would have less to talk about this. Online. The gaming coverage industry would be worse. The actual gaming industry would be fine.
The gaming coverage industry?
Yeah,
Why?
Because it gives you things to talk about on podcasts.
Like, back in the day before YouTube, back in the day before anything, those of us who had a Nintendo 64 just played games at 3 frames a second and enjoyed them. And didn't give a shit what the frames were. We didn't give a shit what the resolution was. We just bought the marketing buzz that they sold us on blast processing and this and that. And we didn't give a fuck, man. We just played the games. Did any of you actually genuinely give a shit? Did any of you even know that you were playing games at 60 on the Mega Drive and Super Nintendo? Did any of you actually know that?
No, didn't give
No.
two shits.
Did you care?
Nope.
No. You didn't give a crap. You care, you just play.
Kids don't now. Kids now that don't watch Digital Foundry and just play video games don't give a
They
fuck.
just play Roblox, which runs like ass.
Like I sit there
They just
watching
play
like,
Roblox.
I'm like, this is so choppy and awful. Son, like, how are you
Yeah.
playing this? It's
They
fun.
don't care.
It's
They
fun.
don't care.
That's video games. It's fun. I mean, look, kudos to the chat. You guys are mostly behaving yourselves and having some good discussion back and forth. Appreciate it. If you are here, please do hit the like button. We kind of need a bit of, the old
Can I
thumbs
just
up.
say
It does
one
help us
thing?
out.
The
Yeah.
Elemento hero, the Shadow Link Dragon Wolf King. Xbox already has an offline mode that works. If it doesn't work for you, it's because you're console sharing. So if you don't console share, if your Xbox is
Correct.
your home Xbox, it works offline already. They don't have to do anything new for a handheld. It would just mean if you have an Xbox handheld, it needs to be your home console if you want to use it offline, just like the ones now. So for some people, that would be like, well, shit, I console share with my brother or my kid in the other room. Cool, YouTube crashed again. There goes another 50 people. But yes, it already has it. It would work fine. It also works on PC the same way with them.
Super chat from Brisket on this topic, just before we move on to the final kind of
The
segment.
fact that console
for this.
warriors use Digital Foundry annoys you doesn't make the industry worse. Digital Foundry has helped drive better performance and better graphics. Well, no, they haven't. I said that sometimes their comparisons have led to games being improved and fixed. But are you trying to tell me that better performance and better graphics weren't coming with each new generation?
There are times where
they were.
devs have told them that they helped find or figure something out.
Yeah, that's what Nick's referring to.
Yeah.
And I said that. I said they did that. I literally pointed that out.
I know.
And I'm sure I'm going to get clipped. And those clips are probably going to get sent to John. And they're going to say, oh, look, they're saying you should go away. And digital. I said the work they do is great. And it's not their fault it's been weaponized either. It's not their fault. They don't control that. They're just doing what they want to do. They enjoy the tech side of it. And they're doing what they want to do. That's not their fault there are dickheads out there. It's got nothing to do with them.
I don't know if I can fully agree with that they've helped drive better performance, and
better
graphics
performance and
across
better
the gaming
graphics.
industry. That's
No, they
driven
haven't.
by technology, not
Yes,
by the
that's driven
coverage
by
of
tech.
that technology that Digital Foundry provide. Don't know if I agree with you there, Riskit. Sorry, buddy. Much love.
So we didn't improve when we went from PS1 to PS2?
Yeah.
Digital Foundry wasn't around back then.
That's what I
what are you
mean.
talking
It's the technology
Like,
of game
the tech
dev.
improves.
That's what's driving improvement, right?
And the
it's
social
those-
networking and all that type of stuff, discussion of people who are real tech enthusiasts talking with devs might be able to say, hey, look, this just isn't working right. And the dev's like, oh, wow, I didn't notice that. But I don't think that's a Digital Foundry only thing. I just think they've got more reach.
Unless I'm misunderstanding
might
what
hit more
Brisket is
stuff.
saying there.
No, it's
Maybe
I
we're
took it
misunderstanding what
entirely
Brisket's saying there.
as the devs have said they help them figure out or find issues before thing. Because as far as I know,
Which I
none
said.
of Digital Foundry are actual devs. They're enthusiasts who have really tried to learn as much as they can about the industry and gotten really good at it. But they're not
I'd love to see them
coders.
get together and dev a game. That would be fun. That would be a fun Digital Foundry series I would watch. Let's make a game and learn how we actually can code and use this tech. That would be a cool series to watch from those guys. I wonder if that's something they'd ever thought about doing. But yes, I want to talk about one last thing as we talk about this new hardware. Phil talking about to Rolling Stone, the perceived sunsetting of its console market by its, I mean Xbox, in favor of cloud. The answer is no, but it's more complicated than that. Phil Spencer said, it's an interesting topic because we look at the brand as we're changing the brand. It means something different. It was literally a box when it first launched. It was the direct Xbox. What it's grown into now is more accessible. Xbox isn't just one device. Xbox is on your smart TV, it's on your PC, it's on your phone, and we're in the middle of that transition. And he talks about the feeling that fans have, that fans want, long for the simplicity of the single box, the single platform, the single game. But Phil noted that today's largest games are bigger than any of those individual platforms. And he says that the DNA of Xbox remains the same as the company evolves, and the thing that really should have longevity are the games, the characters in the world, and the platforms should enable us to experience those games where we want to play. That's how we think about Xbox today. I mean, none of that is incorrect. It's just how Microsoft are going to get there and what they're going to sacrifice to do so.
Hot take. Hot take.
Go.
In isolation, in and of itself, I've got no problem with Microsoft's direction and them thinking where they can be and how successful they can be and how much they can grow, and the thinking behind what they're trying to do. I take no issue with it. You know what's going to be a massive thorn in their side now? And if they had their time over again, if you gave them the opportunity to go back 10 years, I reckon they'd do things differently, knowing what they now know about the direction they're going. Game Pass wouldn't exist.
You reckon?
Game Pass would not exist if you went back 10 years now. So if you said to Phil and Satya, I'm giving you guys a chance to go back 10 years, knowing what you know right now about where the industry is and where Microsoft wants to go, I'm giving you a chance to go back and change a couple of things. I reckon Game Pass wouldn't exist.
Why?
Because Game Pass is going to be a thorn in their side now. It's going to be Game Pass is going to be a massive thorn in their side of this new world they are moving to. Do you know why?
No.
That's why I'm asking.
Because 99.999% of their Game Pass subscribers are on that box they're trying to let go of.
Well, that's the point, right? They're saying that they're not letting go of that hardware.
And Phil's saying their
Now they're not,
fastest
right
growth
now.
for everything is cloud and PC. Because that's where they get new people.
And I would say to you that...
But that backs up my argument.
Yeah, but I would say to you that the way they do that, if they were ever going to let go of console, is they've built the biggest publisher out of everything anywhere, ever. And that subservice then becomes a subservice on everything
And
without the third party.
The console needs... The cloud needs the console. It's what it runs off of.
Well, that's where we're going to have a fundamental difference then, because I don't think people are going to sub to Game Pass if there's no console to sub for. That's just what I think. I don't think people are going to go on their TV and go, ooh, $20 a month to play COD in this substandard way. Cool, I'll do that.
Yeah,
They're not going to do that.
I feel like their aspirations that the average Joe would be happy streaming. I don't think
Not paying $20 a month for it.
Nah, no way. But hey, that's their decision to go and try and make.
And that's why I said I think Game Pass will be a thorn in their side, because now, so Phil, that's part of I according to rumors, part of Phil's pitch for keeping Xbox around was Game Pass. Hey, we're gonna, you love subs, Satya. Let's have a sub for games called Game Pass. And they've now got these 30 to 35 million people giving them $10, $15, $20, $25 every month.
Hang on. That was the number before Blops launched. So, and we know that they had the largest sign up. So who knows what the number is.
That's why I'm just saying 30 to 35. Whatever. Semantics. They've got all these people giving them, let's say 30 to 35, because 30 to 35 are the ones that are paying every month rather than paying $1 and then leaving after a month. So every month they've got 30 to 35, giving them every month. You think they're just going to want to let that go? No. But if they keep losing console sales, they're not going to let those go. They're going to lose them if they keep losing console sales. So that's why I think Game Pass is now a thorn in their side. So in a world where Game Pass didn't exist, this future they're looking at, it's great. Xbox everywhere. Cool. That's an Xbox. That's an Xbox. That's an Xbox. Awesome. Awesome. But none of those people are going to be Game Pass subscribers.
But wouldn't they just evolve Game Pass to be an emulation of what EA Play is or Ubisoft Plus is? Because they are a larger publisher than both of those. And then that's the new version of Game Pass. If that future
but no one
comes to
subs
pass.
no one subs the EA Play or Ubisoft Plus right now.
We don't know that.
It's a
I don't know what the numbers are for
conversation
EA
of
Play.
assumptions to back up what you want to be the truth, not an actual.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's not so much. I don't think from your take. I get where you're coming from, because well, now what are you going to do? My guess would be, well, hey, we've got the largest staple of IP, like from classics like Doom, Elder Scrolls, Halo, of any publisher in the world. It's pretty decent. So we'll just reduce that offering to just our stuff that we own, and boom, people can sub to that. Maybe they reduce the price of it, but that's one
They'd
way
have
they
to
do it.
reduce the price of it.
But you'd be able
They
to
have to
then
reduce the
publish
price.
that subscription service to every platform out there.
You
that
say
uses-
they'd have to reduce the price, but EA Play and Ubisoft to get everything every day are almost the exact same price on PC.
Wow. So, well, maybe they won't then. So there you go.
Yeah, and again, I doubt those guys have many subscribers.
Go find out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
That's
the
just what
answer.
I think. To me, if EA Play and Ubisoft Plus were these hugely successful subscriptions, I doubt they would have made themselves part of other subscriptions. I doubt it.
Yeah,
Like-
I think that's a fair point.
In this current world, I think having a successful subscription service is what every corporation is desperate to have. So I think they'd still.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
Of course they are. But what I'm saying is, if they were hugely successful standing by themselves, why would they be adding themselves to PlayStation Plus, Xbox Game Pass, Amazon Luna? I don't feel like they would be adding themselves there if they were hugely successful by themselves. That's just what I think. So, we know almost for a fact that console represents the vast majority of Game Pass subscribers.
Yep.
So Game Pass is going to be a thorn in their side. It is going to be one,
And
whether they like it or not.
Microsoft, if you're watching / listening, the poll we've just ran of the community here that voted, only 19% want a handheld hybrid console only. The remaining 83% of people want a full fat console, and they'd like a hybrid as an option. So just bear that in mind when you're
It's
when you're rolling up on your
123
next
people,
release of
so that's
hardware.
like most of the planet.
Yeah,
Yeah. 123 people. That's like
it's an important metric.
I guess I'll jump in
yeah.
again to say for the Elemental Hero, the Shadow Link, Dragon Wolf King, you can 100% play your Xbox offline. You can play your Legion Go or Roger Ally Microsoft Store games offline as long as you go in to the PC settings and set it to be the home PC. You get one of those. It is my home PC on my Legion Go.
Yeah, I had to do it on
Plays
my
things
Rogue Ally, and
offline.
I didn't realize that I had to do that. And I went to go play, and I was like, oh, I have to now log in and hotspot to my phone. And then I was able to set it. And then
It's the same with Steam Deck.
So-
If you don't go to offline mode while online, you can't play anything with the Steam Deck. But once you're offline, it's okay. The Switch is different with carts. If you're playing digital games and it's not your home Switch, got to be online.
Anyways,
yes, Matt. I kind of agree with Matt there. I think too many folk assume Xbox future success relies on Game Pass growth. They've pivoted because they see this won't work, hence releasing their games everywhere to chase those sales on PS, etc.
Well, it's not that it won't
Well, yeah,
work.
that's part
It's
of the
that it
reason they
won't
went
carry
multi-platform.
everything. Like, it still works. They still make money on it. It just isn't going to be 300 million Game Pass subs like Michael Pachter would say. If they could get 50 million
No.
people paying $20 a
They're-
month, they're ecstatic.
Yeah.
We said this, or me and John, I can't remember what Jesse's opinion was, but me and John said a long time ago that I reckon Microsoft would be wrapped if they could ever crack 50 million. Game
50
Pass
was
subs.
like the big
I said
goal,
50,
right?
They'd be wrapped if they were never going to get to 100, 200, 300. Push it. They were never going to get to that kind of
Yeah.
number ever
Yeah, if
because
you
they don't
if you-
get the console sales to do it.
exactly, and if you never gonna get above 100 million consoles, how the hell are you gonna get that many subscribers? And look,
On the 360,
Admittedly-
they might have cracked 60 million subs.
we hear from Microsoft, from Sarah Bond, from Phil Spencer and co. that cloud and PC are their biggest markets, and I am curious how many subscribers. When we say there are 35, 40 million Game Pass subscribers, whatever number you want to pluck here,
Mm-hmm.
what's the split? That's what I wonder.
We need another
I would bet
FTC
that the lion's
trial
share are on console.
than an
It's
accidental
the one thing I hate about
document
what
release.
Microsoft does.
Yeah.
I
wish
like
we
that
had more
Nintendo and
numbers.
Sony just tell us.
Well,
Nintendo
no, not
and
anymore.
Sony just tell us.
Yeah, Sony stopped.
Not anymore. Sony only tell you if it's a massive success. Otherwise, they're like,
Yeah, and they stopped reporting.
But they give the numbers.
They-
They,
no,
give the
they-
PlayStation Plus number.
They switched to MAUs now, I think.
They don't give as much
In their-
anymore.
in their
They
shareholders.
stopped reporting PlayStation Plus eventually. I think they still talk about it occasionally, but it's not the same thing.
Console sales, I think Nick's referring to. They do that, yeah.
No, I know, but they do PlayStation Plus subs as well. They don't do. I don't think they do a breakdown of essential, deluxe, premium.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
whatever.
only got that in the
But they
Insomniac
still
leak.
group the number.
Yeah, but they still give the overall number. Microsoft doesn't ever give you the overall number. We never knew
don't-
what gold ended up being at
I
its peak.
really thought I'm pretty sure they stopped giving subscriber numbers last year.
It's actually quite annoying that Microsoft just tell us a number. But people are like, oh, but if they give a number, it's fuel for the console war. Mate, they
Well,
give
no,
enough fuel for
no,
the
they
console
only-
war as it is.
They only stopped because it wasn't as impressive as the other ones. It's like, why didn't they do an Xbox 2? Because PlayStation was going up to 3, like public perception thing. But also, they never get asked by shareholders. Otherwise, they would probably answer. But yeah, PlayStation stopped
Don't they
disclosing.
get us by
Yeah, they
shareholders?
did. They stopped disclosing. Who moved me?
Sorry,
The fuck?
the names are the wrong way round on the show. So I've just put you where your names
Yeah, we
are.
were. We were in the wrong spot.
correctly. I was just like, I
Oh,
just
yeah.
looked. I was like, this has been bugging me for ages.
I didn't even think of
I've
it.
been Jesse for a while.
Yeah, I think since the beginning,
last
I
2
never
hours.
even.
On the whole show like that?
Yeah, didn't even think of it.
Whoops.
What's the
Sorry,
point of
everyone.
having a producer? What's the point?
Can't get
For
stuff.
this. All right, anyone? No one can hear anyone else. I'm just taking over the show. Okay, I won't do that.
All right.
Can't even
all
get
right.
our names right.
Before we wrap up on these topics, we do have some voices from within the community that wanted to have their say on these
Oh,
particular
now
topics.
you remember. Do the forum ones first.
I'm doing I'll let Nick tackle I think the ones you've put in the showrunner are the ones that are specific on this topic,
Yes.
right? So if you didn't know this, folks, if you are subscribed to support the small but passionate team that is XboxEra via Patreon, you get the very, very unique access to the Patreon lounge on both our Discord and forums, and the privilege of asking us a community question every week. So we're going to read a couple of these on this topic. So we can just hear from some different folks within the community on what they think about all of this new stuff. And I will gladly pass the mic over to Nick to read these out. But if you love what we do and you want to support independent outlets like ours, we're one of the very few left. Head to patreon.com/XboxEra.
.cam.
Yeah, like why?
Can.
I know I've screwed up. Why you gotta make me feel bad about it, man? You know,
Do not
I'm doing
can.
my best here.
Do
Don't
not
type
can.
.cam. It's .com. Patreon.com
Do not
/XboxEra. Wait, no, /XboxEra. Nick,
I'm gonna come. Okay. You. Console wars no more. With Xbox's new marketing campaign, it's clear more than ever that the future likely won't be console. Once PlayStation and Nintendo catch up, the latter might take a while, what do you think the future equivalent will be? App wars? P.S. You might want to trademark that for a future card game.
that's right, people. By the way, just letting you know, if you still want to be able to get your copy,
That's some
Of
aggressive
console-
fake blur your camera's doing. there.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
pretty
it's some
rough.
aggressive fake blur. It works quite well when it's like this. If you want to get your copy of Console Wars, the card game, you can still back it. There are no additional costs for doing so. Is that an Xbox you've got there?
No fake blur there, mate. Look at that. That's professional grade zoom and
Cool.
blur in the background.
That was a worthy interruption to my marketing pitch. But yeah, if you want to back and get a copy of Console Wars, the card game, before the rest of the world with the exclusive Kickstarter card edition, you can still do so by heading over to our Kickstarter page. You can find it on xboxera.com. I will say briefly, as Console Wars was mentioned, prototypes in production. Once it's approved, we're going to be shipping that in Q1. So it's all going smooth as a whistle. And if you're in the UK, you'll be able to come and visit us at the UK Games Expo in 2025, where we'll be having a booth again with copies of this game for sale. And you'll be able to come down and play it. Yeah, Hugh, console wars no more. What do we think?
See that comment, Jesse?
I've responded to it.
Yeah, I know.
If you've paid attention to my, if you've been on the XboxEra Discord, you know there's a different type of
There's a
video
real
coming later. It's pretty good. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, it's one that Jesse's actually excited about. Yes, do you think the future will be app wars? Well, I'd like to believe console wars will diminish somewhat. I feel like it will... Yeah, I don't know.
It would be a very long time before bespoke hardware is just gone.
Yeah.
Well, not only will it be a long time before that hardware's gone, even in a world where it's gone. God, I've said in a world a lot this podcast.
In a world. Nope, too late.
Even in a world where the hardware's gone, the platform won't be gone. If that makes sense,
it's
like
platform
Nintendo
wars.
as a platform. Yes, that's right. It'll just move from console wars to platform wars.
MAU
and
wars.
it won't evolve that much because the platforms will still be the thing. Nintendo will have their exclusives on their platform, and Sony will have their exclusives on their platform. So I don't feel like it will actually change that much. There'll be some evolutions that I probably am not smart enough to think of, but I still feel like they will be there ultimately. Correct, Abdul? Friends is amazing in Season 10.
Yeah.
That song's dead forever, though. It's never coming back.
The new song's good.
I think at the end of the
I
day,
like the new song. I've been
just
singing
like-
the new song.
just like sports and politics and everything else that people can disagree about, people will pick a team, even if it's an app.
Yeah.
Android versus Apple,
Yeah.
you know, red versus blue.
And it's like that Twitter meme. Oh, I really like waffles. You fucking hate pancakes? Are you saying you fucking hate pancakes, you scumbag?
There is
No, I didn't.
Nah,
fucking
man.
say
That's a
that.
separate argument.
So true.
there's
That's still
a
a thing.
Perry Bible Fellowship, and I think I've shared it on here before, but there's a comic from Perry Bible Fellowship where one guy finds a flag on the ground, and the flag says B, like Team B, and someone says, "Hey, nice flag," and he's got a Team A flag, and the person who just picked
I
his
know
flag
one.
up is like, "What an asshole!" Or I hate that. It's like people just want to argue about everything.
And even to a lesser extent, bitch eating crackers. That's
Yeah.
it, man. Once you hate something, that's it. It doesn't matter that consoles go away. Your PlayStation and you hate Xbox, you're always just going to hate Xbox. Like,
YouTube
it doesn't matter what they do. They could give you $10 million. You'll still hate them because they're Xbox. Okay. Next question.
YouTube crash, lost 20
Didact.
people. Fucking hate it.
Didact 3. Subject, this is Xbox. Yo, peeps, if you could improve the marketing campaign, how would you do it? Also, what random everyday thing would you add to the quiz? If I could improve the marketing campaign, my marketing campaign would be Call of Duty. Want it? Buy an Xbox, dickhead. That would be my campaign. Massive success. Massive success.
Yeah, I it'd
Treat
probably
them
be
mean
some-
and keep them keen.
probably something along those lines. It would be probably something like, you know, having someone trying to spend $70 on Call of Duty in, like, I don't know, EB Games or whatever, and then just having someone go, "Oh, why don't you just subscribe to Game Pass? You can play that, and it's only this much," and then that'll be it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, seriously,
get the
guys, it's
nostalgia
only
going.
this much, and then they
Yeah,
can just-
get the
Seriously,
nostalgia going, right? So
friendos.
what you cut to a shot of like all these losers waiting at midnight for Call of Duty, bloody losers, and then someone walks up in his fucking Xbox t-shirt, Xbox hat, walks up to them all and says, "Hey guys, I'm getting it for free." I was like, "How you
free
doing
as
that?
part of my
How you
subscription.
doing that?" He's like,
Can you-
"I'm getting it for free, asterisk." And
No,
everyone's like, "What?"
Can you have it like I'm getting it for free, and like they do on radio, like part of a subscription, details and
Yeah,
subscription.
Yeah, that's why he yells out asterisk. I'm getting it for free, asterisk. And everyone's like, "What do you mean?" It's like fucking Game Pass. He's just like shilling the shit out of Game Pass.
Be like you at the
This-
wedding.
in this EB games.
Well, even better, what they could do is have someone walk past with their phone at midnight, and these guys are like rushing home. "Oh, I've got to install my disc," And
I'm
he's
already
like,
prestige.
I'm already playing it, motherfucker. Yeah.
I'm already prestige too.
Yeah, we lost 70 people that were watching after that last crash. It is infuriating.
Nah, don't worry about it.
No, I can't.
Ah, well.
It's money in the bank.
No one
that could have been
watches
another
this anyway.
That could have been another 28 cents.
That's all right. No one watches us anyway. It's fine.
Uh-oh.
But yes, the marketing quiz. I don't like for what their marketing campaign was. The whole this is an Xbox. It's fine. Yeah, it's a bit cringe. It's a little bit cringe, but like all mainstream marketing is mostly cringe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
it's not for us.
It's not for us. So, like, if my mum saw that ad, she wouldn't find it cringe. She might look at it and be like, ha ha ha, cat box. Like, it's
Bean tag
I
books.
saw like proper like people analyzing it, like, oh my god, the negative connotations. You know, using the word "isn't" and associating
It's
Xbox
not
with
that-
a
it's
cat
not that
litter
deep.
tray.
It's
It's not that deep, man.
it's not that deep.
Most people don't give a shit,
it's
and
an
they just
ad-
see something, and it hits a little part of their brain, and they remember it later, and that's what
Yeah.
they're going for.
It's an ad for normies. It's an ad for normies and casuals, just like Nintendo's ads with everyone having rooftop parties. Who the fuck has rooftop parties? Nintendo put it in their ad though, because normies see it and go, "Ooh, look how cool that is! They're on a rooftop in an apartment I can't afford, playing Switch together." It's not real life. It's an ad for normies. It's okay. It's not that deep.
And it was slick,
and
it
I'm not
was
aiming that
slickly
at you,
produced, as
Diane.
Abdul says. Like, it was a good-looking, good-sounding commercial for mass market appeal, which is never going to be for me. God, somebody is grilling outside. It is very strong smelling.
Did you see Tom Henderson? Mm-hmm. Who's a massive loser? Did you see Tom Henderson in the chat? He's big scoop in our chat. Big scoop.
I hope my fire alarm
Oh
doesn't go off.
boy, did you see that? Look, everyone. Look in the chat. Big scoop.
I read it's in dev. I mean, it's been in dev.
Assassin, grand benefactor, formerly Assassin Entertainment. How much do I have to pay for an update on Splinter Cell remake? Tom Henderson. It's in dev?
We've known that for years.
I thought that was
Yeah,
known.
we've known that for years.
Huge scoop. I know, I'm mucking
Nope.
around.
Oh, shit.
Idiot.
What's wrong with you?
Sorry.
Piece of shit.
I am being overwhelmed by charcoal smoke. I'm going to have to go close everything up.
Don't barbecue in your house.
I'm not. It's a
Yeah.
neighbor.
Come on, America.
Sure it is.
I only barbecued in my house one time because it was a monsoon outside that hit as I was already barbecuing.
You also barbecued in Germany.
Kinda. That was more that wasn't good smelling smoke though.
Oh, that's funny.
You know, I was still coughing for like 2 months after I came back from
For
all
those
the
that-
plastic I inhaled.
For those that don't know the inside joke, watch the episode after Gamescom for the full story about how Jesse put a plastic kettle.
Yeah, I left it on
on a hot
burner.
plate.
Yeah.
On a hot
I wasn't trying to heat up the kettle on it. I just took it off. What? Okay.
That's not me making that face. That's not me
I know.
making that face.
I was just channeling my David Schwimmer.
And I helped immensely in that situation.
I love
Opened
the
up
fact that
windows,
no one
went and bought
no
a
one,
new kettle.
Yeah, none of you noticed.
no one
I
knew.
bought that kettle.
Yeah.
And my own
No
money.
one in the UK contingent knew that had happened at all until
Because I did a magnificent job covering up.
you did with like zero idea.
I did a lot of
zero
I'm Greek.
clue.
I'm
good
Greek.
shit.
We're dodgy as fuck.
The
mate.
story
I
was
am the best
Assassin.
at
I was
covering
very
shit up.
tired, and I just put a kettle on a burner that was on. That's it.
All of a sudden, me and Ursula are like, "Fuck, where did all this smoke come from? Why does it smell so bad in here?"
I completely
around.
forgot I turned the burner on, and I put the kettle on the stove, and it went up pretty hard.
There's this melting plastic
Yeah, it's way
filling
too
the
strong.
room with smoke. Oh my god, that was bad.
Whoever's barbecuing out there is a jerk.
Yeah, we do it all the time.
I know.
Okay, speaking of Assassin, we have a community question from Assassin.
Just you and me, no John.
Xbox's new strategy. Oh my god, this is long. Smokes. Hey, speaking of smoke. Another week of great news, another week of Microsoft not resisting stepping on another godforsaken rake.
Rakes are banned.
This week should have been...
unless you're a grand benefactor.
This week should have been everyone talking about Avowed, South of Midnight. Oh my God, we haven't even talked about any of that stuff, and we've been doing this show for 2.5 hours.
I know.
Oh my God. Everyone talking about Avowed, South of Midnight, Indiana Jones, Stalker 2, and COD Black Ops 6. What's everyone talking about instead? No red lines. My PlayStation is an Xbox. No reason to get an Xbox. I'm tired, boss. Just announce everything is coming to PlayStation. Rip the band-aid off. Nip it in the bud, just like Sega did all those years ago. Oh my God. Just because Phil says they're making consoles doesn't mean everyone is going to buy them with this new campaign they're doing. Most of my friends are hearing this news and asking me about it. Are already thinking of jumping to PlayStation. The exodus is going to begin, and to see people defending this is baffling. Do we really want an industry where Sony is unopposed and having all the cards in the console market? They're arrogant as it is, but whatever. Exclusives matter, consoles matter. Black Myth Wukong proved that this year. But really, my question is this. Why don't they rip the band-aid off? They can't have their cake and eat it too on this one. No matter what happens, I'll still be here with XboxEra until the very end. Thanks, guys. Sorry for the frustration. Mate, I totally get your frustration. I'm there with you. Of the three of us, I'm the one that's there with you. And you know what it is? Because Jesse and John weren't Sega guys.
Yeah, it was.
I think that's...
I owned everything they had.
Were you?
Yes. Every single
Were
thing.
you?
I had the,
Yeah, but
I had
you
the
were
full Tower of Power. I had the Saturn, had the Dreamcast, I had everything.
But were
Bitch.
you a Sega guy, or did
Yes.
you just own them?
Yes, no, I never enjoyed Nintendo games. I still don't.
Oh, okay. I feel like a lot of this angst, most of it comes from the ex-Sega guys because of that PTSD
They've seen it
from
happen.
Sega going away. So we already saw our favorite console go away once before, and we're seeing it happen again. But this time we're seeing it happen drawn out in slow motion over the course of like a decade. Where with Sega, it was like, it just happened. They had the Saturn didn't do well. Dreamcast, amazing launch. It got to 10 million super quick. Incredible marketing campaign. One of the greatest launch lineups in the history of gaming. This 2-year bright point of console hardware, and then they were just gone. It just happened. Where with Xbox, we're seeing the same thing happen, but it's like they're stretching out the Play-Doh like real thin, and we're watching it happen in slow motion over a long period of time. And I think that's what's causing a lot of the angst. And it's oh man, we've talked about is essentially this one topic, and we've got so much more to talk about.
We haven't really. We're going to touch on them, but there's not a huge amount of in-depth stuff to go in. We knew that this would be the big,
Okay.
big beef.
I completely feel you, Assassin. Like I said, as a former hardcore, very hardcore Sega fanboy that did not take the death of the Dreamcast well at all as a 21-year-old, I completely feel you. And the irony is, isn't it funny that we're now the tide is slowly turning back to ecosystem talk when I've been the ecosystem guy all along. I have been the ecosystem guy all along, and I've been like, I like Xbox because I like their ecosystem. Their ecosystem is the best one. And now we're slowly turning around to ecosystem.
I empathize with the way Assassin feels. I understand it. I do, because this is how console gaming has been talked about online for decades. I certainly think that as I've got older, and my disposable cash has increased, that my concerns aren't as like in depth anymore. Like, I'm not like, oh no, I'm just like, there'll still be games, man. So, but I didn't go through, that Sega fandom.
Yeah, that hurt.
Betrayal, sadness.
I did buy
crash.
enough CDRs and
I was
CDRWs that I probably contributed to it a bit with the Dreamcast. But like Abe says in chat, unless they're John, you got to wave at your camera again. Unless they start going in bad directions, making money, I don't have the fear yet. Like, they're not.
Yeah, but I'm seeing all the smart-ass chat comments, and those smart-ass chat comments are about the wrong thing. Assassin, and even me, we're not saying Xbox is going to go away.
I know, but
because that's what that refers to.
but they're
We're talking about the Xbox console.
and the Xbox consoles
going
have
away.
never had more players. If that does start going down, then yes, I would start to worry. But they've never had more people playing on Xbox hardware, is what they keep saying.
Because they include Xbox One.
No shit.
So
Yes. They'll include
PlayStation include
they're,
PS4.
They're going to include Xbox Series S and X for another decade or two. Like they're just going to. That's going to be the whole point. Is wherever you play, you count. 'Cause you
It's
can
not
give us
like
money.
that's the difference. You're not seeing a de-investment in Xbox, right? Yes, it's not the way the investment you wanted it to go, or the way I think. And
No,
again,
I've been open about
as-
that. It's no secret how I felt about it.
as I said earlier on the show, the way that I feel Microsoft management portrayed the reasons for the acquisition. I mean, great quote I got thrown at me, who's someone trying to like point out my opinion article and then referring to one I wrote 4 years ago about how Bethesda's games will be exclusive, right? It's 4 years ago, buddy. There's a lot that's changed, right? But like they said, like, hey, I've completely forgot my point now, and I hate that when it happens when you're in mid-flow. Like I'm
And
like,
I didn't interrupt you. That happened on its own. I didn't interrupt you.
it's happened on its own. I think they were saying like, hey, Phil said, I've remembered now. Phil said on that Bethesda roundtable, this is about. Do you remember this quote? This is about exclusives games where
Where
Xbox
Game
Game
Pass
Pass exists, and it's not now, is it? It's not about that anymore.
No.
It was 4 years ago, right? So, and people like throw that at you as like some kind of gotcha, and I'm like, bro, have you seen the industry the last 2 years? Like studio closures, mass layoffs, the games media industry is contracting, gaming's too expensive.
Abe, no. Abe, no. You make new consoles to keep the base. Just because you can't grow it doesn't mean you cancel the profitable users you have. Who's cancelling any users? Xbox, I said before, Xbox doesn't want to let go of anyone. I've never argued that. They don't want to. They're just not going to have much choice. It's going to happen, whether they like it or not. It's not about wanting to let go or cancelling anything. I call bullshit on the idea that Microsoft can't have both. I call bullshit. They can have console sales, and they can have their cloud, and they can have their fucking hardware anywhere. They can have it all if they want to. Microsoft can have it all if they wanted to. They're choosing, for a variety of reasons, they're choosing not to. They can have all
I thought
of
they
it.
want all of they want all of it. That is what they're
They do
going
want all
for.
of it.
But
I
they
don't
can't have
understand
all
your
of
point.
it. If they're going to put their games everywhere, then they can't have all of it.
Oh, you just said they could have all of it. I was confused.
I said if they wanted to,
They
but
do
they're not
want to.
going to because they're not doing the right things.
But the right thing to you is
So
make everything
they
exclusive.
they can't have big console sales because they're putting everything everywhere. So then they can't have big console sales to go with everything else.
Right,
And if they
but
can't
you-
have big
you
console
want them-
sales, then they can't have big Game Pass numbers.
But you want them to make everything exclusive, right? That's the solution
Yes.
to have big console sales, right?
Correct.
But and again, like people just hand wave this. The size of Microsoft and the whole monopoly conversations, even though they're not the monopoly, they're not
That's right.
allowed to do it because of the size of their business. Like they have to follow far more strict regulatory concerns than others. It's unfortunate. If Xbox had been spun
That's why I
off-
said for a variety of reasons.
yeah. I'm just saying.
Having
like,
said that, I would be very curious to see in a post-2025 political environment in the US whether they would still have those same issues. I'm very
Yeah.
curious.
yeah, that's one thing.
Again,
they would in the EU, I think.
Even the EU would be interesting.
That's right. I see.
Oh, and in the UK for that matter. I mean, the UK, like, fucking idiots.
I see.
I
I saw
just-
Mort in the chat say that he thinks Xbox has gotten boring as a console player, and I'm curious how. Like, how have they gotten
does that mean?
boring? That's what I'm wondering because like they're having more third-party support now than they have in a long time, and they have more first-party stuff than they've had.
What does
So-
boring refer to?
I
Boring
don't know.
in
That's why I
what
was
way?
confused.
like,
Come on.
if we're talking boring, like, I'd be getting bored at playing remasters of the same fucking games again. Personally speaking, I'd find that boring. But
Oh, I'm just curious. I'd be genuinely curious to know what he means by boring. But
don't know what the meaning is behind that one.
Why is YouTube so bad?
But yes, I personally think they can have everything they want, which is high console sales, because because of the way the gaming industry works. From the console, you can grow everything else if the console base is there to prop it all up. But if the console base isn't there to prop everything up, it's ultimately just a house of cards waiting to be blown, just tipped over.
Yeah. Speaking of Mort, he's actually one of the questions, but not on this subject. So,
like to me, Nintendo's not capitalizing. Nintendo's not capitalizing. They've got 150 million Switches sold, and they're not capitalizing on it. And which sounds weird because they sell 70 million copies of Mario Kart, and they sell. But if Nintendo all of a sudden went, you know what, Nintendo in the cloud, we're going to companion your Switch. When you're not near your Switch, you'll be able to pick up a controller and play your Switch games on the cloud on Samsung and LG TVs, and people would go, oh wow, how fucking cool is that? Yep, just pay an extra $5 to your Nintendo Online subscription, and you're going to be able to play. If you don't happen to have your Switch on you, pay an extra $5 and you'll be able to play your Switch on any browser and any whatever. Huh?
It would be a lot. Well, the Nintendo Switch is already super. NSO is on Nintendo Switch Online is already really cheap. So if they were going to add in cloud, it would be like double. It would triple the cost to make any money. Because that's one of the worst things about cloud is how incredibly.
I think you're ultimately missing the point of what I'm trying to get
at. I'm not, because you can't just say just pay $5 more, because that would never happen.
No, okay, whatever the money is. I mean, the online expansion now is a rip-off and people are paying it. So whatever, who cares?
It's not even it's so
missing the
cheap.
point.
It doesn't. I mean, but when you're making a sales pitch, the sales pitch has to be based in reality. I know the tone and what you're going for, but like the actual pitch and why they probably would never do it is because they couldn't. Well, no, because then that's just ignoring if it would actually work. So there's no point to it. It wouldn't work.
But it would, because they've got 150 million Switch users to leverage to further enhance all that.
Yeah, but the reality is they'd have to invest in the cloud infrastructure. They'd have to find a way to build all of that.
Or partner with someone. Or they could partner with someone. Like Microsoft.
But then you are paying for their hardware, so that adds to the cost too. Like
maybe they'll do that for Switch 2. You never know.
Well, they've got some select Switch games you play through the cloud. There was like Guardians of the Galaxy and a few other ones were cloud only.
Even Sony haven't capitalized. And the funny thing is, Sony were first with cloud.
Well, they've tried.
Streaming.
Yeah. They have tried.
Even Sony aren't capitalizing. So Microsoft, it's funny seeing them do the opposite approach to each other. So Microsoft is doing their best to capitalize without the foundation there. Sony and Nintendo have the foundation and aren't then capitalizing because they're both their mentality is still very much the old school. Microsoft, of course, are very much new school, but at the expense of like completely ignoring the old school. It's funny seeing the complete opposite approaches, but anyway. You know I'm with you, Assassin. You know I'm with you.
Well, Assassin has a super chat to lead us nicely into something a little bit less hot debate, hot topic, and a little bit more like, yay, this looks great.
Where is it? Assassin. Regarding my community question, can we talk about South of Midnight for a few minutes? Because that game looks amazing. Everything about it screams Game of the Year. Don't be silly. It's not going to get Game of the Year. It's an Xbox game.
DEI woke slop.
South of Midnight continues to look as incredible as it did the very first time they showed it.
It looks...
Did you see the part where IGN said that it was more story and less gameplay focused? Because I immediately thought of you. They have
all
said,
those sorts of third person over the shoulder games are story focused.
Yeah.
I just, the talk was, the reports / rumors were that it was going to be a much more focused and shorter experience.
And it is.
Now, apparently the official number is 12 hours.
Yeah. But they said
can
also,
handle that.
depending on how much exploration you want to do, up to 20. Like if you want to go through and find most stuff and that type of thing.
Yep, and a fantastic game will draw that out of you naturally. Because as Jesse knows, how many hours did I put into Prince of Persia? Like 35
Yeah.
hours. Actually, I think my save file right now on Prince of Persia is 41 hours.
And I think mine with
Alan
the
Wake
DLC
2?
is only 18. I beat the whole thing in like 12.
41 hours for me on Prince of Persia. My Alan Wake 2 save file is nearly 30. So
Again, I beat that in
you'll
13.
say, oh, Nick, you're a hypocrite. You'll be like, oh, but Nick, you're a hypocrite. Well, no, because I didn't have to play Alan Wake for 30 hours. I chose to because the game grabbed me and drew me in and I wanted to explore and I wanted to look at every crack and crevice, not force me to explore and force me to go and look everywhere. So if South of Midnight is a 12-hour game, but the game is so enthralling and so good that I want to... Like, I was the same in the first Uncharted game, and it's why I didn't like Uncharted 2, 3, and 4 as much. Uncharted 1 was designed in this way where I wanted to get to every corner of the little level I was in and look for everything and take it all in. And I spent way more time in Uncharted 1 than I probably needed to. Hopefully South of Midnight is like that. So yes, Jesse will probably have it beaten in 10 hours. My save file will probably be 28 because I'm taking my time and I'm looking for everything and the collectibles and this and that and the other.
I will normally
skipping all
go
the
through
cutscenes.
things as long as I can when I have the time. With Alan Wake, I had 2 days. And Christ, what with Prince of Persia, it was like 5. So it's tougher to put as much. I had beat Prince of Persia in 13 hours, and then I just kept clearing the map. So I think it's at like 20-ish now.
I don't feel as bad that we missed out on the preview for South of Midnight because, as I understand, no one, not even IGN, got hands on with the game. It was just chat to the actors, chat to the developers, watch the presentation that we all got to see, and have a write up beforehand with those questions. Like, it's not so bad. Like, I don't feel so stung.
See how they've got the option to turn off the stop motion? I'm not turning that shit off. It looks
I mean,
amazing.
I'm not, but I think it's a wise thing to
Yes,
put
very
in
wise.
My wife
for gameplay
literally
and
said it's giving her a
accessibility.
headache. Like there are some
I
people where
love it.
stop motion,
Oh, it looks so good.
it hits wrong depending on your eyes and your brain. So you can turn it
That's
off.
right. And
in
I don't know how to
gameplay.
be in gameplay.
You can turn it
Yeah.
off in gameplay. You can't turn it off in
not movies.
cutscenes. Yeah.
It'll be
It's good
interesting to
shit.
see. I'm old. It could affect me while I'm playing.
Damn, that one's got a big ass.
I'll be interested to find out. But visually, it just looks incredible.
Yeah, audio
Looks
as
so good.
well. Like the audio, the atmosphere of the game. There's just it's ticking so many boxes. You know, it's just the sort of thing that I love to kind of dive into. So I'm really looking forward to working on the review for everybody.
This is
on-
John's attempt at being funny.
What? Just spitting some truths, bro. Spitting some facts. But yeah, South of Midnight.
What
I mean,
if I secretly get a code before all of you, and I do a review in the background?
You don't like doing
and all of
reviews
a
on
sudden
games
you
you're
guys-
desperate to play. That's never going to happen.
Never know.
Every time I
All of
give you a
people
review
don't.
code, you complain about having to do the review the entire time you have the game.
yeah.
I'm not reviewing that Smurfs game.
That's fine.
See, like we promised. No, it's fine. But yeah, South of Midnight looks.
I've set it all up,
absolutely
but
brilliant. It looks absolutely
It
brilliant.
does.
People were
I can't wait to play. And it's clearly. Let's theorize here. And do we have any community questions on this?
South of
Worth
Midnight?
thinking about on South of Midnight. Bum. I'm just looking.
not that I can see.
Um,
Not that I can see.
yes, we do. We have one from SJ on South of Midnight. I'm putting it in the. It's on the form, and I'm putting it in the show.
It's on the form.
now. I'm putting it in the show runner
okay.
for you.
All right. I can see it there. Hello, fellas, from SJ. Hello, fellas. With the news of South of Midnight being anywhere from 15 to 20 or 20 to 25 hours.
Yeah, IGN put 10-ish. I think Paris said 15 to 20, and then it got clarified.
I thought Compulsion said 12.
The official thing they gave was internal estimates are roughly 12. For like if you're for because it's hard because you don't know how much people are going to explore.
Yes. depending on who you're asking, what is your ideal game length? It probably depends on what type of game you're playing, like an RPG versus a 2D platformer. But what's that nice sweet spot? I saw Nick complaining online about South of Midnight being 15 to 20, but for me, that is perfect for the type of game they're making. Have a good one. P.S. Nick, drop your Pokemon TCG friend code. I need more people for Wonder Picks and trades. I thought I put it up on Twitter, my friend code. Because I got a bunch of new friends after I put it on Twitter. Just go back through my tweets.
Make a Pokemon TCG thread on the forums or something. That would probably get quite a few people clicking in and playing.
Maybe.
But in terms of answering the question, for me, it does depend on the type of game. But majoritively, like if I had to pick a number, anywhere between 8 to 12 hours is more than enough time for me. Like, I hate games that are artificially padded out. Oh, you've got to this point in the plot. Now go collect 3 MacGuffins.
Yes.
Look, fuck off. Unless the gameplay really supports it, like, just, don't outstay
all jokes aside, all jokes about me wanting short games aside, and I do like my short games. As my example from before with Alan Wake 2 and Prince of Persia, where I sunk 40 and 30 into them respectively, I'm not against putting a lot of hours into the game. The key for me is the game itself. So if the game is enjoyable and it encourages me to stay with it and do more, then the length doesn't bother me. It's the shit that's forced. It's the shit that's drawn out. It's the shit when it's padded out and longer than it needs
the end of
to
the
be.
Spider-Man 2018, where you really needed to grind a whole bunch of other stuff before you could finish the campaign.
Last of Us Part 2, which went way longer than it needed to. Like God of War, Ragnarok. Like,
Say
all
non-PlayStation
these games
game
are
or people yell at us.
They're so much longer than they need to be.
Avowed.
Like, get your game to make me want to play it more. Don't force me to play it more, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm explaining myself properly.
I'm with you. I understand what you mean.
Alan Wake 2 is not a long game. It's super short. Jesse laughed at me when I said it was 26 hours for me. I was like, yeah, 26 hours in Alan Wake 2. He's like, what? And you skipped all the cutscenes. I was like, yeah. Because I wanted to keep playing. And I wanted to find everything. And I wanted to do everything. So I ended up putting 26 hours into it. But if you told me... If you had told me before it came out that Alan Wake 2 is 26 hours long, I would have been like, But I put in the 26 hours. It didn't force me to put the 26 hours in.
The golden path.
That's the thing for me.
Has to preferably be between 8 to 12 hours for me, and I'm a happy man. Like, there are some games that really try and drag out the gameplay that would fit into an 8-hour or 10-hour game and make it 25. And I'm like, no, I like this, but I don't like it enough to play it for this long. Like, it has to really do something special. But yeah, I think 12 hours sounds great to me. That's something I can do over a couple of evenings. And
Sub 10 for me. 8 hours.
Fair. And that
8
was
hours is great.
The majority of most single-player games in the 360 era are like 8-hour campaigns, 6-hour campaigns.
And everyone loved them.
No
one complained about the length.
Well, I mean, as we got more storage, things could get longer, and people really... The most popular Assassin's Creed is by far the longest one. Like, I know you say people love them and don't complain. People really associate value with length on games now.
I know they do. I don't debate that. I don't value length with whatever. Personally don't 99% of the time. There are instances like Ratchet and Clank I had a little bit of an issue with. Like, if you're charging me 125 Australian dollars for your game and your game can be beaten in even doing everything and your game is over in a weekend... That I take a slight issue with. That's a lot of money for just a weekend's worth of game.
It was the issue with I brought home this $70 cart and I beat the game in 2 hours. And oh shit, back in the Super Nintendo days, like.
Yeah, I was the same with Mega Drive. I bought a game called Kajikai, and it was like $100 for a cartridge in Australia back then. And Kajikai was over in half an hour.
Yeah,
I was so upset.
a lot of those arcade ports, when they made them easier because you weren't pumping quarters in, you realize, oh, if I don't die 100 times, this game is 15 minutes long.
Yeah. Street Fighter was different because of the replayability of Street Fighter 2. But a lot of those games didn't have replayability. So $100 back then for a half an hour game, it's ridiculous.
They had to be incredibly
Might as well
hard.
just go to the arcades.
Yeah.
Where is the Dorito Pope? I need him back. Come on, let's wrap this up.
But yes, well, this is ultimately about South of Midnight. But yes, South of Midnight does look incredible, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Looks like it might be Aprilish, Mayish, because they've got the.
Yeah, I think it's.
They literally have the LP for the soundtrack coming out at the end of April, so it's you imagine the game's
And I
coming
reckon
up
we'll
before
get
that.
the date at the Game Awards.
Yeah, there'll be a little trailer.
There'll be a trailer at the Game
Solid
Awards.
prediction.
Yep,
Makes sense.
there'll be prediction.
I never had a Game
there'll be
Boy
a
of any type, Abdul, just to let you know. I had a Game Gear.
I had a Game Gear.
Yeah.
Still got my
Like I
original
said,
Game Gear.
Was always a Sega fan, not a Nintendo one.
But yes, I reckon the trailer will be at the Game Awards. We'll get the date, and it'll probably be Q1.
Speaking of the Game
reckon.
Awards, John, next topic.
Yeah, we could do Game Awards. There's some questions on the Game Awards as well, so I'll let you cue that one up for some point to bear in mind.
What about the Game Awards?
I'm going to bring it up. So it's just an interesting little debate topic. The Keeleys is fast approaching.
I know now.
Polygon dropped a little update to the FAQ on the Game Awards website that wasn't there, and I think all the votes have to be in next week, this week. And most people have
They
already
had to be in
submitted their
this week
votes.
because he's telling us on Monday.
Yeah, there you go then. But there's a new question in the FAQ that suddenly appeared. Are DLCs, expansion packs, and remakes or remasters eligible? Here's the answer from Jeff Keighley's Game Awards. The Game Awards aims to recognize the best creative and technical work each year, irrespective of the format of that content's release. Expansion packs, new game seasons, DLCs, remakes, and remasters are eligible in all categories if the jury deems the new creative and technical work to be worthy of a nomination. Factors such as the newness of the content and its price value should be taken into consideration.
Dead Space Remake should have won everything last year.
No worries, guys. You all keep believing that it's a conspiracy theory. You know what's amazing about this? We jokingly said this like a year or two ago. We were like, wouldn't it be funny if the same year that The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered comes out, Keighley suddenly allows Remasters to win Game of the Year? What's happened in 2024? Last of Us Part 2 Remastered comes out. Oh, all of a sudden remakes and remasters can win Game of the Year. I'm sure that's just a coincidence.
I mean, I feel like
that's just a coincidence.
I feel like a lot of people have been like, "Oh, Shadow of the Air Tree," and they've been like, "Okay." But the thing that always, forever and always, will bug me about the Game Awards, and I've said this before, is that when 80% of the industry don't play on Xbox, you're never going to see anything really nominated from these guys. Sorry.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence. I'm sure pure coincidence that the same year remasters have been releasing for 15, 20 years. And all of a sudden, The Last of Us Part 2 comes out.
The Last of Us Part 2!
The Last of Us Part 2. Everyone's like, oh yeah, Shadow of the Air Tree. Last of Us Part 2. That is why the award has suddenly changed. That's why. Unbelievable.
You know, Mort,
At
I
least
don't
Sea of
think the
Thieves
Horizon
stands a chance
Zero
this
Dawn
year.
remaster will make it.
No.
Oh, no,
At
it's got nothing to do with Horizon Zero Dawn.
Also, this has
remaster.
been-
It's 100% because of The Last of Us.
It will be funny if Sea of Thieves finally gets its due in one of its
Yes.
worst technical years, where it's
Yeah,
done great.
It'll be like the best ongoing game.
It's
Sea of
added cool
Thieves.
stuff, but they've had so many technical problems for the past couple months. It's just been rough.
It won't. It'll be Helldivers 2. We'll get the best ongoing game, won't it?
Even though it's literally had some of the worst, like, if you want to go by the support and new stuff and all that, like, it was blazing fast. Incredible start. Paid for that game out entirely, probably made a bunch of money, but over time just went, because it didn't have a ton of new stuff to do. But I hope Shadow of the Erd Tree wins over
I'd be
Astrobot,
perfectly fine with that.
because I only played one of them.
I want
I
Prince
guess-
of Persia to win.
Yeah.
Prince of
no
Persia
shots.
would be Prince. I know it's not,
Mhm.
but Prince of Persia would be the choice that makes me feel better about the Game Awards as a whole. Because to me, Prince of Persia, for a variety of reasons, Prince of Persia would be the correct game, if that's even possible. Prince of Persia would be the right game to win the Game Awards, I think. Not just because it's my game of the year, but because of what it... I think because of what it would mean industry-wide if Prince of Persia wins. Like, it sends a message to devs that, we don't just have to fucking make this massive AAA budget over-the-shoulder thing to have a chance.
That's what I would
we don't-
love. Yeah, I agree with you in that respect. It would be nicer
Do you
to
know what
see.
I mean?
Like, I would love to see not best indie game of the year. I want to see Balatro win game of the year. Why are we
Yeah.
separating these out? Why are we separating
Yes.
them out into those kinds of categories? Like, it's a game, it can win.
Yeah, or Balatro. You
know?
like something like it'd be
I
good.
agree with
I
you
want to
in that
see
respect.
games like that win because it sends the right message to the industry. When it sends the right message to the wider industry when games like that win, especially in a year where they deserve it. Like Prince of Persia is a legitimately fantastic game. It's not just, it's okay for Metroid. No, it is a legitimately fantastic game. Balatro, legitimately fantastic game. It would be nice to see stuff like that win Game of the Year. So we're not just telling developers, sorry guys, if you're not a big AAA thing that you're going to bankrupt your studio making, you don't count.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I hate it. Like, we've talked about it, and like
Stray made
Assassin's
it.
got us. Yeah, of course it did. Assassin's
What?
got
Stray got
Oh,
nominated.
Stray, yeah.
Assassin's got a super chat saying DLC and expansions can't win Game of the Year. That's like saying bread rolls are the main course and the trailers before a movie is the actual film itself.
Sometimes the trailers have been better than the movie I saw, though.
Sometimes that is true, but he actually goes to follow out talking about Indiana Jones, saying if it's even if it's a masterpiece, it comes out after the deadline, and that's the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse's article on the Game of the Year and review scores is worth a watch if you haven't read it or
So
watched
Indy
it.
can't win it then. Indy
It-
can't
Indy
win it
can't
despite
even
it being a
eligible,
2024
yeah.
game.
It would be like Halo, which was eligible in 2023 and didn't get nominated for anything because
Yeah.
no one remembers. Like, even things
Yeah.
in August, like Prince of Persia, don't have much of a chance.
Yeah,
If it
it's
was
nuts.
about the awards, it would be in February. That's why the Oscars and the Emmys,
Agreed.
and it wouldn't be called the Game Awards, which he's also trying to, he's literally trying to copyright the term the Game Awards, which means no one could ever use that again, even though it's super generic. So, like, you need to come up with an actual name, like the Keeleys. Just call it the Keeleys. It would
I
be
like ironically calling it the Keys.
yeah, but like, if it's about companies giving him a bunch of money to sell their games and their hardware during Christmas, like that, it's an ad. It's not about the awards. If it was about the awards, it would be in February. That's why we pushed
And they
ours
can stick-
back. Like,
They can stick the
I-
Game of the Year label on their retail boxes and sell a Game of the Year edition and so on and so forth.
like a
But I
pizza.
do feel like allowing DLCs just opens up another can of worms.
Yep.
Yep.
Because Shadow of the Erd Tree, by all reports, is almost like a game in and of itself.
Oh yeah, you can
but
spend 90
apparently
hours in it if you want to do everything.
Yeah. Like it's almost like a game in and of itself. Same way Hivebusters was. Same way. But then there's some DLCs, like Prince of Persia's... I can't even remember what it's called now. Prince of Persia's DLC, that very much is your traditional, here's a few more hours tacked onto the main game for you. So
Yep.
can that win too? Going by that rule,
it
that
could
can.
be nominated. Yeah.
That's right. So then we're going to come back to the same arguments we've already had now, which is, that's only like 2 hours of DLC, as if that can be Game of the Year. It's like, but what if it's a fantastic and an incredible 2 hours? Versus the 90-hour thing. You know,
Yeah,
like,
I know.
all you're
It's-
doing
it's-
is... It's
it's
the
a-
same
it's-
argument again, but about DLCs instead of games.
The whole way that this is set up is to make money and be a big commercial, and I dislike it because the people we should, and every year we see the same articles. Keely's wrap it up. Get them off stage. Stop actually honouring the developers of the wonderful things we get to play every year. Get them out of here. The next advert has to roll. Fuck that shit. If the industry really cared, they'd do something in February that makes sense, that is actually about developers coming up on stage and receiving awards. I think the closest thing we've got, I don't know if it's just UK only, is the BAFTAs. Like, there's no real coverage of it in the mainstream. Like, people talk about it on Games Industry or GameDeveloper.com.
That's the DICE Awards here in America, where it is actually
DICE is the American version, where it's actually like, come and give a talk about what you did and how you overcame this technical problem, and you've won an award for this and that, and that's. But it doesn't get coverage because there's no big AAA trailer reveals as a part of it. I hate it. It is what it is. I hate it. I mean, you guys were in the room when we were watching Gamescom opening night live. I was just annoyed at having to even sit through it. It was just horrible. I hate watching.
Are you going to enjoy co-streaming this year of the Game Awards, John?
Yeah, I will be there. Yeah. I will be foaming at the mouth. Anyway,
that's the one thing about the Game Awards. It's on at a great time for me. That is the one good thing about the Game Awards that I really like. It's at a beautiful time for me. I like that. Ollie in the chat goes, the Game Awards.
Yeah,
I like that. That's clever. I like
good.
That one. That's a good one.
All right.
Really good.
Next topic.
Other news, just to quickly drop through these last two. We've got Indiana Jones, got its official gameplay deep dive from developer Machine Games, narrated by audio director Pete Ward. I alluded to having seen an earlier version of this a couple of times now in two different iterations in my preview from where I went and attended a couple of weeks back. It's basically, to a similar degree, aside from some additional gameplay locations, kind of what the previews were. It's breaking down what the game is, what the approach is, why. Showing off some of the cool set pieces and some of the action. I think Indiana Jones looks fucking great. I can't wait.
You think it looks so good? You jumped over Avowed in the showrunner, which was the thing I actually had set up to talk about.
Well, you jumped straight over both of those to Game of the Year, so
because it segued nicely with the other things that we're talking about. It actually made sense, unlike yours, which was just mean. But
while
Indiana
these
Jones
two
looks
are
great.
bickering, there's a super chat from Kevin.
Hello, Kevin.
Phantom Dust is on the laptop in the Xbox ad.
Somebody who likes Miles Dampierre probably threw that in there.
Page Miles. It's coming back.
Dust. Yeah. Remember that CG trailer?
You hate card
Everyone
games.
got all excited.
Yep.
Oh, I'm not saying I got excited for Phantom Dust. I'm just saying remember that CG trailer and everyone was like, oh my God, Phantom Dust. And nothing ever happened. It's just nothing ever happened.
Same old, same old.
The good old days.
But yeah, Indy looks great. Right? Delighted.
Indy does look good. I saw a comment from a tweet from Alex saying, I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed when they realize Indy's not Uncharted and it's an immersive sim. It's like, but it was fairly obvious it was an immersive sim from the start, really. With a bit of action, like a hybrid.
Yeah, immersive sim light. I would say more stealth game.
Puzzles.
Which
like it is an adventure game,
and there's
in
a
the
lot of stealth in Wolfenstein.
Yes, there is. Yeah.
Like I don't. Were people genuinely expecting Uncharted in first person?
I
don't think so.
I hope not. There are a lot of people that are very angry.
No,
and
they were
that it's not
furious that it's not just Uncharted. They just wanted it to be Uncharted.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is, even from the very first trailer, were people genuinely thinking we were going to get Uncharted?
Yes,
in first person.
They thought it would primarily be a shooter.
Actually, no, maybe not the first trailer. I'm wrong. Maybe not the first trailer, but the first time we saw a bit more in-depth gameplay, it became very clear this was not going to be Uncharted in first person. It became very, very clear. When we saw him going, hey, look, I can distract them with this and I can do this. I'm like, oh, this has a lot of immersive, emergent stuff to it. This is not an Uncharted game at all. But
yeah, I think it will do well with. I think it will do well with the PC crowd. I think it will do well generally, but I think that the narrative of it not being what people wanted again will shine through in these reviews that we get.
Probably.
You wait and see.
I think it looks good.
It was also talked about by Phil in the Rolling Stone interview where he's like, I don't like licensing out IPs to make games because the games end up disappearing, like we always get with Forza. It puts heavy restrictions on subs. Like I really think Indiana Jones is on PlayStation 5 because in the end it was going to cost them too much to get it into Game Pass. Otherwise,
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Because of the deal with Disney.
That's an interesting little nugget of info you spotted there. Yeah, that is a really good point.
I think the game looks good, and it's on PS5 now, which means everyone can love it.
It can get an
It's coming to
opportunity to be
PS5.
nominated next year.
Yeah. Now all the reviewers can love it
Yeah.
because it's coming to PS5.
Yep. But there you go, Indy,
Which is good for the game.
looking great. And we also got the reveal.
You know what else
of-
looks good about it though?
Oh, okay.
You know what else looks good about Indy? It doesn't look like it's like open world shit.
no, yeah, it's levels.
It looks
It's not.
quite linear,
Yeah.
which is great.
So some of the levels, like the Giza level in Egypt, is huge, like massive, but not like unassailably so. Not like intimidatingly large. Like it's got
the
different little
scope.
You're talking about that
activities.
one that Jesse's showing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
With
got
like the quarry?
big scope
Yeah,
without feeling
that's
too
not a
big.
level. That's one area in a massive open level. So think silent cartographer, but big.
And it
I
will
like how those rocks broke
it
up.
will legitimately be helped because it's always funny that Nick never watches anything we put out. It will be helped quite a bit as a December release by then having a spring release again to remind people and keep it fresh in their minds
This
for next
exists.
year's awards.
Yeah. It's honestly, I am chomping at the bit to get hands on with this. And it's
Isn't
it's
it
sooner than we
champing?
think. It could be champion.
I always
is
thought it was
champ.
chomping,
Yeah,
and then I
champ.
read that it was champing. I'm like, what the fuck is champing?
It's
It's a horse
yeah,
thing.
horse
It's a horse
bridle
reference.
thing.
Yeah, they
Oh.
champ. There's a riddle as well. 30 white soldiers on a red hill. First they champ, then they stamp, then they stand still. What are they?
Horses.
No. I'll leave.
Oh.
See if you can figure that out, chat. What is that? But yes, if you want to play Indy early, there is the premium digital edition and the collector's edition to give you 3 days early access, so you can play on December 6th.
I
So-
never understood the outrage behind that early access stuff.
It's funny. Dan
Well, there's
I
even
see
Stapleton.
more
it
outrage in this
everywhere.
one. I'll bring it up in the next topic.
Dan Stapleton's very
Um,
mad. He doesn't call it early access. He calls it actual release date because that's when you can play it if you pay more. He's like, yeah.
if you pay more.
I don't understand why. As soon as a game goes gold, that's it. They can release it whenever they want once it's gone gold. I never understood why we wait so long after a
is-
game's gone gold.
It is annoyance. It is annoyance at that. On one hand, they're saying it's day one on Game Pass, and they're charging you 20 quid or whatever it is a month for that privilege. But then on the other hand, they're saying, but if you pay $50
bit
more
more.
to this upgrade, you can have it. And do you know what? It's fucking savvy business sense, mate. You're taking
what's
advantage of the
big deal?
FOMO.
I don't understand. Why
If you're not a grown up and you can't handle that, if you
Yeah.
can't handle waiting 3 days for a single player
3
game
days.
that's not going to change in 3 days, I don't know what to say to you.
Like
And,
it's
you know-
like the mobile game you love. If you don't want to wait to get another pack in Pokemon TCG, pay a little bit more and you don't have to wait. Just be an adult and wait.
Wait, yeah, just wait. It's no big deal.
You're grown up. You're a big boy.
You can make
you
your own
just wait.
decisions.
Yeah, you can just
you
wait.
know?
You don't have to pay the money. Like
Well, people are really
things in
mad,
the
Nick.
industry.
People are really mad about this one because Avowed had its collector's edition revealed in a nice steelbook and a map. And you know, like Avowed is ready. We heard it in the Phil Spencer
Yes.
interview tour. Avowed's ready. We're giving them more time, but they'll use it. They don't need it, but they'll use it. It's coming out in February 18th on Game Pass, but
Mhm,
if
mhm.
you spend some money on the collector's
Get
edition,
it earlier.
5-day earlier. Whoa, you can complete the whole game in
Shit.
5 days.
How am I going to
Please.
live? Man, 5 days. Man, what could I do to distract me for those 5 days? Maybe the job that I should fucking have at my age. Maybe that would distract me for 5 days while I wait for this thing.
Yeah. I think they're charging a
Go play
crazy
one of the
amount.
other 76 games in your backlog for those 5
I
days
also-
so you don't have to pay the money.
It's extra savvy to do it longer here because there's so much shit coming out at the end of the month. So it gets
Yeah.
them further away from Assassin's Creed, Monster Hunter, and like a dragon, pirate, Yakuza.
Yeah. It's a smart thing to do. But they are charging 90 quid for that
Like-
collector's edition.
Yeah, but
I think it was 90. It might be $90. So what's 70 quid for me? But
like there's so much stuff in the industry that's worth getting upset about. Like
Yeah.
that's worth genuinely getting upset about.
I think it's $25
Getting
bucks for
upset
the
about-
upgrade. So it's like 95 because the base game's 70.
But
there you go.
like, it's whiplash. Like, don't charge us more for games. Don't go to 70. Don't go to 80. Stick to 60, even though your development costs are blowing out of control because we want fucking the greatest graphics in history and we want physics where that blade of grass better fucking move when I step on it. You can't. These companies, whether we like it or not, need to find ways to make more money because the money they're currently making the traditional way is not enough. Like, you all saw the Sony leak. They needed to do 11 million copies at full price to break even or whatever it was with one of their games.
With Spider-Man 2.
It's not whatever the hell it was. It's not enough anymore. They need to find ways to get more money out of us because the money they're getting out of us is not enough.
Well,
So,
Ye-
if they can prey on grown adults that have no fucking patience whatsoever, go for it. Go for it. Do it.
It's interesting that you bring this up, Nick, because one of our wonderful Patreon members, Mort, has a question around Avowed. Do you want me to read it? I can happily do so.
I'll
if
read
you
it.
like.
I'm the question reader.
I'm the question reader.
Mort. Topic. Avowed.
Forget the flow. I'm the question reader. He stamps his feet, spits his dummy out.
Hello there. Earlier this week, the Avowed pre-orders went up, and with it, the premium edition. Unlike most other first-party premium editions lately, this one had no real content, as in DLC/Season Pass, but it is basically just selling a 5-day early access. I have bought quite a few premium upgrades in the past for Game Pass games like Forza Horizon 5 and Starfield, where you get future expansions, etc. It has always felt like a good deal, and the play earlier thing is just a bonus. This time, it's into pure cash grab territory, I feel, and I'll pass. See? He'll pass. Question. Do you think there are simply no DLCs planned for Avowed? And if so, why would that be? Or are they just not going to include that in this premium edition? Hugs, Mort. So there's no other extras to this.
You get two
There's some
skins, a
skins.
digital art book, and soundtrack, I think, and that is it. It's
Oh, okay. So there is some extra stuff.
yeah, but it's
Yeah,
their
but
worst
normally he's
one
talking about
by far.
DLC.
Yeah, it's their
Like, you
least
normally get-
valuable one. Like even if Redfall had given what it was supposed to, it would have been a lot more.
Do
with
you
two
want to
operators.
know a little secret?
It is a cash grab.
Do you want to know a little secret? Do you want to know what Sony's first party deluxe editions are? That.
Oh.
Digital art book, soundtrack. Here's a skin. That's what Sony's digital deluxe upgrades have been for like a decade. It ain't new. It ain't new. That's how Sony's like. I got the deluxe edition of Ratchet and Clank. I got the deluxe edition of what? I think there was a God of War game I got a digital deluxe of, and that's all I got. Like an art book and a soundtrack and that's how Sony's done it for ages, and no one cracks the shits at that.
I love though that Mort has just proven our point. He's an adult. He's
Yeah,
looked
did
at
you
that
see?
and gone,
I'll pass.
That's
I'll pass.
bullshit. He's
I'll
moved on
pass.
with his life.
Yeah, it's
Kudos
totally
to
optional.
You, Mort.
Yep.
Kudos to you, sir.
He's just like, so I'm basically just paying to play the game early. No thanks.
Yeah. I'll save
Problem
25
solved.
quid.
Look at that.
Boom.
Problem
He-
solved,
he went and
man.
voted with
Wow,
his
look,
wallet.
and Mort survived. He's still alive and everything.
Yeah.
How good's that?
Well, let's check in on Mort when all the Avowed reviews dropped, and let's just let's say it's been reviewed positively out the wazoo. Will his resolve weaken on that day? Because technically, because of the 5-day early access, just like with Indy, and I don't know the embargo dates for reviews for either title, but AAA game, standard practice, you're going to assume worst case scenario, it will be on the day of that early access release to capitalize on all that FOMO. If it does well, 9s and 10s out of the wazoo, you can play it now, motherfuckers, or you can wait 5 days. Whoa, the FOMO. Will Mort's resolve crumble? We'll find out in February. We'll be tuning in with Mort, keeping an eye on his what's played list.
Don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. If they want to take advantage of grown adults with zero patience, go for it,
Have
man.
at it. Yeah,
Go
absolutely.
for
Yep.
it. Go for
And
it.
I know that there are certain game series where they could do that, and I'd be like, "Yep, in."
I reckon there's a couple of games where I'd potentially get sucked in, like Perfect Dark.
Yeah.
Like, I reckon I'd be one of those stupid dickheads that's like, oh, I can't wait 3 days. I've got to pay the extra like an idiot now and play it. Perfect Dark might be the one that does it to me. Maybe.
Yeah.
But I'd like to think I have more discipline than that.
We'll see. We'll see. when
I'd
the
like
time
to
comes.
think I have more discipline.
Anyway, that is all of the news. It's going to be a 4-hour show.
Don't leave. There
let's-
is a rumor mill. After.
Yeah, but it'll be after this.
Oh, no, you got to keep going. I forgot to change the video because
I mean, it'll
That's
be
all right,
after.
we can keep going. So, about the idiots with no patience. So, guys, I don't know how old we all are. I am 44. So,
hitting the button.
okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot
That
the
was short
countdown
and
too. I'm
sweet.
eating dinner. I'm freaking starving.
I was like trying to listen to it.
There, I'm gonna
There's
have.
the Rumour Mill.
No, it's not the rumor mill.
Oh,
It's what year, my dear, you idiot.
it's what you
Oh, it's what you want to do.
I mean, my
okay.
friend. Sorry, people are gonna get mad. They're gonna think I actually think you're an idiot. I don't. That's Nick. It's fuck. I didn't even change the name of the game. Jesus Christ. All out of sorts while eating dinner. What year, my dear? There we go.
Oh, I've got to get my-
we're doing a podcast.
Oh, hey, like it's his time of day.
It literally
man.
starts
It's
at
like
5
I want to go to bed
PM,
while we're
Nick.
doing this podcast.
Every
but, you know,
podcast
like-
for 2+ years has gone straight through the normal dinner time.
It's one day a week.
Yes,
that you don't have
every
dinner
week.
at this time. It's okay.
Would you?
I
would
normally
you
don't.
mind
Somebody
one day
bought
a week
pizza.
getting up at 6 a.m. and then it won't be his dinner time and it won't be 3 a.m. in the morning for me? Cool.
It would still be my
New start time for the
I've said to you
podcast.
guys, if I ever get lucky enough to be able to do this full time, I will adjust this podcast time to whatever you want. 3 a.m., 4 a.m., not a fucking problem. Until that time, unfortunately, my hands are tied.
All right.
So-
What's
Patrons, if you want to see this beautiful face more frequently and doing more stuff, you know what to do.
head to patreon.com/XboxEra. And by the way, we're playing What's Year, my dear, which is a weekly game show where we play as champions for our patrons to win them game codes from Jesse's big long list of games. So this week, Nick is playing for Silent J76. Don't worry, I got you, bro. I got you. You get yourself sorted.
I'm playing
I'm
for
playing-
Silent J76.
Oh, you can't help it. It's I read
John.
the names out.
John is playing for Woogie Burns.
I read the names. I read the questions. It's my job.
I read all
It's
of
my
it out.
job.
I am
Okay.
the official reader of stuff.
Oh, I love it. Okay, fine. Woogie Bums. Woogie Burns, not Woogie Bums. Is it Woogie Bums? Is it Burns?
Bums.
Is it Woogie?
Woogie Bums.
Oh, I'm
It's a
so
Woogie
sad
Bum.
it's not. I'm so sad it's not Woogie Buns. That's great. Anyway, Jesse, what's the theme this week?
The category for this week is survival horror shooters. For no particular reason whatsoever. So I'll have 15 games. Whoever ends up with the most points at the end wins. Getting the year correct is 3 points. Being closer without going over is 1. The very first game. What year did S.T.A.L.K.E.R Shadow of Chernobyl release?
Oh, God. I have no idea. That was PC only, wasn't it?
It was the first game in the franchise on PC only.
Oh man, I don't know.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with the Rumour Mill, Abdul. S.T.A.L.K.E.R's got the Game
I
Pass.
feel like it's way earlier than you'd think with Stalker. Like I'm almost tempted to say 90s. I'm almost tempted to say 90s.
Is it pre or post Half-Life 2? We're talking an open world survival horror shooter.
Oh, yeah.
Is it pre or post? I don't know. I'm going to go with...
Gentlemen,
that's a
give me
good
your
point, 'cause that
years
was
in
2004.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 06, 06. You're both wrong.
Oh, sad
It was
face.
07.
It's 1998.
You were 1 year
Oh,
off.
it was 07.
2007.
Oh.
Okay. Damn.
We
off by a
strategized
year.
there, though, Nick. We
Wait,
were
is this
like,
thing
okay,
work?
let's think.
Oh, no, it isn't. Okay. This thing's being stupid. There it goes. I had to click out and in to be able to get this to actually show what I had typed. All right. A game reviewed on our website by my lovely wife. What year did Chernobylite release? It's on our website, Nick. Reviewed by us with a video and an article and everything. So give me that face.
I don't know. I've never even heard of that game. Chernobylite. I was just about to say, is that light as in L-I-T-E? And it popped up in the private chat. Okay, maybe I have heard of it.
Gentlemen, give me your years in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nick went fast. 2022, 2021. Cat's in the way. I can't actually see. On the nose is John Stick-Mechanico Clark with 2021. You got to go away, Jojo. You're not
I
getting any
just
pizza.
guessed because you said it's on our site, so I just assumed it was something recent.
I've reviewed a lot of old games. We did Stardew Valley. That one came out, 2017 before us? All right.
Oh, okay.
After 2 questions, it is a commanding 3-0 lead. Woo! Commanding. Gentlemen, what year did Dying Light release?
Oh.
Not Dead Island, Dying Light. Oh,
Was that on the 360 or the Bone?
I think it was
It was on
Xbox One.
It was on the Bone.
Do you want the platforms? I don't know if I don't always give them when it's more obvious. Because giving the platforms does narrow time frames down, so I tend not to if I don't have to. Gentlemen, give me your years in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
Tying the game
went
by
2050.
nailing it
Oh, fuck! I
is
nearly
one
went
sheesh pull
2015.
Nick.
Oh, was I right?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Well
Nice.
played.
I was going to
What
say
happened to the music?
2014 too, because I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm
I
pretty
was-
sure that was Xbox One.
I was going to say 2015, but I was like, oh, if I'm over...
Who stopped
it's
playing the
all
music?
from-
I didn't.
Is it not on
I'm
loop?
holding an
Oh,
eye.
I
somebody,
thought we weren't playing this music out
I
of
gave up.
fear of
It's my
Nintendo.
favorite. It's the only one that works great. Doot,
Okay.
doot, 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 doot. All right, we are now tied after 4 questions at both of you getting one right. Gentlemen, what year did Days Gone release?
Oh shit!
Oh,
I've got Days Gone. Shit. It's a PS4 game. Oh, fuck. I mean, I bought it on sale. I didn't buy it when it came out. Was it before or after God of War? Shit. I can't remember if it was before or after God of War.
Just give him all the time in the world, Jess. It's fine.
Yeah, why is he taking so long?
I was reading something about this, Mike. Gentlemen, give me your years in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You never let me count. 2018, years more. Both are at 2018. It, in fact, released in 2019. No points.
I went 1 year earlier than I was going to because I'm like, oh, maybe I'll get the points for not going over.
It's exactly.
Yeah, but
The
you both had the
mindset,
same
right?
idea, so no points.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, what year did State of Decay release?
The first one. The Xbox Live Arcade game. Ooh.
Gentlemen, give me your years in 3, 2, 1. Closer without going over is in fact one John Sikamika Clark, as it was 2013.
Oh.
I'll take it.
How many questions is that? We're not even halfway through. I forgot. I got to go faster with these. I'm so used to having done name a game lately, which I need to stretch a little more. Gentlemen, what year did S.T.A.L.K.E.R Sky release? The third game in the original trilogy. Second game in the original trilogy. So the first game was 07, as we already know. When would the second game have come out?
Isn't that Stalker 2?
No. Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, Stalker Clear Sky, and Stalker Call of Pripyat are... They didn't have number sequels, they had name sequels. Stalker 2 is like a... I don't know, spiritual successor to that original trilogy. That's why they put the 2 on it. Gentlemen, give me your years in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 09 and 012. It was, in fact, 2008. No points are awarded. It was 1 year later.
Oh my god, next year.
Yeah, they were banging them out.
Wow.
I only went 2 years because I'm like, oh, back in those days they were pumping out games quicker, so I'm like, 2 years.
They were super quick.
Wow.
Jesus, 1 year.
I know.
Holy shit.
Gentlemen, what year was The Evil Within 2 released?
Did Evil Within come out on 360, the first one? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm just talking to the wife about how sensitive this mic is until I fix it.
Oh.
What was your
Evil
question?
Within 2.
Mhm.
I was saying, was Evil Within a 360 game, the first one?
I don't think so.
Is this the second one or the first one we're talking about?
The second one.
Oh fuck.
Gentlemen, give me your years in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Closer without going over is one John Sikamika Clark, as it was 2017.
God.
Wow.
All right. Gentlemen, please, can you let me know what year did Metro Exodus release?
Oh shit. Is Metro Exodus the
The
newest?
second one?
It is the newest one.
It's the newest one.
Yeah, there's Metro 2033, Metro Last Light, and then Metro Exodus. All good if you play them in the original language. Boy, are those English dubs something. Gentlemen, please give me your years in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
I don't know.
Got a 2021, got a 2019. Taking the lead is one Nicholas Baker, as he has nailed the year of 2019.
The
Nice, well
lead.
done.
How did I take the lead?
He had
I've
gotten...
only got 1 point for the last 2 times.
Yeah,
not 3
he was up
points.
5 to 3.
Yeah, because you were close without going over. Yeah. I'm like the lead. What? How
You
am I in the lead?
leapfrogged. Nick and John, what year did Dead Space 2 release?
Oh,
Fuck, oh, man.
I should know this. Oh.
Dead Space 1 was
08.
yeah. So
Yeah, keep talking and helping him, Nick. Then you always complain later. Gentlemen,
Shit.
give me
No.
your years in 5, 4,
Oh, shit.
3, 2,
Shit.
1.
I've got it wrong.
2010 and 2011.
I've got it wrong.
Jumping back into the lead is one.
Yes!
Sikamika Nico.
I literally had 2010 until the last possible second. I was like, no, it was 3 years. It was 3 years.
I actually nearly said 2012. I went to say 2012, and I was like, no, because 2013 was the new gen, and Dead Space 3 came out as part of 360. So I'm like, no. So I nearly went 2012.
Sick and Nick. What year was Resident Evil 5 released?
Oh, God.
I know. This one I know straight away.
Resident Evil 5 is the
Straight away, I know this one.
the red Xbox 360 Special Edition one, right?
No,
Yeah,
answering
it was
that
the
fucking
first
question, fuck
action
you.
one. Yes?
I've talked him out
What?
of it.
I'm not answering that question.
Gentlemen,
What?
give me your
I'm not
years.
answering any of those
In
questions.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What is Nick?
Piss off! You fucking guessed that shit.
Tied.
You guessed the shit
Both
out
correct.
of that. You guessed that. You pulled that out of your ass. You did not know the answer to that question. I knew the second he said it. I knew it was 09.
Deduction, bro. Deduction.
Okay, then
Right,
what
piece of
year
shit.
did Alan Wake release on the Xbox 360?
Yep, got it. I already
Gentlemen,
know.
give me your
Got my
years.
year.
In
Got my
5,
year.
4.
Watch him guess
3,
it. Watch him pull
2,
the shit out of his ass
1.
and guess it.
Correct.
Yeah, fuck off. Bullshit. Bullshit.
I mean, that's a game he knows.
Bullshit. No, he doesn't.
Okay, I mean, he got it right.
Whatever. He guessed.
What? Oh, I should probably. I'm gonna write this the right way now. Boop, boop.
Those
boop,
last two I knew for a fact instantly. He's
no,
just
wait, no,
taking
I gotta
a
write
stab
this
in
the right way.
dark.
It's educated guess, mate. Educated guess.
God
I
damn it.
bought the Resident Evil 5 Special Edition Xbox 360, so I was like, okay, it wasn't
So did
07.
I. That red one. I bought that
Yeah.
red one as well.
That's why I asked. I was like, was it that one?
Gentlemen,
Love Resident Evil 5.
what year did Fear come out? Fear 3.
Oh, I'm like, what? What's he saying? For Threya? I'm like, what?
Their
Yeah,
title
because the
was
logo had
FE,
the E
yeah.
as a.
Oh, yeah, Fear 3.
Oh, wait.
Which one was
God damn
that one?
Oh man.
That was a 360 game, wasn't it?
There you go.
God, I don't even know.
Gentlemen,
I don't know.
give me your years in 5,
I
4,
don't
3,
know.
2.
I don't know.
And
this
one.
is like the biggest stab in the dark you've ever seen in your life.
2011. You're both wrong.
Oh wow.
I'll take it.
How did you manage to guess 2010 as well? How did you manage to guess 2010 as well?
We think the same, Nick.
They all
are
came out in the
one.
same gen. They all. Well, no. Original Fear was OG, I think, right? But they weren't coming out by the time the Xbox One was coming out. So,
Original Fears AI.
gentlemen, what year did The Last of Us release?
It's easy.
Easy.
Give me your year in 3, 2, 1.
This is where he goes, remastered.
Correct. I knew that one. So sometimes you throw in the easy ones just for fun. What year did Left 4 Dead release?
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Oh. No, I know.
Give me your years in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wait, do I know? Wait, do I know?
You're both wrong. 2008.
Oh, shit. I nearly said 6. I almost said 6.
That would have given John a 3-point
I
lead.
almost-
The very final one is one neither of you will know, but you will have to surmise based on the first 2 games of this franchise already being included. What year did S.T.A.L.K.E.R Call of Pripyat release? So you had 07 and 08. What year would the
Watch
third
him
game
just
have been?
guess this and pull it out of his ass, no matter what I fucking guess.
Gentlemen, before we go to the rumor mill, give me
Wait.
your final years in 10, 9, 8, 7,
I don't even
3.
remember what we said about the first 2.
07, 08.
Wait.
07 and 08.
Oh, that's right.
Jesus
07
Christ.
and
I
08.
literally already said that too. You were just so complainy. You did not hear it.
Oh, now this is a trick where he thinks we're going to
5,
yeah.
4,
09.
3, 2,
Do we
1.
risk it? Do we risk it, Nick? Oh, he hasn't.
2010. John wins.
It's the fucking.
It took him 2 years.
I was
that
going to
time.
do 10 as well.
Yeah.
I was
knew
going
it
to
was
do
a
10
trick.
as well.
He's a
It wasn't a
sly
trick. It
dog.
was literally just the years it came out.
Yes,
I
sly
was gonna
dog.
do
It was
10.
first,
I was
middle,
gonna
and
say
end.
10 as
That was all.
But
That's
hey, congratulations to, and I'm sorry, you're going to have to change your username to Woogie Bums, because it's more amusing to me. Reach out to Jesse in either our Discord or the forums, and a game code list will be presented, of which you may pick.
Excuse me.
And with that, it's the moment you've all been waiting for, with a brand new rendition, a whole new theme tune,
A whole nother.
theme tune for all of these supposedly, allegedly made up things. It's the Rumour Mill.
It's been a while.
It's only here to make me feel good. It's the Rumour Mill. John and Jesse were better forever if they could. It's the Rumour Mill. It's the Rumour Mill. It's only here to make me feel good. It's the Rumour Mill. John and Jesse were better forever if they could. It's the Rumour Mill.
There it was. I don't have any club music. Let me see.
Rumour Mill.
Here. Do some of this.
I've been singing that song all week.
Is it your ringtone now?
I've been singing that song all week. My wife's like, why are you still singing that song? I'm like, it's really catchy. I like it.
You should have it playing throughout the entire segment.
I'm
in the
actually
background, so we can
just
be
about
like-
to do that. Yeah. I gotta find it again.
I'd like it. I'm like, John and Jesse were better forever if they could. I like it. It's really good.
It's one of the annoying things about
really
AI.
like it.
It's legitimately makes some real bops.
He made 2 versions. The other one's pretty good too. It's just like for a shorter. The other one is a better long form song. This one was better for the short, quick clip, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we're just gonna
but
have
as a
this.
long form 2 or 3 minute song, I actually like the other one more. But that
Yeah,
one
the other one
was
had a
good
lot
for
more
the short
lyrics.
clip.
This one was shorter. And it just repeats the lyrics.
Rumour Mill. I was like, hey, this is a pretty good house track. I like it.
Can we get some club lighting, please?
We can't. One person at a time can. So. And Nick,
So I said to Jesse,
the rave's starting. Nick, go.
Prompt it with funky vocal house. I reckon it'll do something really good, and it did. It's great. I really like it. I legitimately like it. It's really good. I sent it to Carlos. He's like, how did you make that? Like, it's really good, isn't it? Like, it's AI. It's really good.
Oh man. Oh. So look, I mean, you
quite
don't
like
get
it.
this with other podcasts, yeah. Hey, this kind of production value. Hit you with a banging tune, just
I
straight
don't
out
give
of
a
the
fuck
gate.
about the rumor anymore. I just want to hear the song.
It's 20 minutes just dancing to this. Oh dear. You know, you do have to do the rumor though. I'm sorry, bro.
I would
Anytime
change
now,
the
bro.
full background, but
Anytime, bro.
it gets rough.
Okay. Rumour Mill. Are you turning the music off or down?
No,
or?
it's just
I
staying in the background. Just, you can. It's
very loud. Rumour Mill. So, been a long time, and Jesse was okay with this one because it's something he likes. So, what the rumor I've heard, the info I was given, what a little birdie told me.
All
Now,
of that jazz.
a lot of people will probably file this under this was obvious. Whatever, sue me. What I have heard is that we are getting a Dark Souls 3 remaster.
Oh, from fans will be happy with that.
That's what I've heard. I've heard that that's what we are getting. Just got the DM out of nowhere the other day. That we
Wow.
are getting.
I love it because it's a rumor you couldn't give 2 flying fucks about, isn't it?
Playing some
Couldn't give a shit.
Playing some footage of it right now, and it's nice that they got it up to 60 with the FPS boost. That took a lot of work, but man, it is fuzzy. It's only 900p. It will definitely benefit from that, especially if they can make the PC version better. And then actually, maybe once let their games run above 60, because even like Elden Ring only runs at 60, which is insane. But yeah.
I did get a little bit more than that, but I'm not allowed to pass that on.
I haven't mentioned it then.
I got.
What a tease.
I don't know. But yeah. Is that Dark Souls 3? That looks like Demon Souls.
That's Dark Souls 3, running on a Series X with FPS boost.
Oh, okay.
Dark Souls games got a look, man. It only really changed with Elden Ring.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I heard. That's the rumor that I heard.
And if you want, I would say if you want a Bloodborne remaster, that game needs to be able to be multi-plat. That is all From is interested in anymore.
Chambo in the chat. Bloodborne community about to lose their minds.
I can't. If this goes to Reddit, I can't wait to hear heaps of posts going, "Oh,
Fraud.
that's so obvious. That's so obvious. He's just saying it because it's so obvious." Like, man, I don't give a fuck about From games that I would bother making up a rumor. I give two shits about From games.
And I'm with you there, Abe.
dear.
Until
Okay.
Elden Ring, it was probably my favorite game ever. I think I played through all of Dark Souls with my character 9 times. Like 9 new game pluses, because didn't have a ton of money and the game was amazing, and so I just played the ever-loving shit out of it. But like with most From games, I actually never played the DLC. It was always too expensive, and by the time it came out, my character was... I forgot how the game worked because I had gone into other stuff. So to have an excuse to do a review of a remastered version, I would love to give another 10 and piss Nick off with the game he rumored.
And the From
Can't
fans
wait
wouldn't
for
hate
that.
you for this time.
I can't wait for those From insiders on Resetera to be like, I haven't heard that. And everyone's going to
I'm
be
curious
like,
if
"He
it's
was
if
lying."
it's soon. Is it like imminent announcement soon? Imminent release soon?
With what everyone's been
Imminent-
saying about Nintendo pushing really hard for remasters and remakes to fill in gaps, because they've been having just to fill in gaps around Switch launch and still have Switch content while Switch 2 is out. I don't know that this would be Switch. I mean, it could. It's old if it's a remaster, depending on what they do. But Switch 2 definitely. So I wouldn't say. I would imagine it would be something that would have to be far out. Like the game has been out since 2016. So
I don't know what form it's taking, so I don't know
No.
if it's a really basic. What were the Dark Souls 1 and 2 remasters?
Giving you
like?
all
Were
the
they
content?
pretty full on.
yeah, no, they were give you all the content running at high resolution and better frame rate. 'Cause instead of being low res,
So they were
30,
quite bare bones and basic.
Yeah, they were good in the sense that they had some quality of life changes they had, but it was up-resed and better performance. Like, it wasn't a graphical remake, I don't think.
Okay, so it's probably a safe assumption to think this would be similar.
Yeah, it's getting their games to run better on current consoles in general for the other two.
Well, then surely stuff like that wouldn't take that long, would it?
You'd think, but yeah, and also the DLC is supposed to be amazing. So honestly, Nick, if what you have said is true and I get to review this, you'll get to be mad at me again, because it'll be a very high score. It's literally my favorite game of last gen until Elden Ring. Like, it's number 1. Red Dead 2 would have been up there, but only on PC, because that game plays like shit
Not
on
have
console.
Any less interest in these games.
Yeah, they're all
with you,
gameplay
bro.
too. Like they so focus on the gameplay, but it's just not for you. All the story and all the lore is mainly confined to very short pre-boss fight or post-boss fight cutscenes and reading shit if you want to learn. Other than that, it's pure gameplay, and it is bliss. It would be in the 9s for sure for me, unless it was a bad remaster. Then it would be a 2, because I'd be so mad. But there you go.
All right. I saw It's Finn say, but why would From Software remake? I mean, I didn't say remake. I said remaster, didn't I?
You did say remaster.
It already runs well, even on Series XS. Well, how does it run on PS5?
It's 30 FPS on there, and it runs 60 on Series X, but it is super fuzzy. It is 900p.
I mean, have we ever? I mean, these companies will always find an excuse to get more money out
And
of everyone in the cheapest way possible.
it resets the MSRP. It can be a $70 all content release too, which they like, or 60. So, not that those games are generally full price still. They're still 60, and their DLC packs are still 40. because
And does it have to be from making it? They could outsource something like that, couldn't
the
they?
way their tech is, it's almost always them. That's
Oh,
why.
okay.
That's why Bloodborne hasn't hit, because Sony can't do it on their own.
Oh, okay.
That's what
I
Grubbs
don't know
always said.
enough about them because I have no interest in any of the stuff they do.
Yeah, you don't like good games.
Nick, I know you have a bigger rumor than that.
Nope.
What do you mean?
That's it. And it is 1:45.
Again. It was
It's been a
mostly
big
YouTube.
week, so
this
there's
week
good
we had a lot of
conversation.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So, last remaining community questions is something we'll tackle next. If you aren't aware and would like to submit a community question, they're all coming from our wonderful Patreon community. It's one of the perks they get for supporting us is they get to have their say, their voice every week, and we'll read them out. One day they might grow into such a huge number of letters, essays, and other such things that we'll have to do it in a completely separate show. But today is not that day. If you want to be one of those privileged few that can send a question to be read out live on air, head to patreon.com/XboxEra and become someone awesome, like the rest of our Patreon community. In terms of what we've got left, I think it's mostly forum, but I put a couple of the form ones.
No, there's a couple in the form, yeah.
There's a couple. I put them on the showrunner if that helps you to save from.
We should just have that. We should have the Rumour Mill music playing the entire show.
So good. Such a good song. So good.
That AI
Anyway.
is annoying because
Anytime, Nick. Anytime you want to start reading.
all I did was feed it
Oh,
those
Yeah.
lyrics and then gave it, what was it, like Funky House? I think
Yeah,
that's it. And then it
Funky
made the whole
Vocal
thing. It
House.
just makes the whole thing. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Why is
it's
it
so
so good?
it's so good.
I hate how good it is.
Because house music basically works off a mathematical formula, so it makes sense that AI can create good house music. There's like a formula to house, so it makes total sense. Okay, so I'll go to the forum first, I guess. Yeah. Jesse Brother. Subject. Hey, Trav, you could have just gone the subject you wanted last week now, if you wanted to. Anyway. Subject, Arcane and or Dragon Age of Valgard. Happy Podcast 237. 11. I said that name because I have this weird need to rhyme, but also because 11, if on one of the reasons that I subscribe to Netflix for. Huh? Did you
This
mean
is
to
why
say
I should
11
read things out. 11 is one of the
11
reasons.
Is one of the reasons.
Just
Another
use your
spelling
brain and
mistake.
figure out on the fly, bro. You can just jive with this shit, you know.
Yeah, but I'm not
believe in you.
reading in advance to put that together.
Oh,
And even though Stranger Things isn't quite back yet, the other reason is not Tyson versus Paul. Fuck, what an awful fight. I mean, it
Yeah.
was rigged. Tyson was holding back.
Yeah.
No, it was Arcane, and holy shit, is that show still friggin' amazing. I won't spoil anything, but let's just say I can see how certain angry bitch-ass YouTubers will be saying how the show went woke and is now broke. The same dummies who are hating on the Valgard because it dares to have made-up characters actually be non-binary? Psst, get over it, you want to be macho dudes who are really just whiny snowflakes. Enough about those Muppets, and on to this week's question, which pertains to Andor. See what I did there? And/or. We found out that fantastic show is coming back this April. If they ever make a video game based on that property, what type of game do you guys think it will be? I never saw Andor, so I don't know.
yep. Can't answer the question. Never watched the show. Jesse.
Didn't watch Andor.
Wow. Probably the best thing Star Wars has ever had.
I'm so tired of that whole universe.
Because
bro.
you know why? It was made by somebody who does not like Star Wars. He doesn't like it, which is generally, and I know people say it's the other way, but for Star Wars, which was never good, it helps because he's just making a good show set in that universe. But it's not beholden or in love with the universe's past. It is a prestige. It is the only prestige Star Wars thing that's ever existed.
Okay.
Like
Maybe I'll give
that
it a
show
go.
could have been on HBO and people would have been like, oh, this feels like an HBO show, but without the swearing. But yeah, no, it's like,
Because to me, the best Star Wars thing was Mandalorian.
and this blows Mandalorian away. Quality, like quality and script wise, like Mandalorian is cool, but you go back to season 1, it's pretty rough. And you go through and you feel the formula and whatnot, but Andor is like, this is just a great show in a way that even the movie wasn't, because the movie had too many fingers in the pie on it, changing shit. But yeah, it is an amazing show.
So what sort of game would it be then?
It would be more similar to Star Wars Outlaws, where it is someone who's not superpowered because it's just regular people starting the rebellion. So it's tons of spy work and infiltrating. It would be, you go for like a more modern Splinter Cell thing with Diego Luna's character.
Game.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have to watch it. I haven't seen it to know, so maybe I should watch
Best thing on Disney Plus.
it. Okay.
So if Andor was here, the Mandalorian would be here, and he'd just be shitting on the Mandalorian's helmet. He's so much better.
Mandalorian's so good.
Yeah.
So good.
I like the
Loved
Ahsoka
it.
better.
I didn't see that either.
If you haven't watched Clone Wars and Rebels, it's so much like season 5 of Rebels that you wouldn't get as much out of it.
I know who Ahsoka is. I've got the Disney Infinity figure of Ahsoka, but I did not watch the show. Next question. Hytham G. Subject is sleep.
Yes,
Which is
please.
what I felt like doing at the start of the show.
Now I want to do
When
it at the
you-
end.
When you gents go to bed for a sleep, do you gents do a loud snore that annoys the living crap out of your wives and along with your children? But your gents' experience on sleeping? P.S. Not to sound like a bragger or anything, but is the MS and Nintendo partnership really dead? Because I would have thought that the partnership of those two are individual ports from Xbox going to Switch. But your take anyway? I do snore, apparently, so I've been told. Unfortunately, I will need to probably look into sorting that situation out. My kids, I don't think my kids hear me.
It
but
was pretty loud
wife
in
definitely
Germany
does.
at times. Not all night,
Oh, really?
but yeah, a few times. But the missus snores. I'm used
Heavy
to it.
breathe, apparently.
Probably all that vaping.
Like I heavy breathe. Like I'm a loud breather, but I'm not like unless I'm really like got a cold or something. I typically don't snore, or so I've been told.
That's horrendous. Jeez.
Anyway, Jesse,
As
do you
to the
snore?
Nintendo Xbox
Occasionally.
partnership, yeah, I'm fairly certain that's dead.
Aw.
I'm
you go.
fairly certain that's dead. I really wish I could go back in time and just claim Minecraft in Smash or Banjo in Smash or Rare Games on NSO. It's like 7 different things I could have claimed as that partnership and claimed the W. But because I'm such an honest dickhead, I kept saying, nah, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. It's weird for a partnership to be dead when it's a signed agreement. But anyway. Next question. 99 Bruken. Subject TGA predictions. And we talked about the Game Awards. Fuck. Hello, everyone. What's everyone's predictions for Game of the Year nominations at the Game Awards and one surprise? For me, it will be Space Marine 2, Black Ops 6, Astrobot, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Dragon's Dogma 2, and Black Myth Wukong. My surprise will be the remasters of Transformers Fall and War for Cybertron. As a bonus for a studio that Microsoft could pick up would be the FYQD, the one-man studio. It's also from the East. That's all. Have a great day. Last of Us Part 2.
Astrobot.
It's going to win.
In terms of actual
Last of Us Part 2 is going to beat it.
In terms of actual nominations, I think it will be Black Myth Wukong, Rebirth, Astrobot for sure. What else has come out this year?
The nominations are going to be, what were all the PlayStation exclusives this year? Rebirth, Astro, Last of Us Part 2
Stellar
remasters,
Blade.
Stellar Blade, and Erd Tree will be the 5th.
Oh,
And Balatro may get... how many... Is there usually a restriction on how many get
I
nominated?
thought it was
that
it
win
10?
best indie game.
I thought it was like 6 to 10 or something.
I thought it was 6.
I don't know.
Get nominated.
Balatro might get the token indie nom. Balatro will get the token indie nom, and then the other 5 will be those PlayStation games with Erd Tree, along with Erd Tree. now that they've opened it up to remasters, you can't tell me it's a coincidence that Last of Us Part 2 came out this year and now they've opened it up to remasters. You can't tell me
Good
that's a
shout
coincidence. I won't believe you.
In the chat from Negative Zero, Metaphor Fantasio.
Yeah.
Is there going to be enough room
It's
for
got
it?
recency bias. It definitely has a chance.
I think Zelda Echoes now might get bumped out by all the others. Echoes may get bumped out.
Echoes has more chance than S.T.A.L.K.E.R Blade, I think, in being there.
Yeah, but it's not a PlayStation exclusive.
I know, but Nintendo gets just as much love at the Game of the Year awards. More
Do
or
they
less.
though?
Yeah.
Do they though?
If it's got Mario or
know about
Nintendo
that.
in the name, it's got a chance.
Don't know about that. Yep. The quote unquote surprise Last of Us Part 2 remastered. Shit's winning. Shit's winning. Next question. Lee Layfield. Subject is delayed games. Morning, gents. Hope you're all having a great week, but I must ask, where's Silksong? The holiday season is ruined, and that makes me a sad panda. My question is, what game were you looking forward to playing this year that got pushed back or was announced in 2022 or before, but is still not released? Things like Perfect Dark, Fable, Wolverine, Everwild, South of Midnight, etc. all count. For me, it's Silksong. Perfect Dark.
Fable. I
If
want it.
Perfect Dark counts, then it's Perfect Dark.
Yeah.
I can't wait for that game. I may cave on an early access on that one.
Or just beg for a review code. Not to review it, but to have it early.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I might be able to get a code.
Yeah, you
Get
always
it
forget
early
about
that way. Oh, yeah.
They like us. We get a fair amount of things.
So I may get early access, but without paying.
Winning.
Yes. Free is the best price.
What about you, Jesse? What was your answer to that one?
Oh, man. It's rough trying to remember everything. Probably end up going just back to well, we didn't really see that much of South of Midnight, but it had so much style. But I don't think it was ever like, hey, this is coming out soon. None of them really had a date. The one that was shown the most that I think actually fits into this is Everwild, where that one is truly delayed because of issues with its development. So that's probably where I'd end up going.
Really do want to see that game.
Just what the hell has
Last
it become? Got a super
boring
chat real
question.
quick.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Jordan White, who we haven't seen for a little while. I might have missed the handheld discussion. Yes, you did. But I have a question. If they made their handheld a significant loss leader and priced it maybe lower than a Series S, do you think that would be a bad thing? For whom? Bad thing for us or for Microsoft? For us, that would be fantastic. That would be incredible. For Microsoft, less so.
In terms of its success, a very good thing.
Yeah,
Making it a
I feel-
significant loss leader, yeah, awesome.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
a powerful
loads of them out
handheld
there.
that's cheap. Holy shit!
Sign me up.
They would fucking demolish. They would kick ass. Do you think 2024 Microsoft's going to do something like that? Nope.
Everyone's in
No
cost-cutting
chance.
mode. Cutting costs. That's what
You
they're
know,
all focused
Like
on.
that's. Is it a good thing? Yes, which means Microsoft won't do it. It's the simplest way to answer that question. Last forum question. Good old Colin. Subject is gaming journalists. Hello, John, Nick, and Jesse. This one's mainly for John, as he went to Los Angeles and Gamescom. But feel free for Nick and Jesse to chime in. Did you meet anyone at the various press gatherings, etc., who was from one of the other news sites or influencer pages, sites such as PC Gamer or Metro, places that don't give Xbox much credit or make claims that stretch credibility? If you did, what did you talk to them about? If you were to, what would you like to say or ask them? Good old Collingwood. And if one of them wanted to work at XboxEra, would you employ them?
Oh fuck.
They don't even employ me.
Yeah, I can't speak to the employing people line. Like, there's a lot that would go into that, and I wouldn't want to just be like, just based off of a headline I didn't like, completely dismiss someone out of hand. In terms of meeting folks, I met plenty of folks, but no one from particular news sites that maybe post some more questionable, console worry headlines. So, but if I did have the opportunity to kind of have the conversation, I would ask, like, I mean, we're all in this business. You know what you're doing when you do that, right? Like, right? I'd try and have a genuine conversation with them, yeah. But other than that, like, it's whatever, isn't it? It's whatever. It's just video games, It's annoying to read, but just go to the places you like XboxEra.com.
Does Michael Minotti count? I met him, and he's part of Giant.
He doesn't write terrible headlines, does he?
No, he doesn't. That's why I asked. Does he count?
He doesn't. He's a nice boy. He doesn't count though.
Okay.
Because he doesn't write terrible headlines.
I met Mike and Dan at Gamescom. They're the only ones I think I met who are part of other outlets or whatever. Yeah. I think so. I don't think there's anyone else I'm missing.
We did have two
meet some
job
other interesting
applications
people though.
through like this week, asking for a guides writing job and another one, and I'm just like, we can barely afford to pay us.
I had someone DM me on Twitter, or was it Blue Sky, or one of them. I got a DM just saying, hey, do you guys want a video editor? Whatever. I was like, dude, I'll be upfront. We don't pay anyone. We're all volunteers, man.
Yeah. And it's worth saying to the members of the community that have reached out and been like, hey, I'd like to help. We're not moving swiftly on that stuff because it's really difficult to set someone up and kind of immediately give them the keys to those kingdoms, and not like kind of babysit a little bit, because there's a lot of nuance to like how the back end systems work that takes a little while to kind of get used to, and take the training wheels off, and it's kind of a tricky chicken egg scenario there, but it is something we're looking at doing. But for those that we do have, it hasn't been used very often, and there is the community corner. So if there's people that want to flex their writing skills and have something they feel and we can post on your behalf. So that is one avenue to consider if folks feel like they want to try out, and that's always a good way to try it. So yeah.
Yep. I don't know what I'd ask them if it was me in that scenario. Honestly, I'm not sure. There'd be a part of me that would definitely want to be like all in, but then
it's different IRL, man. It's different.
Yeah, it is. It's different, and you got to balance etiquette. You got to balance. There's all sorts of things.
You've got to build a rapport before you can dive in with the hard questions. Like, I'd love to have a completely off the record conversation with Phil and be like, does it piss you off? Do you know what I mean? Like, reading this bullshit. I don't know. You know? Anyway.
I don't know.
Apparently my mic's dying.
Don't know. I don't know what that means.
I hope it's not. I'm dying because
it is weird that the lights on your mic are orange.
Yeah, it's
Why are they orange?
Couldn't tell you.
Mine are green. They've always been green.
Mine used to be green.
Yeah. Why are they orange?
No idea.
So weird.
All right.
So weird.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I was making some
form
changes,
questions.
and it just
There's 4.
started chopping
God,
up.
I hate the way this works.
Oh, they can hear me.
The first form question, I
There we
think,
go.
is
Now they can
from
hear me.
Paul.
Yes.
Nick.
Dude, I've got them on the showrunner laid out one by one if you want to use that.
I think
all
I
4 of
closed
them.
that.
Yeah, you can just, Nick, also you can choose individual up top, and then it just gives you each person's individual question.
Yeah. Paul. Categories Death Stranding. Nick, in Xbox Era episode 19's Rumour Mill, you mentioned you were told some stuff regarding Sony's internal opinions on Death Stranding's poor reception. You go on to say that it's juicy and that the story goes really deep, but in the end, because it wasn't verifiable at the time, you didn't share it. Looking back, does this information now provide more context to Kojima getting the licensing and the release of games on Xbox? Maybe? Again, I have no idea how true the story was. It came from someone I trust, so I believe it based on that. But them letting go of Death Stranding, yeah, maybe it does lend... Thinking back to what the story is... Oh, yeah, maybe. Maybe it does lend a little bit more credence to the story. Yeah, again, I won't share it because it's hearsay and it can never ever be confirmed one way or the other. So there's no point putting it out there to just generate shit for the sake of it. Because even if it's true, which I think it is, but even if it is true, it will never, that truth will never come out ever. So there's no point. But yeah, them letting go of Death Stranding, maybe it does lend more to the story, I was told. Okay.
Kudos for going all the way back to episode 19, by the way.
Was it that far back?
Apparently.
19. God, that's a long time ago. That's many, many years ago.
Anyway.
Omen. Categories Blizzard. What a wild Warcraft-filled week it has been. That said, it's been a bit disappointing on the Game Pass front. How does Xbox have the power to force Blizzard to put Avowed on Battle.net, but somehow they do not have the ability to fulfill their day one games on Game Pass promise? Shouldn't Warcraft 1 and 2 Remastered be on Game Pass? What's going on there? On Game Pass PC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a fair
I
question.
don't know.
And I don't know the answer. It does feel like, what's that about? But I don't have
Warcraft,
a good answer.
again, I know nothing about World of Warcraft. So were Warcraft 1 and 2 not sub-based things?
No.
They were just games in and of themselves.
And what's weird is
Warcraft
they
1,
got-
2, and 3 were all just, they were real-time strategy games.
Standalone games.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's weird because
So yeah,
StarCraft,
why aren't they on Game Pass? then?
StarCraft and StarCraft 2 are on Game Pass app, but Warcraft aren't. Maybe it's just a...
They joined, the StarCraft 1 and 2 just joined this month.
Yeah. Maybe they'll get there eventually, like in a week or two. Like, it'll happen.
It would piss, no, it wouldn't be quick because it would piss people off because they just bought it for $40. It'll take a while.
Oh. That's true. Well, yeah, I don't know why. That's very odd that it's just skipped Game Pass entirely. I thought it was like, oh yeah, you could download it, but only from Battle.net. But it's not. That's not even
No.
that way around. You have to
Yeah.
buy these. And that's
Yeah, it's
it.
$40. It's a weird one. I don't know. Hopefully somebody,
Interesting.
unlike us, who actually gets responses from Microsoft PR will get an answer on that.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe this is the last question. Yeah. From CJAD93. Being thankful. Hey, gents. Thankfully, the form has let me put my name on this week. Last week, the comment about you guys helping with my drive home was from me. And once again,
Hey.
you've helped out for another week. I hope you all have a great weekend.
It's funny. It literally said name, category, question, just in one text, but everyone just skipped it and went to question. So spacing them out, people now actually fill them out. It's very funny.
Yeah. And we only had to change that because Nick spat his dummy out again about change.
We
and-
are glad we could do that for you, CJ.
Okay. You know, turn the volume up and you drive home now because it's about to get loud in here.
Oh, yeah. We're about to start some lawnmowers.
Right. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. 4 and a bit hours of, I feel, good kind-hearted, open-minded discussion between the community and the grown-ups and Nick. So, it's been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. In terms of next week, you can look forward to probably, but unconfirmed, coverage on the release of S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2. Flight Sim 2024 live review in progress with
that'll
myself
be
and Jesse.
Tuesday starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, going very long.
I will be doing a hangout at some point, perhaps a couple of times throughout the week, for Chronicles of Riddick, Escape from Butcher Bay, and more, probably, because it's never a dull week in XboxEra land. And on that bombshell, much love.
And
to
I
everybody.
may or may not end up reviewing the Smurfs. I'll see if I can be bothered.
Let's see if he pulls that one out of the bag. It's only 3.5 hours, mate. Come on. Just put
Power
my
Rangers
down.
should be coming soon, hopefully.
Well, you better get Smurfs wrapped up quick. We'll be back on Tuesday with more headlines. And until then, be good to each other. And we'll see you next time.
Ciao for now.
Disappeared in time. Find me wrapped in glass and slowly soaked in lime. All my friends have pictures made to make you cry. I've seen this and wondered what I've done to calcify. I ignore you as I close my eyes. I feel it all slipping away. I come towards you. We all got left behind. We let it all slip away. Try it, you have to be a liar just to infiltrate me. I'm still drowning. I ignore you as I close my eyes. I feel it all slipping away. I come towards you. We all got left behind. Me let it all slip away. Ignore you. I ignore you as I close my eyes. I feel it all slipping away. I come towards you. We all got left behind. Me let it all slip away. Take this away. I can feel it on my mouth. I can taste you on my fingers. I can hear you like the Holy Ghost and kill you if you get too close. I ignore you as I close my eyes. I feel it all slipping away. I come towards you. We all got left behind. We let it all slip away. Ignore you. I ignore you as I close my eyes. I feel it all slipping away. I come towards you. We all got left behind. We let it all slip away. 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 I can't stand to see your thalidomide robot face. I don't even try it. You had to be a liar just to infiltrate me. I'm still drowning. I'm still drowning. To drowning. If you get too close, I ignore you. As I close my eyes, I feel it all slipping away. I come toward you, we let it all slip away. I can feel it on my mouth. I let it out. I can taste you on my fingers. I can hear you like kill you if you get too close. We let it all slip away. We let it all slip away. Got money, I'll do anything for you. Got money, just tell me what you want me to. Got money, nail me up against the wall. Got money, don't want everything, he wants it all. No, you can't take it. No, you can't take it. No, you can't take that away from me. No, you can't take it. No, you can't take it. No, you can't take that away from me. Head like a hole, black is your soul. I'd rather die than give you control. Head like a hole, black is your soul. I'd rather die than give you control. Bow down before the one you serve. You're gonna get what you deserve. Bow down before the one you serve. You're gonna get what you deserve. Got money's not looking for the cure. Got money's not concerned about the sick among the pure. Got money, let's go dancing on the backs of the bruised. Got money's not one to choose. No, you can't take it. No, you can't take it. No, you can't take that away from me. No, you can't take it. No, you can't take it. No, you can't take that away from me. Head like a hole, black is your soul. I'd rather die than give you control. Head like a hole, black is your soul. I'd rather die than give you control. Bow down before the one you serve. You're gonna get what you deserve. Bow down before the one you serve. You're gonna